So this is an unusual thing that we're gonna do.
You remember when icebergs were trendy?
Yeah, like at this point, like almost 3 years ago now.
Yeah, well, at the time we made a LittleZbot iceberg, just as sort of in-joke, we thought we should actually cover it on the channel.
We actually did show it off very, very briefly in the 500 video 10 years
just
special.
as like a visual gag.
So here's the deal. Basically, channel's going through a huge shakeup. A lot of things are gonna change. A lot of new stuff is gonna come out. And it's been so long since we did our old stuff that we're kind of worried that it's going to be very hard to keep up with who we are, what we've done, and the jokes that we make, especially for new audience members, and especially because we're privating so many old videos where these sorts of running gags and jokes and things like that originated.
Unlisting, big difference.
Yeah, sorry. We're unlisting them. You can still watch them, we just don't want you to. And that's gonna make it real weird when, someone asks, well, hey, whose name? We're just gonna run through, basically, the LittleZbot iceberg from the very top, which is the most obvious stuff, things that you probably have heard of if you've casually watched a couple of our videos or just the 500th video, all the way down to the bottom, which is the real subtle references that we occasionally reference or make jokes about, and for some reason still expect people to know, even though even our hardcore fans don't really think about these ones.
And a lot of these are just random things or obscure LittleZbot lore deep cuts. We're just gonna go through it all, and this is denser than a lot of icebergs I've seen. But, that's just the nature of the iceberg.
This is going to be a very casual, simple video. Just have some good old Nintendo music in the background. Put it on as a podcast while you're doing your work or whatever. It's not a big deal. I think first, because a portion of this is trying to, introduce new people to our channel without forcing them to watch anything we've made before, is just describing what Team Newbie itself was.
Right, because is that even on the iceberg? Team Newbie as a concept?
It's probably too universal for our channel to even be on this iceberg.
Right, of course. It would be like literally in the sky. Okay, so we're recording this after the video's basically been edited. You see, this was gonna be like a resource sort of for people who were completely new to us to look through the list of things in the description and see, okay, so what's this thing,
Yeah, in case we make a joke that people don't get, then it's an easy reference video.
And then anyway, we just realized that people who are new to the channel will not know who we are or what our dynamic is. And our dynamic is not just, we're two random people. It's a bit different. So first, Joseph, start with yourself.
Hello, my name is Joseph. My online name is LittleZbot. And I am the creator and general host of the channel. I have been since I was 10 years old, technically younger because I started uploading to other stuff before the channel, but yeah, that's what it is. And for some reason, I just never quit.
Never quit. Joseph is the owner of LittleZbot at the end of the day. Mm-hmm. It is his channel, and it's worth mentioning because I am Dain, I am Joseph's younger brother, and I am also known online currently as Evilgrapez. And basically I'm known for two things. One, I am a music producer, and two, I am a video editor, specifically LittleZbot's editor for nearly the entire channel's lifespan. I have edited, I think 95% of the videos on the channel, and every single one that you will ever see. And many people will think, oh, so the channel is my channel too. No, I have a big say in it, but it is ultimately Joseph's channel at the end of the day. When we make, a top 10 list or whatever, that's his work.
Or financial decisions, who gets paid what, and when we do and don't need to commission stuff.
Exactly, yeah. That's all up to him, and everything goes through him first. And if he wants to do a video, and I really don't want to, but he says, dang, you have to do the video, we do the video, but that never happens. Nowadays, it never happens.
It makes me feel bad the way you've introduced this. Like, well, you see, I do all the work, but it's his channel.
No, the thing is, the confusion is real. Because some people have said, okay, so Dain, why don't you just upload to your channel? I'm like, well, LittleZbot isn't my channel.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, Joseph is still the heart and soul of the channel. Let's be clear here, because The thing is that we've actually tried it before in the channel like videos. They don't work without Joseph. The dynamic does not work. Even Joseph can even solo host without me is the thing, but I can't solo host without him here.
I cannot solo host well. Not anymore. I think there's a good reason that the past a couple years and pretty much all future videos have at least me and Dain.
Yeah, the thing
even
is...
the ones that are like even the ones that are like single player games.
Yeah, I am a primary host on the channel, and you'll also see me in nearly all the videos. So we do kind of like co-produce the content.
Alright, well that's it.
Yep, that's it. Alright.
Back to the regular timeline video.
Yep, bye.
So at the time LittleZbot existed, not only were Let's Players relevant, Let's Player groups were relevant. The one we were really inspired by was the Runaway Guys, because Chugga Conroy's part of it, and we love Chugga Conroy, that's why LittleZbot started. So we wanted to have our own Runaway Guys, sort of. That's how LittleZbot sort of started as a group. It was first me and Joseph, and then we got James in, and then Name. So then we decided, okay, the four of us, we are Team Newbie. Why Team Newbie? Because the channel originally, the Let's Plays were originally called Let's Play with a Newbie, and then this game. And the reason is, you can explain this.
Okay, so when we started recording, I need you to understand, this was years ago, over a decade ago. This was back when like Chugga Conroy was doing like his, his fifth and sixth Let's Play. If you even know who that is, because that's how long ago this is. MatPat had not created another channel. In fact, he was kind of barely in the first, he hadn't even done his first ever FNAF theory, ever. Wait, no. Oh my gosh. We started the same year MatPat did.
Oh, wait, we did?
We did! I remember because we shared an anniversary.
We actually are OGs.
Oh my gosh. However, we were not 17-year-old upstarts. We were literal children.
No, we were kids.
I think I was 10 and you were 8?
Yes, I remember making a series Let's Play with an 8-year-old that never got uploaded. That would have been bad.
Yeah. It's been a good long time since then, as in like 15 years, or give or take, that we've been on and off the channel. The 10-year anniversary video that we did is a lie because we were on other channels for a good long while before that.
No, we were on the forums, not other channels. Wait, we had one other channel. We'll get to that.
We were little kids, and so we wanted to replicate Chugga Conroy and other Let's Players, but we wanted a unique hook. Something that people would want to watch us specifically for and think, wow, that's funny. And because we were kids with absolutely no sense of taste or intrigue or nothing good, no good ideas at all, we came up with the idea of Let's Play with a Newbie, where I, the 10-year-old child, would pretend to be terrible at everything. And I mean terrible at everything. Not just like, you will see in future videos where I struggle with, bowling in a video game. But I mean when Dain tells me, you have to shake the Wii remote to spin jump. He says, yeah, shake it. And then I pick up the camera, because we were using a handheld camera, because we were kids. We didn't have capture cards or equipment. And shook the camera. That's how stupid I was pretending to be.
Think the dad from World of Gumball.
Yes, that's actually pretty much exactly it. And unsurprisingly, this didn't attract very many people.
No, I would dare say it ruined our channel for the entire rest of its career.
Yes. It's one of the reasons that we've hidden so many of our old videos. We don't want to be.
No.
Yeah, it was a Let's Play with a Newbie, and that was what all of our first videos, all of the first stuff that we did was Let's Play with a Newbie. It was me, my brother Dain, and our friend James, who came over occasionally.
And Name.
And it was the four of us who made up this team, our own Runaway Guys. Me, you, James, and Name at first. And then James moved on to other things in his life, like high school. And another friend of ours, Seth, came in instead.
Obi-Wan Canoli.
Yep.
With one N. That's not on the iceberg, but he has one N.
Yep. Why was it one N again?
Because it was a legitimate typo. And we had it too many times when we finally realized we had to keep it.
Yep.
So it's just part of the name. Obi-Wan Canoli with one N. one of the things where if I had a genie bottle, I would just wish that corrected.
Then, Seth had to leave. He had to basically leave Team Newbie because he had his own life to live, aka college.
But he still shows up in videos.
Yeah, we just never did.
Excuse me, you didn't talk about Name's departure, which was the big departure.
That's right, because OG member with us years and years and years, and then she moved to the other side of the country.
Right, and she's departed because she's barely in videos anymore.
Yep.
She still appears from time to time, and she will, by the way, foreshadowing.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, she literally hasn't recorded with us in a long time. And Seth barely can anymore.
I think we even did like a tribute to Name at the end of one of our lessons.
Star Allies, yes.
Oh, yeah.
It was a good tribute.
Because it was the thing to do. We went by code names or usernames or whatever. I was LittleZbot.
I was Evilgrapez.
James was, he had two. I think he had multiple actually, but it started as Shadow.
Yeah, Shadow.
Which is... It's so very... we were kids.
It's great.
And he switched to the far better Rhodian warrior. Mm-hmm. And then Name is Name.
Which we will talk about.
Yeah. It's then Obi-Wan Canoli, which was from Grocery Store Wars, that old nugget.
Who was Seth?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I was LittleZbot because Z-bots were a very prominent enemy in two of the original Wonderland Trilogy games, and the Wonderland Trilogy is a series of puzzle games I really liked, which we'll talk about in like just a moment, honestly. Mm-hmm. And Dain was Evilgrapez because he saw a grapevine on the table.
No, the origin story, it's not worth getting into.
And Rhodian Warriors from a book series that he liked, which we found out in the 500th video special.
Yeah.
That's basically what Team Newbie as a whole was, and that's why we reference it all the time, and even why all of our old intros had, Team Newbie in big letters before we changed that to just LittleZbot, the channel.
Let's start off with the second most important thing about LittleZbot's origin, which is Wonderland Adventures.
Very
important piece of LittleZbot lore here that you should know about. And you probably do if you're watching this video, honestly. But regardless, Wonderland Adventures is a series of puzzle games. It's actually part of the greater Wonderland series. It would be more accurate to put Wonderland just on the iceberg, but Adventures was specifically what the era that we covered on the channel and stuff.
Because that's the era that we really grew up with, basically.
Yeah. LittleZbot started on the PcPuzzle forums, which were the forums of Midnight Synergy, the developer and creator of the Wonderland series. And that's where Joseph started his online life, and where LittleZbot as a channel started. Yeah. That was the origin.
So, the Wonderland series is a 6-part puzzle game series. It's very similar to, what's the term? The classic block moving puzzle games, where you control a little character and you push around boxes and blocks and rolling balls in order to clear a path towards an end goal. But the original games took this to an extreme and made some incredibly well-designed puzzle games with a lot of personality and charm, and some fantastic custom levels to boot. Mm-hmm. And then the whole series got rebooted into the Wonderland Adventures trilogy, which just exploded in its own way, not in terms of popularity.
Oh no,
unfortunately, but it's an entire. But it takes the original baseline into wildly new directions, wildly interesting and wonderful directions. Wonderland Adventures 2, Mysteries of Fire Island, is genuinely, I would say, the best puzzle game I have ever played, maybe arguably tied with Portal 2. Wonderland Secret World, the third game in the original trilogy, was in the first 3 games we ever played, both me and Dain, like when we were very, very young, like 4 years old. Wonderland Adventures, though, was the game that got us hooked on video games. Like, everyone has that one game. You could probably, if you like video games, you can probably remember that one game. For PUBG, it's Super Mario 64. For Sugar Conroy, it's Majora's Mask. For us, that game is Wonderland Adventures, the original. Mm-hmm. And that is what hugely inspired us to do everything we've ever done, honestly.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And Z-bots were from the Wonderland series.
Yeah.
That's why LittleZbot's named LittleZbot, because that was his nickname. Actually, it was originally my nickname.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah.
that's its own entire
Right, but
story.
basically, me and Joseph swapped nicknames extremely early enough where we could just do it and no one would know.
Yep.
So I was original LittleZbot, but it was long enough ago for me to not even remember it. But yeah. And LittleZbots are an enemy in the Wonderland series, and Joseph is a LittleZbot. And that's where even the LittleZbot guy comes from. That's where the Zbot from the Wonderland Adventures series.
Yes, our avatar is a commissioned pixel art drawing of a Zbot. Done by Mr. Funky GPU. He did my avatar, Canoli's, all sorts of custom assets for us. So most of our childhood was probably spent on the Wonderland Adventures forums, the PcPuzzle forums. That's where, I think we'll talk about, Wefight later. That's where that came in. And it's one of the primary reasons we started to do the channel, because we wanted to show off to our Wonderland friends on the forum. We originally would record and upload our little videos to MediaFire in 144p so that we could share them on the forum and people could download them as video files. So major part of our lives, we've done a whole Let's Play on Wonderland Adventures, which is now lost in the mist of time, thankfully. And a secondary one with a reimagining version by Hesuckieth. And we've done just a bunch of general videos and stuff about this series. It's very important to the history of the channel and to us in general. And probably the thing that makes us most unique, I would say, from other random gaming channels out there.
We have, and this is very unfortunate, but I believe we have some of the biggest coverage of Wonderland on YouTube.
That is really unfortunate, because our coverage is terrible.
Yeah, and now it's been largely taken down, but shortly after this video, we will have the Wonderland Adventures Supercut, so that we can give this game the justice it deserves. And if you're curious about it, you can, if you're curious about Wonderland Adventures and you're not willing to start with the game, you can start with our coming video.
Yep.
So next up is LittleZbot versus Evilgrapez.
Oh my gosh.
This is near the top because it wasn't taken down until relatively recent to the Iceberg's creation. But LittleZbot versus Evilgrapez was a long-running, yet not very up-storied series on the channel.
It wasn't prominent, but it appeared like once a year for some reason.
Right, and it was just where we played a video game. Why did I say video game? Like, that's not what we normally play.
That's where we do.
Where we played a game. Where we played a game where we could compete with each other. And then the concept was we would decide who won and tell it LittleZbot versus Evilgrapez. But then we just didn't do that. The first LittleZbot versus Evilgrapez was making a Yoshi in Scribblenauts Unlimited, and we decided to leave it to the audience who won that, even though it was really obvious. Of course, Joseph won.
I think I unironically agree. My Yoshi was atrocious, but it was atrocious in a funny way.
Right.
Yours was in the uncanny valley of almost good.
Yeah. But LittleZbot versus Evilgrapez also was notable because it was the first and probably only series on our channel to get completely retconned.
Yeah.
We literally retitled all of those videos to either be mini plays or alternative gameplay videos, as if those are what they always were. And that's what they were always were, because we never even had an intro.
Yeah.
No, wait, we did. We did have one intro.
We had a terrible intro.
And we barely used it.
We got that intro for from a website for free.
Yeah.
I remember the older members of our family being impressed with us for making that intro.
I remember that because we used it in the Swagg video. Let's go watch it. Here it is. That picture of you is pretty funny.
You know what? Subscribe today or whenever. Oh, we got him that time, boys. Now they're lawfully bound.
And mine was just my Terraria guy.
You didn't have an icon yet.
No. Now it just straight up doesn't exist anymore.
I can't even remember what the last one was.
I think that was Slime Sand. And that was just a LittleZbot versus because we were like, wait a second, this is literally the objective definition of LittleZbot versus Evilgrapez. We have to call it that. And then we retcon it. No longer. Next on the list is Glowing Mushroom Biome in the Overworld. So before the Purge, this was the most popular video on the channel by a long shot. And let's check the view count right now, because this is before the Purge.
Gonna say 13K?
You are correct, 13,000 views. Next up is Hamster Ball with 1.3K.
Literally 10 times the views.
Literal huge difference. Does it give me an exact number? Oh, I don't want to hear that. Yes, 63 likes. Oh.
You might want to remove your like.
No. 13,723 views. This is the most popular video on our channel by a long shot. It's probably because of the good thumbnail, which is unfortunate.
The thumbnail itself isn't that good.
No,
okay.
but like, it's creative. Sorry.
Also, this was uploaded 9 years ago when
there were less Terraria tutorials.
Yeah, there were a lot less of them, and it was kind of re-exploding. It goes through that phase every so often. Right. So, it's understandable.
Yeah, it's the most popular video on our channel, even though only like 3 other videos on the channel are even like it, or even Terraria tutorials, and our main content is so different, but it's infamous because of that, because it's our most popular one by a wide margin. It's like Ludwig's most popular video being a Mr. Beast video.
Or like how Markiplier's most popular video is just him saying like meow over.
Exactly, this is our version.
Because it's nothing at all like anything else we do, and also it's not that good of a tutorial.
It's a terrible tutorial.
Like, even back then it wasn't a good one, and nowadays it's a terrible one.
You could barely hear me. But yeah, and now for the Minecraft and Terraria hardcore. That's what's next up.
So I think, first of all, we have to explain the concept of the PBG hardcore.
Right. So another one of our big inspirations was PBG and PBG gameplay. And they had this...
Peanut Butter Gamer.
They had this series called Hardcores, where they only had... I think it even predates the existence of Minecraft Hardcore as a mode.
Yes, it does. It's not like a hardcore challenge that you see all the time now with, like Smallland does. This was... He gathered up a group of his friends, and there were 7 people who went on to a brand new Minecraft World server, or Terraria World server, or any insert other game here. And for most of them, it was their first time ever playing. Right. They all chatted online. It was a basic Minecraft Let's Play with a bunch of new people, with the single twist that if somebody died, they stopped talking and were considered dead. They could not come back. They could not influence anyone else. They could not even discuss the ongoing series with their friends in real life. No. It's like a survivalist TV show where someone gets voted off, except it's their own mistakes and they die. There's even a bar at the bottom where the where representations of their heads are X'd out when they're dead. And it's a really good idea, and it improved over time, but even from the very beginning, it was a great way to spice up a regular Let's Play and make it significantly more tense while attaching you to YouTubers and other people that you never would have normally interacted with really, really well. As it became less of them and they had to interact with entirely new dynamics. Really solid series. I recommend you go watch a couple of the newer ones, especially Terraria 2 and 3, I would say, are probably the best ones. Mine's Z1 as well. Anyway, we were kids, and we watched those, and we're like, wow, that's great. Let's do that!
So, we got James to bring over his Xbox 360 with Minecraft on it, so that all 3 of us could play split-screen Minecraft Hardcore. And, well, here's the problem. It was over in a day. Real life day. One
real life day. I think it was 2 to 2.5 hours of playtime.
Yeah. It went disastrously because none of us were good at Minecraft except for James. He still died.
This would be the thing where if we tried something like that today, well, first of all, we would have separate POVs. We wouldn't use a camera. If our attempt ended at 2.5 hours in, we would have just scrapped it, start from the beginning, or just said, it was worth a shot. Instead, we made it into 6 videos.
We did. It was a multi-part series. A terrible one. Where James was the only host for several parts because me and Joseph both died so quickly.
You died episode 2, I died episode 3.
And it's not normal for a LittleZbot video. There are less than 10 LittleZbot videos where Joseph just does not show up, minus the ones that were Evilgrapez videos.
And half of those are from Minecraft and Hardcore. We were playing together in the same room on this tiny little 480p CRTV with hooked up where we had to get a conversion cable to turn the HDMI of the Xbox 360 into AV cables. And when we died, when Dain died 20 minutes into playing the game, he just sat on the bed of the bedroom staring at us silent for 2 hours.
Terrible. It was awful. So when
we did a custom intro.
We did. We had an entire PVG style custom intro.
With the trailer music from Dustin and Legion Tale, just because it was a good, intense piece of music.
And you know we're gonna watch it.
Oh. No! This is not your usual
Let's Play. Oh no! Today is something different.
We did the beginning of Falana, like before it switched to trailer music. At the time, we thought this was brilliant.
Oh, it was brilliant. You know. LittleZbot. What's the number of the newbie?
It's not even spaced correctly.
The editor. That's what I'm still known for. Shadow. Jay.
I'm sorry for the lack of music. We had some problems with our TV audience. No. By the way, these were all edited in Windows Live Movie Maker.
As were most of our winners.
Again, literal children.
James has no role. He's just James.
Shadow. James.
So Terraria Hardcore. We made the rule immediately. Okay, 3 lives per person.
Yep. This was still Xbox 360, but this was like a year later.
Yeah.
So we had a capture card and we had
we had a lot more going. We were doing this bigger and better. And we did do it bigger and better. There was a new conceptual problem with Terraria Hardcore. First off, there was still the in-person thing. Whatever. We knew we could leave the room. The second problem. Terraria's on Xbox 360. We don't have an Xbox 360. James has an Xbox 360. James needs to bring his Xbox 360 over every single time we want to play Terraria Hardcore. And James comes over probably once every 2 months. Back then.
Yeah, back then he would come over and we would just spend all day recording videos.
So the Terraria Hardcore sessions were extremely far apart. To the point where the final video was recorded, I think, a year after the one before it was.
Yeah. But hey, it was, unlike the previous one, more than one session.
It was. It was still terrible. Really bad.
Atrociously bad.
The finale was something pretty special because we had that footage just sitting on our hard drive forever. And we were like, we don't want to make this. Because at that point we knew it was awful.
So we just didn't make it for years and years.
Until we realized this is one of the only loose ends we have left on the channel. We have to do it. So we edited it. I did everything I could to salvage it and make it better. And I really tried hard. I think it did pay off because that's the only watchable video. I mean, not literally watchable. I mean, it's the only kind of like you can tolerate video from the entire series. I worked hard on the goal of the Terraria Hardcore was just to beat Skeletron because we knew we would be that bad.
After Minecraft Hardcore, we were shocked.
We had 3 lives to beat Skeletron. And like I edited the crap out of that Skeletron fight. Made it incredibly intense. It was edited when I had video editing as a school project and my advisor like pointed out the Skeletron battle editing, and then he said, hey, I really like how you dressed that up. I was like, he knew. I was like, thanks. So it got like school notice, which is really funny. And let's move on with our lives.
Yeah.
To Name's real name.
Okay.
So here's the thing. You may have noticed that we haven't named Name. That's because Name's name is Name. The end. All right. Name was introduced with, we were like, and this is our new player. And then, like, she said something like, I have a name. Well, Name, nice to meet you.
It was a one-off joke that, because we were kids, we ran with for a while.
And then we ran with for just too long, where we had to stick with it to this day.
Well, kind of. The thing is, alright, so unironically, Name does not want her name out there.
Yeah,
like, she doesn't. She is...
There was going to be a time when we were going to have a grand reveal for her at the end of the channll. But that's changed.
Yeah, she's made it clear. No thanks.
Yeah,
I'm good with just being Name. Okay. All right. So yes, for all the members of Team Newbie and everyone that we've even never collabed with, it's very much a Space Hamster Jeff thing. Yeah. We mention each other by both our usernames and our real names all the time, with the exception of Name. You know, I'm LittleZbot, yeah, but way more often people on the channel just call me Joseph. For Name, ever since the beginning, has only ever been name. Obviously, we know her real name. We were friends for way more outside of the channel, is probably the way to put it.
Simplest way to put it.
But every single instance of her appearance on the channel, whether it's through us or even interacting with other people, has always been, you refer to her as name, she refers to herself as name. That is her chosen identity when she's on YouTube. And for good reason.
She was most prevalent in our old problematic days.
Yeah. But also, nowadays she appears occasionally, and it's good, it's fun. It's always a blast to have her. She's a wonderful person. Always enjoy playing games with her, and she likes playing games with us on occasion, too. And she liked being on the channel back then.
She did.
She just didn't want that to be... She didn't want that to be a big part of her life. There was a clear distinction between me, Dain, / Seth, I guess, and name, where it's like, yeah, I like this stuff. It's one of my it's one of my hobbies, one of the things I like to do. But it's not going to be a part of who I am.
Yeah, I mean, she told me literally the day she told me that she was going to move, that it wasn't about the channel and that she liked doing the channel. So
yeah.
I also want to make that clear because there's kind of an unfortunate stigma where, like, on Let's Play channels or whatever, especially group game channels or whatever, it feels like there's the token girl.
Especially nowadays.
Especially nowadays stuff, there's the token girl. And it's always like one of the people's girlfriends or just a content creator, a random content creator who's just there for the sake of being there or whatever. So we want to, and Name was there, has been here around since the early days and stuff. Now, listen, there were eras of the channel where not everyone treated each other as they should have.
Oh, yeah.
And that did extend to Name and stuff, where we didn't treat Name the way we should have. But she was never like the token girl. She was on the channel out for her own choice. And she enjoyed it, is the thing. I want to defend our Name there for a second.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We loved to have her. The more videos that we had Name in, the better. All the way back from when we were kids. Because she was our friend. Like, we actively did all kinds of stuff together.
And she was also genuinely the best, the most, like, comedic member in the early days, especially.
Honestly.
She was the only one who really had a sense of how to make things funny.
The thing with Name's real name not being out there today is a good thing in a couple of ways. I feel comfortable saying this because it's in such a different segment than YouTube gaming world, where the chances of you having encountered this is so minuscule. By far, she is the most prolific member of Team Newbie.
It's really funny.
She, on certain medias, doing her own personal projects and things, she has outshined us to the utmost degree in terms in terms of entertainment. The only way you would be able to tell it was the same person is if you happen to be into both of these things, both us and that other thing, and encountered her, because you probably know her by, if you're in that circle, you probably know her by her other name. And you're like, wait, these two people sound similar. So I just think that's really funny. When we talk to James, in real life, we never call him Rodian War. No. When I talk to you, Dain, I never call you Evilgrapez.
No.
When we talk to Seth, we only call him Canoli on occasion, like jokingly. Okay. Name is different.
We have to call her Name.
Yeah, no, obviously we call her by her real name most of the time, but calling her Name has become so natural that it just will happen. I remember specifically, it was for a Marvel movie, like before Endgame. I went to the movies with Name, with my sister Ariana, who's probably somewhere on this list later, and with one of Name's friends. And I think we went to, we grabbed our seats in the theater, and she took up, I forget what it was, but I think she took a seat that I needed for some reason, and I literally said, oh, hey Name, can you just scooch over? And she just said, yeah, sure. She went 2 seats over, I went in the thing, and then her friend blinked, looked at me, and said, sorry, what did you say? And I said, can you scooch over? It's like, what do you call her? And I said, I said her real name. And then Name looked and confirmed it. Okay. It was natural.
It's the oldest running gag in LittleZbot, and it was gonna be undone. Then she wanted to stay anonymous. It is permanent.
Yep.
Name is name, and that is one of the parts of our old selves that is not getting retconned or changed.
Yep.
Name is name. Next up is Mario Month. So this was one of our first times. It was actually, I think, our first time doing a big event on the channel. Like, we decided to theme several things around this. And PBG at the time had a Zelda month, November. So we decided we were gonna do a Mario month in like September or something. And it was just gonna be all Mario videos. It produced, I wanna say some of our best videos to date, but no, they weren't. We made a bunch of Mario themed videos. It was the origin of the Mario Party 2 Let's Play, which was a big deal for our channel. It was the origin of our top 10 Mario games, which was the best video we had made to date and for a while. It was the debut of thumbnails that looked okay.
That's true. It was the first time we made our own thumbnails.
The debut of Squishy Squishy. We did it again the next year, and then we did a Mario Party month, and then we haven't done it since. But it was a whole era and theme for our channel, like, okay, Mario month. This is the thing we do. We dressed up our channel. We went all the way for Mario month. We even had Mario month pictures and stuff.
Yep.
It was
when we
fun.
started doing the little things at the bottom of our little banners at the bottom of our thumbnails. In the second Mario month, we gave them all like Mario features too. Well, we went whole hog on the theme. It was very fun for us child selves.
Yeah, and it was a important. It was an important series of events in LittleZbot history.
Yeah, because it was the first time that we did good.
We really organized and tried to whip ourselves in shape like a real YouTube channel.
Yeah, we made a bunch of changes under the guise of a celebration, and then after that, they were so successful to us, like personally, that we just implemented them whole hog.
That's a big deal. The origin of Super Mario 256 comes from Mario Month, because the channel font was Andy Bold.
We still use Super Mario 256.
Right, the channel font was Andy Bold, and we decided to use a Mario font for Mario Month. What a fun idea. And afterward, Joseph comes to me and is like, hey Dain, we should keep this font. It's a lot better. So ever since, the LittleZbot font has been Super Mario 256, and it's a core part of the LittleZbot brand. I think a couple weeks before recording this video, I found Nintendo using Super Mario 256 in a Captain Toad trailer. They canonized the font. Yep. That was hilarious. Also,
you can compare it to the font in Paint.net if you want. Yep. It's the exact same.
The LittleZbot font is officially recognized by Nintendo. Fun fact, because Super Mario 256 is a very old font with limitations, so I actually made a spin-off version called LittleZfont, which is built exactly off Super Mario 256, but supports accent characters. I'll show examples on screen. But yeah, we decided we're going to keep the font, and we have actually put effort into porting it to the future. Because it's just part of LittleZbot. And next down is Windows Live Movie Maker. Oh, we already touched on this, but yes, Windows Live Movie Maker. It was the first editing software we ever had. And it was what I started on when editing videos with that part 9 of Kirby's Epic Yarn. Yep. Was my first edited video where I really did do a lot for like the modern LittleZbot editing style, because like I had cuts and stuff, and I had text appearing on screen and all that.
Now we were using Windows Live Movie Maker before that point, but we were just using it to like add a bit of text at like one point in the video,
right? Essential
for clarification, or to like put a bit of music on in the background if we wanted to speed through a segment.
Not entertaining one. Yeah, that's just essential ones.
Yeah, but. When Dain decided, hey, I want to dress up this specific video just for funsies, he went he went crazy. Windows Live Movie Maker took a full day on it.
I had the same instinctual response to doing it. Like nowadays, or at least, I'm not sure if it's a nowadays thing anymore, but like at least a couple years ago or whatever, we just get these videos recommended where it's like, I took a scene from this movie and edited it for fun. And then like they make random zoom ins, put random text on so they ruin the scene. Yeah. I'm sorry, it's true, they ruined it.
And then the comments say, wow, they should hire you. They're making a terrible mistake by not hiring you.
Yeah, like they try to make it funnier. But that's literally what I do with Movie Maker. I was like, I had the same instinct response as them. I loaded up an editing program and I was like, wait, I can do these funny things. And then I did exactly that, but to the LittleZbot thing. And then that's what started the LittleZbot editing style, which is really funny.
After that, I was like, I in my 12-year-old glory was like, wow, Dain, you're real good. You are now the LittleZbot editor.
That was probably the most monumental decision in the entire history of the channel.
I feel almost bad thinking about it because it genuinely might be one of the most monumental things to happen in your life.
That might be true. I'm not even sure how to think about it because like it's probably just true. And it's so funny because a lot of people who know me and who even engage with creative things I've done, which is a lot because most of it's music, don't know that I'm an editor. Yep. But I am.
You are very, big deal's not the right term. You are a very deeply involved, highly professional video editor.
I'm not highly professional, but yeah, I am very deeply involved with my craft now. And I really took editing LittleZbot seriously. I still make a lot of mistakes. I have even jumped to the point where the channel's cut off by now, but it'll come back. Yeah, I mean, it has come back by the time this came out. And the limitations of Movie Maker, it's also worth noting, also coined a lot of LittleZbot style in a way.
Yeah.
Too. It's where a lot of LittleZbot became birthed, because Movie Maker has a very distinct editing feel to it. You can always tell when someone's made a video in Movie Maker.
Yes.
And so that became responsible for a lot of LittleZbot's look and identity for a while, and became a big influence on how humor on the channel was done. Mm-hmm. So
lots and lots of harsh cutaway gags, because that was the easiest kind of gag to do on Movie Maker.
Right. Yeah. So, and also, final thing I'll mention is that we were among the first of our kind with editing gameplay videos like that.
Nowadays it's commonplace.
Yeah, nowadays people over-edit the crap out of their gameplay videos, but like people do it a lot. We were one of the first ones too, and we were originally inspired by PBG Gameplay, who predated us, but we like took influence from that, and we, like, here's the thing, we can't say we pioneered the style because of the fact that no one on Earth took inspiration from our videos on editing theirs. But we were one of the people who did it first before many other people caught on.
Yep. Long ago. Yeah. We literally watched the rise of this style of editing.
And we've talked about it behind the scenes, like, oh, look at that. Scott Kramer does progress bars now.
Obviously, Dain is now paid. And he, especially with the new channel redesign, rebrand, a lot of that is done to, I guess, help ease the burden on you.
That's why supercuts exist now. That's a big reason.
Yeah, like if you watch, even just like go back a couple of videos to, oh, this is safe, or whatever that breakfast video is called. Huge difference in editing styles, and not necessarily better, but very different. Much lighter, much simpler, much more casual and fun. Which, in a way, is like going against the curve of the modern YouTube video artist. But it's going very much in that original PBG gameplay style of editing. The minimalistic, but fun.
Next up is Swagg Enterprises. The reason the S is in parentheses is because it's been titled both. Enterprises and Enterprise. This was the most famous thing we did to people outside of the LittleZbot called Circle.
Yeah.
Swagg Enterprises. The Swagg skits, featuring Mr. Swagg and his various wacky products. It's a trilogy. The third part came out years later. Basically, they were old family skits we wanted to do when we became obsessed with the idea of swag and fake cool guys. And we were like, we want to have this funny skit where we advertise a product from Swagg Enterprises. That is the embodiment of swag. And to be fair, we pulled off that vibe. We really did. You got so dressed up as Mr. Swagg.
Mr. Swagg is a hit, all right?
And he looks good.
Modern Mr. Swagg
great character design.
Is amazing still. I dig him.
Yes. And he's someone who we haven't let go of the early days because he's just so good. We love Mr. Swagg. And the Mr. Swagg videos.
Unfortunately, Mr. Swagg and the Little Inferno shopping music are the only good parts.
Yeah, the videos aren't very good, and I was pretty bad at editing, particularly music. I was bad at balancing the music. We had good product ideas like stinky deodorant and dry me out spray. And then we had the third part in the trilogy, which was years and years later, literally made for just a college product. Not Chris McConaughey wasn't even in it.
No.
That's probably the only good Swagg video.
Yeah.
I don't want to disrespect people involved in the originals, but I mean, also it was like years and years and years ago. We can be honest and say they've aged.
Well, yeah. I mean, it is. The thing is, it's exactly what it feels and looks like. It was a bunch of kids who were making a fun little skit for their family. Mm-hmm. And that's literally what it was. If you go on Facebook right now, you will see some dad who has edited like his 2 kids having a lightsaber fight, and he's put on lightsaber noises and licensed Star Wars music in the background, and has 1,000 comments from his local family saying, "Wow, amazing job! This is so cute," and all that kind of stuff. OG Mr. Swagg videos, that's what it is. It's literally just that with a different vibe, and then we put it on a channel that it didn't belong on.
But it was there. And Mr. Swagg is a character. Lived on well past the videos, and it's been referenced several times and come up in several different contexts.
Yep.
And will still live on. Mr. Swagg is the prime creation of Swagg Enterprises. May it live on.
That being said, I think Swagg Enterprises itself is pretty much done. The 3rd entry in the trilogy, years and years later, it finished off. It was just a fun thing to cap it all off on. I think I can tell that story pretty much, right?
Yeah, you can go ahead. Yeah,
okay. So basically, when I was at college, we had an economics course where they are a part of our final. We could either take like this 50-page exam, or we could invent a product and sell it hard to our professor. And I mean hard. Another person who was in my class didn't just make like a full website, they made like working product demos. They had sheets brought up that had a detailed business plan for how they would put them into local markets and stores, free marketing samples, like the whole shebang. Like it was in a situation where if the professor gave you the Kickstarter money to do it, you could go out, make it, and sell it. However, all of them were fictional products that could not really happen and could not really exist. And that was like a key factor. You had to convince him of something that was impossible. I got that choice. I was like, wow, 50-page exam, or I can make a new Mr. Swagg video. And it wasn't a choice anymore. So I grabbed a bunch of stuff out of an old costume closet from the back of like one of the showman activity things. Why don't I just say the drama club? This is pretty much what it was. Okay, a bunch of costume stuff, and threw together a new Mr. Swagg outfit and persona, and we wrote up a script and recorded that video. And the reason that video is not just so differently structured from the previous ones, but so report-like structured, and even like states like, here's the reason why it works and all that stuff, is because the video wasn't just made as a skit, it was literally a part of the presentation. It was Stick Trick presented by Mr. Swagg as the sponsor of the company. The people that you see in that video who you don't recognize from anything else in this channel, Dr. Mr. Chop, and Frederick Dandelion, those are just straight up friends from college. They also had the same assignment, by the way. They did not work on the Mr. Swagg thing and get partial credit. They did their own things. They just also helped out with this for fun. Now, the video was not everything, obviously. I mean, we made the script, we did the recordings, all that stuff. I sent the files back to Dain so he would edit me an entire video.
Yeah.
From dozens.
It was close to the end of my school year too.
Yeah.
So I was cramming on my own things to tidy up, and then also his.
Yep. Thank you for that. And yeah, we introduced at the very end, get your Stick Trick shirt, and put that in our LittleZbot store. We did genuinely sell those. That was also part of the economics presentation, is, hey, here's our first bit of merch, the Stick Trick the Stick Trick shirt. You can go and buy this right now. Literally, you can. commissioned Funky GPU for that design as well, and for some other stuff in the video. Like, went all out on there. But everything that was in that video isn't just what I presented. I also did like a serious, 30-page presentation and everything. Designed like actual packaging. Went the whole way with it, including fake scientific research papers that I created and had fake accredited with fake books that I wrote. That all sorts of stuff to get the passing grade. But the video was the most fun part of it, and we decided to basically upload it on LittleZbot as sort of oh hey, here's the return of Mr. Swagg, a fun finale thing. But it was originally created as part of a college economics finale project. Mr. Swagg did appear in one other thing somewhere out there on the internet. I would tell you if I could, but it was a fun project for a completely separate. I can't even really say what it is.
You can't.
Yeah. Okay. And they're relatively private, and it's not something. And they basically don't ask people not to go sharing their stuff around. But it's out there in public if you can manage to find it.
You find it, and it's not our fault.
Yep. Mr. Swagg is out there, and he has some things to say.
That is Swagg Enterprises. There's only one more thing to say, and that's that there was an Origins of Mr. Swagg skit that was completely recorded and edited and never uploaded because by the time we stopped doing skits. Mm-hmm. And I think it's lost media now, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, Crystal McConus, by the way, was my sister Ariana, who I've already mentioned here.
We will talk about it soon. Oh yeah.
Everyone else who appeared in those skits were like various family members. If you were Milton Poindexter and Xena. Xena is like my older sister who at that point had well moved out and was there for Thanksgiving. We recorded that segment Thanksgiving Day. And Milton Poindexter was her husband. They just wanted to be in a little family skit, and that was fun. Also for like our Valentine's Day videos, when we did that trilogy way back when, every single person you saw in there was just like some member of our extended family. And Sketchuary as well, some member of our extended family.
But yeah, that was that. Next up is Ariana. Blockgod. So, we were Let's Playing New Super Mario Bros. U. And back in the olden days, it was a 5-player Wii U game.
Back in the good old days.
A 5th player could get on the Wii U gamepad and tap and correct blocks and stuff. Now, we were Let's Playing it with me, Joseph, Name, and Obi-Wan Canoli, Seth. And while we were in like World 7, Ariana just walked through the door while we were recording. We were not expecting it at all.
Ariana is mine and Dain's slightly older sister.
And I don't know what inspired this, but one of us randomly shouted to her, "Hey, you want to be block player?" She's like, "What's block player?" We taught her the basics. Like, okay, so sit down. You're on the gamepad. You tap, and you can make house shows to jump on. Then she said, "I feel like God." Blockgod was born. She proceeded on the most unhinged string of religious godly jokes about her being God, as fulfilling the role of God, and how we treat her as God and stuff. And the thing is that made this, that really layered on this, is that me, well, actually everyone's to be, we are all Christians. We are all Christians.
We hold like slightly different beliefs and like denominations and stuff.
To be perfectly clear, me, Joseph, and Seth, and Name, and Ariana are all Christians, and we will not speak for anyone else.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we believe our own things, but we all believe the general Apostles' Creed. There we go.
But like, But that really layered on it because
Ariana is like more devout than any of us.
She was at the time. She was doing church things.
But it wasn't just that. She went to what is basically a Christian military camp, where for 2 years. She went through rigorous military training that was designed in a systematic, harsh way to make you more devout. and she was that kind of person. Then it was like she let loose with a completely new side of herself.
She let everything she was bottling up come out.
Yes, and it was so funny. She took all of her knowledge and all of her beliefs and just funneled it in a completely unexpected, brand new direction.
And she was genuinely, like, really extremely funny. Those are the only those U episodes I come back to because she's so hilarious in them. That had such an impact on us. She's barely in any videos. She is actually in one upcoming one. And I don't know when or if she'll be in any future videos. But yeah, Ariana is Blockgod. That's the role she fills. She had a great interview. If you want to know more about her, she had a great interview on the 10-year special. Yeah, that's Blockgod.
As our sister, of course she's known about the channel for forever. She's walked in while we were recording at points and we had to edit her out. Of course she's known, Seth, James, and Name, like, just as well as we do. We do all sorts of things with her outside of the channel. It was just, there was this very brief time where our channel selves and her regular self just overlapped. And that's what this is.
Next is Team Newbie Adventure.
Oh, dear Ben.
Oh boy, I'm sorry, Ben. Listen, so we have a friend, mostly my friend, Ben. I met him on Miiverse, and he's my oldest internet friend. And he was really impressed with the fact that we had a YouTube channel, to the point where he made a fan game for us, Team Newbie Adventure. It was an RPG Maker fan game. We played it, so we're like, we have our own first fan game! And then we deemed everything in the fan game as canon in newbie lore.
I don't even remember what's in there.
No. And then he immediately made a sequel.
Which we never recorded.
We never played.
Yeah.
And then he made a threequel, Team Newbie Adventure 3. And that was like long awaited. He delayed it for so long, which he revealed later was because he genuinely didn't want to make it. So, I'm sorry. And then we played it in a new modern series on our channel. And now we can laugh at it. It is... The Team Newbie Adventure 3 videos on LittleZbot are good, so you can go ahead and watch them. They're really short, but we cover the whole game. You can also play the games if you want to. And we'll make it clear, by the way, Ben really wants to make it clear that he has disowned these games.
Yep.
He was a literal child.
Yeah, just as we were.
With Team Newbie Adventure 3, I even made an OST for it-ish. I made rearrangements of Evilgrapez Songs and stuff, specifically for the game. But they are insane. They really dive into LittleZbot deep cut stuff.
Deeper than maybe this iceberg.
They are the only LittleZbot Team Newbie fan fictions out there. And they are infamous enough in our history because they are the only ones of their kind. They're really something special. It's honestly hard to describe them because I feel like you need to experience it for yourself, but also you get the most value out of it by already knowing stuff about LittleZbot. So you can point at it and be like, this is so weird.
Yep.
But yeah, Mr. Swagg is also a big component. He was just with Superform in these.
But the fun fact about Team Newbie Adventure 3, that video series, why my audio was terrible and I keep lagging out and all that stuff, is because that was recorded when I was at college. And we didn't have internet there, is the thing. We had specified periods of time in which we were allowed to use it for school purposes. And so I was going off of my phone data out in an area where the service tower was just broken down. Everyone who was in those videos was in a different part of the country, which is really funny.
Yeah. And Ben was in Canada.
Aside from that, that was some messed up crap, Ben.
Impetus is next, and this is the LittleZbot theme. This is the main theme of Bit Trip Runner, and then we really loved it. We had the Bit Trip soundtrack CD from Bit Trip Complete, so we imported it to our computer, and we used it for the first LittleZbot intro. And then we stopped using it for a while, and then we made our LittleZbot Direct in 2019. And then we were like, oh, I want to make a remix of the Nintendo Direct theme, but with a LittleZbot theme. What's a LittleZbot theme? And then I was like, wait a second, there's this, the old intro theme. So I remixed Impetus into a Direct theme. And then suddenly Impetus was reborn. It basically had a Phoenix Rising into the brand new theme. It's like how I think the OG Burger King logo came back, or something like that. Impetus came back. Impetus has been now the longest running main theme of our channel. The theme Picture Runner is also the LittleZbot theme, and it's been remixed and stuff. It has a full remix, and it'll probably have an even newer one at some point.
Yeah, LittleZbot the channel.
It's as simple as that.
Despite one of the two main members and primary editor being a musician, does not have an original themes.
It does to a degree.
It has Impetus.
I very specifically in the Impetus remix that I made to act as our main theme. I very specifically wrote an original melody and leitmotif. Yeah, exactly like that. So that we had an original LittleZbot melody we could call our own motif. So Impetus, the main melody, is what the LittleZbot theme, but we also have that as our original composition. So the LittleZbot has a theme. Yeah, that's it. This is the LittleZbot theme song. Next is Let's Play Scribblenauts Unlimited. If a Let's Play is on the iceberg, that's a bad sign. This was a bad Let's Play. It was the first and only PC... No, not the only, sorry. It was the first PC one we recorded with Fraps, literally 20 seconds of footage at a time.
Because it was the free version.
Yeah.
And that's what they would let you do. And we didn't want to pay $20 when we could, get by with just a little more work. That's how we were raised.
We were cheapskates. I still am having a hard time curbing that. I still do that. I seriously need to buy the full version of Kickstart. I'm still using the demo of it. I have been using the demo of it for almost 10 years now because it works fine. If you just route everything into a submix and then get past the demo screen, boom, it works, everything's sidechained, you can just redo the settings every time you load it. I need to buy it, it's just $15. But yeah, I haven't grown out of these habits. Basically, we love Scribblenauts Unlimited. We had just gotten it for the PC and stuff. It was our first Wii U game, except it was on the PC. And we decided to Let's Play it. And it's infamous because it's terrible.
It's truly
horrible.
Horrendous in every conceivable way.
We had it all One Piece themed. You made a One Piece character every episode or something.
Okay. Here's the thing. Again, I was a kid. All right? And I had very recently gotten into One Piece as a show. Now, in all fairness, I am now much older, much more experienced. A minor insight into my own life, I would say my primary hobby is I consume stories. 24/7. If you see me and I'm not recording a video, I am watching a new series on YouTube, or I am reading a book, or I'm watching a TV show. I am doing something because this story, I want to see the story. This artistry intrigues me. It's everything I'm about. I love it to pieces. I've read 2,000 books, watched several hundred movies, several hundred TV shows, several hundred anime, played over 1,000 video games, listened to over 1,000 audio dramas, that whole thing. One Piece is the best one. Well, I honestly don't think it's close. There's a really, really good argument to call it the best written piece of fiction in human history. So I do not begrudge my childhood self that obsession. However, the methods by which I showed off that obsession were horrible. I made a One Piece character very, very badly in the Scribblenauts Unlimited original object creator. Every episode, and by every episode, I mean episodes 1 through 4. And not just that, at the end of every episode, I had a little bonus clip, which was just from Nun Piece, the abridged series from Purple Eyes. One of them was actually funny. I still laugh at, hey, you kids want to be on fire? But what a terrible, terrible, terrible time to be me. Episode 5 did not go like that.
Episode 5 was Skitty the Witty.
Yep. That's because, it's been so long, I've forgotten.
No, I think I was just it'd be fun if we record this one skit for this one thing. We should do a skit for this and this and this. And it just became an episode interspersed with terrible skits.
Yeah. we had like 10 different tiny skits. Like, the computer crashed, and so we recorded, like, me playing the game, and then you come up and you, like, slam the computer 40 times or something really stupid. We just kept doing that over and over for Skitty the Witty, and that was that episode's theme. That was its theme, outside of One Piece, because we abandoned One Piece for some reason. And then we stopped.
Episode 5 was the last one. It's one of 2 canceled Let's Plays on the channel. That's how terrible it is.
You could reasonably beat this game within 5 episodes.
You could.
We did not.
No.
We were like still World 1 or something. Just messing around doing random stuff. And by we, I mean the royal we, me, because I wouldn't let you play.
We also had a Mario torture meter. We wanted to use Mario for as many solutions as possible in Scribblenauts Unlimited. It was just a whole disaster. Maybe it'll get redeemed.
I think it was like the absolute pinnacle of
the worst era of the channel.
Yeah, the worst era of the channel, of us being children who thought that we knew what we were doing.
Right. Really bad.
Speaking of...
Its neighbor is Skyward Sword. That came out at a similar time, and that's the only other canceled Let's Play on the channel. And that's just because it was completely and totally unenjoyable, both to watch and to record. We actively disliked it.
Here's the thing. Scribblenauts Unlimited, we just spoke at length about how bad it was.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Uh-huh.
We didn't say it was the worst. That's because Skyward Sword was the worst. Oh my gosh, Skyward Sword was still a Windows Live Movie Maker, but we had given up. We were doing it just because we said we would, basically. Oh, where to even start with Skyward Sword? Every part of it was bad. It's the worst anything we've made could be, it almost feels like. I can't believe every single time Groose talked, I said his lines to Groose's theme. So while playing the Windows Live Movie Maker drug effect.
Right, each character had their own screen effect. I think Zelda became pixelated.
Oh my god. The thing, Skyward Sword was a game that was... In our heads, that game was the it at the time. Because we were Nintendo people and, Nintendo kids. And that was still the game people were constantly talking about because it was big controversial. It was controversial back then. And so we wanted to play an it game, a modern game, a game that would get people excited and stuff. And Skyward Sword was obviously the best pick. PBG loved it. We played it for like 3 hours and enjoyed it. Let's do a whole Let's Play of this 50-hour game. When it took us how many episodes to do a 6-hour one? It was 30 episodes for Luigi's Mansion.
I can't believe that. It was 30 episodes. Like, how did that happen?
For Luigi's Mansion.
I don't want to rewatch the episode. I don't want to rewatch Let's Play to find out. But, like...
I don't know. I genuinely don't know how it could possibly take that long. But, like, for some reason in our heads, that it just made sense to do a full 40-hour RPG. I mean, it's not a real RPG, it's an adventure game, but you know what I mean. We didn't make it far.
No.
We didn't make it into the first dungeon.
Didn't! I've never seen the first dungeon. I've never seen it.
Really?
No.
It's not worth seeing. It's bad. No, I'm kidding. It's acceptable. At this point, I have played through Skyward Sword. I do really like it. But my gosh, we haven't even done a good job explaining why it's bad. Because in my head, every single time I try to rethink it, my brain runs screaming in the opposite direction. I spent so much time just not even goofing off around Skyloft. I wandered around Skyloft, said whatever came to my mind, and didn't do anything. It was terrible, horribly boring. The only 2 things that were of any redeeming quality to come out of it was one thing that made it into the episode, which I think was a random nonsensical rant about Mickey Mouse and guns. Which is probably terrible nowadays, but at the time it was funny. And the second is something that got entirely cut out. You see, our recording setup was, of course, terrible. By the end of it, we did use our capture card.
No, yeah, we did.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to guess what we used for audio?
Your old iPod Touch.
I took my old iPod Touch, because remember, we were too cheap to buy fraps. A $20 screen recording program? Nah. An actual microphone? Never happening. I had an iPod Touch, and I strapped it to my wrist with rubber bands, like a watch. I hit record, and I would hold it up to my mouth while controlling with my other hand.
It's so horrible.
It's so horrible. But that's not the good part to come out of this. The good part was, at the time we had a dog named Molly, and she had a habit of, let's call it, escaping. If the door was open for more than half of a second, she could be upstairs locked in the attic, and she would find her way out that door. Anyway, at one point I had to go and open the door for something. I forgot what, but like, I was a kid, so probably my mom was like, water those plants, you young thing.
So nothing's changed.
Yeah, I opened it up. Molly comes tearing in from the other side of the house, full speed, runs out the door, down the sidewalk. This is at like 11 at night, so I'm recording. So I scream out, Molly, can you come back here? I run out the door, I chase her around the block while recording on my rubber banded iPod Touch.
No!
I got her back. That got cut out, obviously.
It should have stayed in.
But it really should
have stayed in.
That
was so funny. Frantic wind sounds and like dog running and panting and stuff, and you just see Link standing there.
Anyway, Skyward Sword, it deserves far more. Maybe I'll give it far more someday.
There's something kind of odd about the idea of let's play a game, but you in real life are actually 20 feet away from the game, and you aren't even looking at the screen, but the stuff is still synced up.
There is one more thing that we reference occasionally, I guess, from Skyward Sword, which is the cookie. At the time...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, or like we said, we're all Christians, we believe the Apostles' Creed, but one of the reasons our beliefs differ in other ways is because of the manner in which we were raised as Christians, which was excessively strict. We were not allowed to consider fictional existences in which false gods existed. So we had to pretend The Legend of Zelda didn't have that, and on the very off chance anyone from the older side of our family watched one of our Skyward Sword videos, we had to change it. So we replaced the word goddess with cookie. Why cookie? Because I said it in a funny voice. Believe it or not, people can change, and all the people who impress that upon our young selves are now very much regretful of it. Everyone is better people now. Next is Sketchuary. Oh, hey.
Yeah, so this one's relatively simple. It's another bad era of the channel.
Yep.
We got into Studio C. We really liked them because they had because it was the first time we saw really good sketch comedy.
Yeah. This was back when season 5 was the latest season.
So we decided to record and write out a bunch of scripts. I was really actually involved in the writing process. Me and Joseph in particular really worked hard on like a bunch of scripts and skit ideas. And then we just hashed them out. We started recording them and stuff. And then Sketchuary happened. And we had so many skits. I had to edit them and piece them together, do green screens for the first time. Every 2 days, I had to turn a new one.
Yep, we released a new one every 3 days.
It was extremely difficult on me. It was difficult on us to record them because we didn't record enough to keep up.
Yep.
And the skits were awful. They were extremely bad.
Yep.
We only had one good video at all. Good in quotation marks, which the worst way is break up with your girlfriend. which was an entire top 10 I had to edit in a few days.
Yep.
It was very different from my normal top 10s, though, and like I appreciate the way it turned out and that we managed to make it into a trilogy. That was kind of nice. But yeah, it was a month of terrible skits, and we had this policy of never taking anything down.
Yep.
So, the videos were on there to curse our channel forever. Just a month straight of skits.
Yep.
But like, I remember James came over during Sketchuary. We were like, hey man, have you been seeing the skits we put out? He's like, oh, actually I haven't. I didn't want to watch them. We're like, what? Why not? It just feels wrong. And like now, back then we were like, oh, of course, we understand. You know, we're a Let's Play channel doing skits. It's weird, you know. It's good. Watch sometime. Now we know, oh, he was just trying to spare our feelings. They're really, really bad skits. And we were embarrassed of them for literally years until we finally just unlisted them. Yep. We were like, okay, we're done with them. We're actually, I think we privated them. Yeah, it was just a bad period of the channel. But it was really, the thing is, it wasn't like problematic, I think. It was just us being cringy kids who didn't know how to make anything funny. We've got to go faster on these.
Oh my gosh.
We've got to go faster.
We might have to do a couple recording sessions.
Like
we said, we came up with a bunch of different Sketchuary ideas, and there is one lost sketch. One that we never made because we could not realistically get it edited in time. Which was the Smash Bros. Commentator sketch.
That was I hate to say that was a good one because it probably wasn't, but I remember it being a really good one.
Yeah, I still have the script. I reread it recently. It's not good. But it's better than anything else that month. The idea was that me and Dain were commentators, like sports commentators, but for a Super Smash Brothers matchup in real life. Okay, so this was way back when. Nowadays, you see a new video that says Smash Bros. Ranked by their canonical power levels every 2 days. Back in the day, you could never imagine someone making a video like that. And we thought it was really funny that some characters were canonically leagues stronger than any other characters. And that was the point of the sketch, was we have matchups. It's like, oh, right, now it's time for, a Pikachu versus, name any character.
Kirby.
Yeah, Pikachu versus Kirby. And then we like talk about, oh, well, here are their advantages, disadvantages. Oh, isn't this cool? And here are the different moves they can do in Smash Bros. Well, who's gonna win this one? 3, 2, 1, go! Game! It's like, what happened? Kirby breathed on Pikachu. And that was the joke the entire time. And it ended with a big finale thing where I think it was actually Kirby, because he was our favorite. And he was, at the time, who we believed to be the strongest Nintendo character. Just wrecking everyone else and growing so powerful, he was going to destroy everything. And like, what can we do? I know. We bring in Meta Knight, and then we turn on Brawl Meta Knight. And we have them fight, and it's built up to be like, oh, this is gonna be a big, great match. 3, 2, 1, game. What happened? Oh, right. So Kirby beats Meta Knight in like all of his video games. And that was the joke. That Brawl Meta Knight was just Meta Knight, but at his cannon power level. It wasn't a good sketch, but it at least had some thought put into it.
Yeah.
There was no universe in which we would have been able to make it though in Sketchuary.
Yeah. Next is Hesuckieth Pizza Head, the LittleZbot villain. Now, Hesuckieth originates from a pre-Sketchuary sketch, where Joseph gets it's this skit where Joseph gets kidnapped, and then is met up with a guy in a Guy Fawkes mask who is also Joseph. And then the punchline is Joseph manages to trick him into his final words being the song 99 million bottles of beer on the wall, therefore living for infinity.
Yep.
And Ben commented on it because he could barely understand what we were saying. And
understandably,
his name was Hesuckieth the Second or something. And Ben was like, Pizza Head. No, I can't believe Pizza Head, so that's a strong villain. Then Pizza Head, the true name of Hesuckieth, was the villain of the Team Newbie Adventure trilogy and became canonically the LittleZbot villain.
Yeah.
Our antagonist, just this guy in a Guy Fawkes mask.
Because he was the villain of the first game. Because we said everything in that game was canon, his name changed from one of our videos In our video, he's called Hesuckieth, but it canonically changed to be retconned. His name is Pizza Head.
And Hesuckieth was an alias.
Here's the thing behind that. This was very shortly after we gotten our second ever camera. Do you remember Ghost Camera?
Right, yes,
Yes. Because we had a camera that could record in higher than 240p, we wanted to use it. And so, like, we did that terrible intro video. We did the Q&A, and we did that, and it was supposed to be the start of a new series of skits. In my head, I envisioned a LittleZbot cinematic universe in which we were all characters, and like over time, sort of nostalgia critic-like, although I don't think I watched them at that point. Storylines would build up over the course of the videos, and I made that video specifically to introduce Hesuckieth as the primary villain of the LittleZbot cinematic universe. But then Ben just took it to 11 immediately.
It's amazing how part of LittleZbot history Ben is, despite only appearing in videos relatively recently.
So yeah, we talk about him a lot because of those specific instances. For some reason, he has endured to this day as the villain of the cinematic universe, despite there not being a cinematic universe.
Right, like the smiley man of our channel.
Yes, that's exactly it. As a bit of a bonus thing, I once went dressed up in full Pizza Head costume to a masquerade ball, and I won first place in the costume contest. Because I just told...
Dude, he is literally an award-winning character.
I told them I was just V from V for Vendetta, because it was the same mask, and they just didn't care that everything else was inaccurate, because it is a full and complete costume. I just went as Pizza Head, and I won. It was like a 2-week exclusive Star Wars mugs, something that was signed, I think it was like a signed baseball by some famous guy.
Whoa.
I don't know. I've lost every single piece of what I won long ago. It was some really good stuff for the time.
Next up is What's an RP, and this would more belong on an Evilgrapez iceberg, but adjacent, the thing is, I'm such a part of LittleZbot that it's adjacent to us enough where it was able to be included on here. It's the most famous thing I've ever done to date of recording. Miiverse was a Nintendo social network. Some of you might know it, some of you might not. Basically, Nintendo had a proprietary social network on 3DS and Wii U. I was on it on 3DS, and then someone was out there making Miiverse videos, highlighting the cringe of Miiverse, one of the first to do it. Giga Gamby. He decided to make a series where he made a video where he was trolling on Miiverse. He only made 2 episodes because the second episode nearly got him permabanned.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the first episode, I think the pilot or whatever, I was in that. I was one of the people he trolled. One day, I was really bored and lonely, and people talk about RPing all the time on Miiverse, role-playing. I knew what an RP was, I had gathered it, but I was like, I want to talk to someone. So I went to the YouTube community. On Miiverse, there was no off-topic communities. So we all just went to communities that no one used to do that, and the YouTube community is one of them. So I asked there, hey, what's an RP? And then Giga Gamby, under his trolling alt, commented and said raging people. And then... which is really funny, actually. And before that, I had actually replied to someone else saying, someone else had said roleplay, and then I said, okay, what do you do in it? And then he commented after that, raging people. In the video, he acted like I said that in response to him, but I didn't. He faked it. Let me just see what he said. Genuinely, I forgot.
Is that video still online?
I think this was it.
10 years ago.
Yep.
You literally have it! You left off! That's where you left off!
Here.
/ What's an RP?
Raging people.
Okay. What do you do in it?
Make yourself seem better than everyone else and always have the best outcome and rage if you don't get what you want.
That's really funny.
Hold on, yeah, this guy's kind of clever.
Yeah. This has 246,000 views. Well, immediately when this video came out, I was flooded with comments everywhere on my Miiverse page. My notifications were bombed with, Giga Gamby was here! You were in a Giga Gamby video! On the Lee Miiverse resource wiki, I had my page editor say that my name was encased in gold because I was in a Giga Gamby video. It was like crazy. And it became my most infamous thing. What's an RP? You know, I would continue to reference it for a while because it was my one thing. And still the most famous thing I've ever done. The thing I'm most famous for is asking what an RP is in Old Me vs. Trolling video. And it's something I still bring up in reference because it's like this fun data reference, and it's something that's going to die out when Evilgrapez dies out-ish.
Yep.
Because like, it's something that I was in the back of my mind with is I want to get famous as Evilgrapez so that people can see the What's an RP video and be like, oh my gosh, you know? I always thought that concept was really funny. But yeah, that's the entire story of What's an RP. It was a random thing I asked one day that became the most popular thing I ever did.
I'll throw this out there. Mm-hmm. When I was like 6 on the internet one day, I was on a forum. I forget what it was, but it wasn't the PcPuzzle forum. Mm-hmm. And someone came up, made a topic that's like, hey, you know, let's do an RPG. It was like, I forget what it specifically it was. I will say it was Office Supplies. Office Supplies RPG. And I replied saying, well, what's an RPG? Because I was 6. And they responded with role-playing game. Well, that explained... Well, you know, that's the acronym, yeah. That didn't explain crap. I'm still thinking about that sometimes. What a terrible response. I know. Because role-playing game doesn't tell you anything. It just means it's a game where you play a role, which is every single game.
Next on the list is Facebook page. This is a very interesting piece of LittleZbot history. There was a LittleZbot Facebook page where we originally just promoted videos to no one. Then it suddenly became a place for alternative LittleZbot content because of top 10s exclusive to the Facebook page. You should elaborate on this since this was your doing.
I like top 10s. I like making them. I want more of them.
And I can't edit them at the pace he wants. I couldn't back then, I still can't.
I have a Google Docs folder that says top 10 side quests as its title. It's not top 10 side quests. It's 100 pages of top 10 ideas and fully listed out ones. I have like 15 full top 10 videos that are fully written that we're never gonna make. Because it's too hard to make them.
One of the hardest things, honestly, is the fact that Joseph doesn't edit. He makes a lot of top 10s for things that I have no concept of.
Yep.
It's already hard enough for like the top 10 games videos. It was already hard enough for me to edit entries for games. I had absolutely no idea how it worked. Like when we did a Fire Emblem entry, that was a nightmare. So then that's the reason a lot of top 10s don't happen, because I straight up have no concept for how to edit them. It's a big problem, I guess, as an editor, if you do scripted content like that, because when you talk about specific things in like a Metal Gear game, you have to know how Metal Gear works so that you know how to edit it. And that's why that's one of the biggest reasons editing a top 10 is one of the biggest, I guess, nightmares of the channel. And the Facebook page became where a lot of those top 10s went. The top 10 scripts. A
lot of the bad ones, because again, this was after, I think, top 10 Mario games. So it was our first actual foray into making like regular top 10s. And every time I came up with a new idea, I would just make it up and throw it out there. And we got a lot of kind of interesting ones done. Like top 10 most annoying enemies in video games. Top 20 indie games, back when indie games were not prevalent enough to be equal in stature to AAA titles. When I became obsessed with Hearthstone, the Facebook page was my place to just kind of talk about it as well. I made a bunch of different Hearthstone decks and shared them on there. When, I think it was Knights of the Frozen Throne and then Kobolds and Catacombs, those two expansions, I made a list of like what cards I thought were going to be good and what cards I thought were currently underrated and like things like that as well. The whole page just got taken over by me throwing on random scripts and lists and things that would never become videos because Dain wasn't interested in making them into videos. And then hopefully I've nuked it now because it's all terrible.
Well, regardless, it was a whole archive of cut LittleZbot content, so it's very interesting. Part of the lore.
I don't think anybody actually viewed it. We advertised it a few times.
Yeah, I think the most entries, I think the most views something got was like 4. Fuzboto Pedagogo? Yeah, Fuzboto Pedagogo was the strongest and possibly only supporter of the Wonderland Adventures Let's Play.
Yep.
On the Wonderland forums, he was known as Billy Bob, who was actually someone Joseph really looked up to, and we had no idea he was Billy Bob for most of the time he was commenting. So it was like a big twist, you know? It's like spoilers for the Detective Pikachu movie. It's like when the kid who was named Pikachu, found out that Pikachu was his dad. His long-lost dad. But yeah, Fuzboto Pedagogo commented and supported all of our Wonderland Adventures series and like had interesting insights because he is a speedrunner of the game. He's really good at it. He knows a lot about the game.
At the time in which we made those videos and uploaded them, he was generally considered the best player in the world at the Wonderland franchise.
As far as we know.
Yeah, which crazy that he would look at us, but also, Billy Bob, as one of the original members of the PcPuzzle forums, the kind of people that the people I respected Billy Bob. It's really cool. It's wild that he paid us any attention at all, much less such supportive attention, especially when we didn't deserve it. But let it be known that he may be the best Wonderland player in the world, but that is arguable because I have performed something even he cannot do.
That's right. He on the Wonderland Adventures finale, Joseph accidentally did a frame-perfect speedrun trick. And Fuzboto Pedagogo made sure to point it out in the comments, saying it was the best exploit of a glitch he'd ever seen in a non-speedrun. Which was hilarious. But yeah, Fuzboto Pedagogo is great. I hope to see him around more. But yeah, one of our nicest fans. I guess we'll finish out the whole row with Ghost Camera.
Okay.
We already talked about this a bit, but basically we had a really crappy camera. And then we had
Sad Camera.
Sad Camera. Sad Camera was sad because he kept falling over and trying to commit suicide.
Which was us stomping the floor because we were kids and not realizing that would make the camera fall over.
Ghost Camera, unexplainable. That is just straight up weird.
Okay.
Ghost Camera. Go ahead.
Our friends and family have come up with tons of explanations that all involve us being stupid.
Yeah.
No,
it wasn't.
We mean straight up double tripod. It's held as still as can possibly be. We could put that thing under an iceberg. All right. So it's as still. Its molecules could be as still as physically possible, and the footage would still move around.
It was weird. That's why we call it Ghost Camera. Because Ghost Camera was a ghost, and it was white as a ghost too, actually.
Yeah, it was a white camera. Well, silver, but yeah.
Ghost Camera became famous in the LittleZbot culture. He's the Ghost Camera, the last camera, the Ghost Camera. I don't know where Ghost Camera is. I think he's an actual ghost. But,
destroyed.
Shoutouts to Ghost
Camera. Like all the others.
We are a third of the way through the iceberg.
I guess we had a lot more to talk about than we thought.
Totally no time has passed at all. Let's talk about the Zoscars.
How did this even...
This is on the iceberg because it's an extremely unusual LittleZbot thing, even by our own standards. It's really out there.
We said on the 500th video special, LittleZbot became like our platform to do everything we wanted, but we rarely ever strayed from video games, even in that regard.
Right. Zoscars is one of them, and it's a very weird pivot.
Yeah, it just came out of nowhere. Except, unless you're us, in which case it would just kind of been brewing for a while.
Yeah, so here's what happened. In 2019, we were getting more into movies. It was probably thanks to the MCU, which is a hilarious sentence, but it's true. I was binging a lot of movies from the MCU, more than I'd usually watched. And I was like, I don't know, I kind of want to, watch other movies and stuff. So I started seeing movies like in theaters in 2019 and stuff. With Joseph, and then we were like, hey, we're watching a lot of movies. What if we watched a lot of 2019 movies? What if we had our own Oscars award show? I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, we watched 2019, movies, and then at the end of the year we have our own Oscars for the 2019 movies. We give our thoughts and we talk about them so much. I was like, I'll think about it. And then we watched tons of 2019 movies.
Yeah, I forget how many, but it felt almost like a movie a week.
It was basically.
In my head, it felt like we were constantly going to theaters that year, which is wild because we don't live near a theater. A lot of people who I'm a big movie buff, their theater is a 5 to 10 minute drive down the road. It's in the same town. We're going an hour away every time, at minimum.
Something else that helped, too, was that 2019 was quite eventful for movies, in general. But, especially for us, Endgame came out. And Endgame is Endgame. Toy Story 4 came out, and then
Yeah, that was Toy Story 4. And then I got into Star Wars, and The Rise of Skywalker came out, and then Frozen 2 came out, and for me and Joseph was unexpected huge hit for us.
Yeah,
and
I stand by that. I love Frozen 2 even now.
I do.
Well, should it have won?
We'll talk about that. Yeah. We'll talk about that in a second. Basically, 2019 was unusual. We were like, okay, let's just watch movies. The prepping part, like watching movies and stuff, that was really fun. I really enjoyed watching all the movies and stuff and thinking about them, talking about them. The actual Zoscars production part was, okay, it became more of an ordeal as it went on and became more regrettable as it went on. But there was a point when we were in too deep. Yeah. We had to do it.
Yep. Like the birthplace of the Zoscars of us doing that year came mainly from two things. The first was we were watching a lot of movies for that year specifically, and I was like, okay, I really like a lot of these movies, but I also kind of dislike some of the others. I want to talk about them. In general, I think we both had a lot of general thoughts on movies like, say, The Missing Link, which everyone loved, and we
were not fans of.
We did not. So I was like, okay, this would be a bit crazy, but what if I did, a top 10 movies of 2019 in the same way that, do the top 10 games I played in that year. And like every other channel does that kind of stuff. But it kind of turned around and started meshing in my head with this other thing, which goes all the way back to Nintendo Power. Well, Nintendo Power was a big thing in our childhoods, and every year it had its own game awards show where it had a wide variety of categories, and then it showed, okay, here are the nominees for each category, and then the next issue, the next month, the fans would vote, and then the editors would also vote, and would display each one each winner along with pictures and a blurb, and it was really effective at making me want to buy those games. And I always wanted to write an issue of Nintendo Power, and I always wanted to do my own award show in that vein. And then, so the 2019 movie list and the Nintendo Power Award show kind of melded together in my head and made me think, hey, what if we just did a Nintendo Power style award show for the movies we saw that year? Wait, that's just the Oscars. Hey, Dain, what do you think about doing the Oscars? And that's where I came from there. Another thing to know about 2019 specifically, pretty much all of the noteworthy movies, like the ones that made the headlines that everyone talked about that won all the awards, were R-rated films that we just didn't watch.
Exactly.
Which made our opinions, takes, and nominees completely unique from any other I've seen from regular movie reviewers. Because all of them only focused on those big ones, like Joker and, was it Parasite? Was that
Parasite? Yeah. Parasite won Best Picture.
But I forgot whether or not that was 19 or 20.
Yeah, and then there was also, I think, The Irishman.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really crazy year.
But we just didn't watch any of those hyper-popular R-rated movies because we aren't inherently into R-rated movies.
Yeah, we watched a handful of kid stuff and PG-13 stuff.
I don't know, that entire segment of that year was also super interesting and nobody talked about it. Except us. So yeah,
well,
go on.
The thing is though, for me, we had our list of movies. We're like, okay, so we should stop and we should start like getting our list together of nominees. We sketched out the categories. We start coming with the nominees. This is when the first inklings of like a red flags came up to me, because I was going through this and I was realizing we watched a lot of movies, but we do not have a big enough sample size. Like we had like 30 movies in total. That's the thing. So not only was that not a lot to go around, but also it was not enough variety. We had completely avoided R-rated movies. We didn't get to a lot of PG-13 films and stuff. A lot of this very animated focused. It was like, okay, so there's a big problem with our sample selection. It's kind of too late. I still kind of might do this. It's probably going to be fine. So we went through the nominees. We sketched out our nominees and stuff. We were like, we'll figure out winners later. That came into play a bit there because especially if you watch it now, we list like this huge amount of movies at the beginning that, these are all the ones we watched, and like half those movies never get mentioned again for the rest of either of those two videos. A lot of the movies just were not worth nominating anything.
Like Abominable had like a couple of things that did really well.
Mm-hmm.
Like one scene in particular, the hallway scene where it introduces the three main characters. I still remember that as a really good scene and effective way of introducing and retaining our interest in the main characters. But what are we gonna do? Nominate for best hallway scene in the movie?
I remember you saying that. And then I start producing the video for it, and I'm like, okay, if we want to do the Oscars, we gotta do it right. So I very specifically waited for the Oscars to make their own nomination video so that I could see the template and then copy it. I literally copied like screenshots from the video and customized the LittleZbot theme template. I worked very hard. I tracked down the original Oscars fonts and stuff, or lookalikes. Went crazy on it. So I have this whole UI of like our own nominees, and then I had clips and stuff. So I managed to produce the entire nominations video. That was a lot of work.
Yeah.
Because I had like, I think I produced that over the course of 2 weeks while doing school and stuff. And then we were like, okay, we have our nominees, so we'll have a nominee video, and then the next week we'll have like an award show. That'll be neat. What's the award show gonna be? Oh, it hasn't been produced yet, and we can't wait until the real Oscars to do theirs, so we have to just come up with our own concept. That'll be fine. Okay, so we sat down, we started picking out awards. We're like, okay, so which of these nominees should win? We got into like arguments a lot.
We did.
Yeah, like a lot of arguments. That was making me feel less good about the project.
I remember specifically, I think I've even talked about this in previous like recordings that haven't been uploaded yet.
Mm-hmm.
The one that stood out the most to me was Best Original Song.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there were two parts of it, because obviously Ruby Volume 6 had to have a nominee there.
Mm-hmm.
That it had like 6 original songs that were all incredible. So I wanted Indomitable and Rising. You wanted Rising. Yeah, okay. We ended up, I think, ranking all Ruby songs in order to figure out which one we liked more overall. And Indomitable got the top spot because I liked it way more than I probably should have. And then after that, we had to choose, well, which one's gonna win? Indomitable or Show Yourself?
Because Show Yourself was like the standout from Frozen 2.
Oh yeah, without a doubt in our heads. It's one we kept listening to well after the movie. And none of the other songs, as good as they were, had a chance. Sorry.
No.
That argument between Indomitable and Show Yourself,
terrible.
There was a point after like hours of arguing where we agreed we would go into separate rooms for 15 minutes, listen to the songs, come to our own conclusions, and come back and say, okay, all right, I really think it's this for this reason. And we did that. We both came back, and we both said, okay, I think I know which one it really has to be. And okay, so at this point, you were hard pitching for, I think, Show Yourself, and I was hard pitching for Indomitable.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And we came down. I was like, okay, all right. It was like, oh, I think we're both on the same page. Yeah, okay. 3, 2, 1. Then I said, Show Yourself, and he said Indomitable. It was awful. It was ridiculous. We reversed our positions 100% with that little thing. I think like the main reason Indomitable won is just because it was a tribute to a dead guy.
Yeah.
It really could have gone either way.
I know that. I knew. Here's the thing. I have a confession. I knew that was why I won. I just was not willing to argue anymore.
Yeah.
I was like, I want to be done. Now, here's the thing. Okay, I forgot to mention, but we got Seth involved with the nominations part. We had him be like the Oscar host, and we had had this whole side remark about how Disney pays for Oscars and stuff, even though, well, I don't know if they do. Man. Anymore. Okay, this is the next sign of trouble. This video's got to come out really soon, so we better get working on it. So what's next to do? Well, next is the script. And we got sick. Like, I think it was COVID.
It was straight up COVID. Yeah. We both got COVID.
We were completely miserable. Could barely work. We got hit with it really bad.
Here's the terrible part. We got it at different times, so we couldn't even hang out together.
Yeah, we couldn't hang out together. So
we recorded each of our lines separately. I think that was for the first time ever. We had done it separately in a scripted video.
Yep, the first time ever.
Because we couldn't be in the same room as each other throughout that entire process.
So
what it ended up as, in order to write the script, we were like, okay, we have this winner. So I would really sit outside his room with my laptop. And then they're like, okay, this part, how do we want to write this? And I would read out loud what I was typing for what I thought I should say. And then he would say out loud what he wanted to say, and then I would type it out. And that's when he would just blabber and blabber. And then I would just type it out, and I'd be like, okay, we can divide some of those up into like my lines or something. He's like, oh, I guess. But then there were several times, I think the writing came out really rough.
Yeah.
And it came out really rough because we were sick and we weren't willing to do more passes on it, or even reconsider our options. And the deadline was so soon. Mm-hmm. We had ourselves up for an incredibly soon deadline.
Especially because we actually extended it in the original video at the very end. Because I think like one of us got sick at the very end there, and so it was like, okay, it's gonna be a bit more. So we gave ourselves, I think, another week. But it wasn't enough. No,
it wasn't. And the writing came out really rough. And there were tons of times where I was like, we should really redraft this, or this doesn't make sense, or this didn't get enough nominations and stuff. But it's also like, oh, it's too late. We have to stick with it. You know, he's going on and on and on about how Frozen 2 is just like Lord of the Rings. I'm like, sure, just let it go. Okay, that's not just Frozen 2. We'll talk about it in a second.
Yeah, okay.
But like, you know, and I'm like, and then we had this whole thing where I was overlooking it, and then I was like, okay, so let's see. We have this whole script and record our lines. I'm looking over the nominations and the winners. I'm like, okay, so Frozen 2 won Best Picture. It was nominated for like a couple categories. How did that happen? And I'm like, okay, so whatever.
It won Best Original Story as well.
Yeah, it's like whatever. It's gonna be fine. So I get onto editing. Editing is a miserable process because I literally have to spend like every waking moment just editing the stupid video, trying to in between. Like I was still like, here's the thing. I was recovering enough to not be contagious, and just that's when Joseph was sick. But I was still like vomiting occasionally. I was not doing good. Just editing, a painful process. I was downloading clips off YouTube, trying to figure out why they wouldn't turn out the right frame rate and stuff, because I didn't actually know anything about combining frame rates in videos at the time, which was, so that made a big struggle for me, trying to figure out how to make the videos look good. I had to do a bunch of converting, and in the end, they didn't look good. I had to figure out this whole format for it, and I talked to Seth, like, hey, Seth, can you reprise your role? No, he can't now. He's sick with COVID. Okay, awesome. Hey, Chaos Keith, you want to fill in for Seth? And then we just wrote a bunch of lines for Chaos Keith, and then just had him like remotes read them.
The Saoirse Ronan joke.
That was an unintentional one because like we made fun of the fact that I don't even remember how to pronounce her name anymore, but she had a hard to pronounce name, so we looked up the right pronunciation, and then we were like, hey, and then we were gonna call him and be like, hey, how do you pronounce this name? And I had the correct pronunciation, like, okay, so this is what you say so that we know how to pronounce it in the script. He mispronounced it anyway.
Yeah, so hard. Oh, I love that.
So we were just like, okay, yeah, let's go with it. It's funnier. It was funnier.
Yeah. But like the reason we did that in the first place, like, also speaks to like the shoddiness and the quickness of which the script was written.
Yeah.
Because the reason we introduced that joke into the script was because we needed a way for him to come back into the script, because we had hung up on him as part of a previous joke.
Right.
And so we needed to call him back. And it's like, how do we do that? Okay. And then we came up with this joke like on the fly, and instead of doing like any other pass or writing a coherent story or a script between the three of us, we just went with it because we were out of time.
There comes the Frozen 2 Best Picture thing. We were like, okay, Frozen 2 is Best Picture, but we were sitting there like, Frozen 2, we did not build up at all like it deserved Best Picture. This is a completely left field win, doesn't make any sense. What do we do? Normally, the correct thing to do is let's rethink this from the bottom up. Let's figure out where Frozen 2 comes out in other categories, if we should even reconsider it, or how we should write this. But because of the deadline and just our attitude to this video, we just had Chaos Keith just be the voice of reason, complain about the fact that Frozen 2 won. And I don't know, it's the wrong fit. It is, because the thing is, Joseph and I are still very positive on Frozen 2. And we thought that reception to it would get better as time went on. It didn't.
It got worse.
We're the only defenders of that movie. And we love the movie. Would it still win Best Picture out of that pool specifically?
Yeah, probably.
Hidden World is pretty good. I've warmed up to that movie a lot.
Yeah, as is like Endgame too. Endgame did happen.
Yeah, Endgame made a bit of an impact.
I know, but we wanted to defend Frozen 2 a lot, and we were very positive on it, I believe rightfully so. So we want to have it win.
I think it still would have a very high chance of winning out of those specific movies.
It was a very misplaced win because of the fact that it wasn't built up at all in the video.
Yeah.
And I think that's another symptom of the fact that the sample size is all wrong, because there wasn't much for it to win, because it's not exactly the best in this or the best in this. We think it's the best overall, so that's correct. But it doesn't feel right in the video at all, and it's really weird. It comes off extremely weird because of the reception the movie has and the fact that it barely won anything. And our solution to that was just have some guy criticizing the fact that we chose it.
And then make a joke at the end.
Yeah, and that's always made me feel weird about the Frozen 2 win, and weird about my praise about Frozen 2, even though I do love the movie and think it's worthy of it, because of how the Zoscars went. And then when the product came out and I was just looking at it and I was like rewatching it, thinking about the sickness, all things we went through, the some rush deadline, incredible stress, one of the most difficult video editing projects I've ever done. And I was just really embarrassed about it. I was very, unfortunate for me. I was like, I'm proud of the fact that we tried to do it and that we really worked so hard on the format, the logos and stuff. But I was also like, I'm never going to do this again. And I look forward to a time in the future when someone can see this video and think, well, it was like 6 years ago or so. So I understand their tastes might have changed, And I don't even want to say, well, we were wrong for what we said in that video. But, it's like I feel like we really went about it in a rough way.
It kind of soured us on doing award shows as a whole. I'm still glad we did one, because otherwise I would still be pining to do one. But I feel like if we had done the Zoscars equivalent like today, it would be 100 times better.
Right. Another big problem I want to get into real quick, especially since I found out a bit more about media critique after the Zoscars, wrong time to find out more about it.
We got better at a lot of stuff after the Zoscars that would have been very helpful when we were making it.
Yeah, and also made me regret the video more. And one of them is the fact that we did not separate objectivity versus subjectivity enough. We did not clarify what was objective or what was subjective in the video, so it became very blurred. And it's a kind of a big problem with the categories and nominations too. Yep. Honestly, it does tie back into Frozen 2 a bit, because that movie does have objective issues.
Oh yeah. We even mentioned, I think, in that video that it does.
But like, it does have significant ones that would, if we were making an objective best picture, really probably make us reconsider its pick. But the fact is that it winning Best Picture was largely a subjective win. We presented it as objective. And that's another kind of failing of the video.
It did do a lot that was like objectively excellent.
Oh, I know. But the point is that it had enough objective problems where if this was objective as we presented it as,
it would not have won.
It either wouldn't have won or it would have been more debated in the video.
Yep. Because it was subjective. Both of us really like that movie for personal reasons, in addition to the qualities that it has. If we were ambivalent to like the thematic threads of the film, or the specific character arcs of what is Anna and Anna was the big one for me, but Anna and Elsa, we probably would not have picked it as the winner because the entire video was a lot more subjectively biased than we presented it to be. And part of that also comes back to the Nintendo Power Awards, because those had the same problem. The Nintendo Power Game Awards were based on both the subjective enjoyment of the specific people who wrote the magazine, and they would make note of that on occasion. Like a certain character of a DS game who only ever got the one game that was like a 6 out of 10, won Best Character of the Year out of all gaming characters. And that was obviously a subjective pick. But then they would go right on to the very next category, like, Best Sound Design on the DS, and then like, well, that's an objective pick. And for me, who this is the standard of how award shows are and should be done, I demanded the Zoscars be written the same way. And that was problematic.
These are all problems that could have been hashed out if, first off, one, we'd known more about how to critique media, and two, we allowed ourselves the time to actually work this out, or even, dare I say, admit we need to watch more movies.
Yeah.
Because we spent so much time watching movies. It was not a big enough sample size. It just wasn't. That's just a real fact.
Because we largely went to and watched movies that we would have watched anyway.
Exactly.
That we were interested in. And so it just struck the general area that we enjoy, and we watched a lot of animated kids to teenagers content.
So the Zoscars will always be this weird little blip in LittleZbot history. The sort of, whoa, what's that? People will probably go back to it and be like, this was so weird. You know, let this very long retrospective be our sort of quote-unquote response to it. If the Zoscars get dug up and people are like, they have these insane takes on movies, let this be the, here are our thoughts on it now in 2024.
I will say, though, there were some things we did very, very well in the Zoscars. Me Plaza night music, perfect idea. Perfect fit.
Nintendo Land night music.
That's, sorry, what did I say?
Me Plaza night music.
No! Why? The Nintendo Land night music.
Yeah,
I said sorry, like knowing I'd done something wrong, but like in my head, that was a Freudian slip. I didn't think I said sorry. All right, no. Also, the idea of having two empty chairs and zooming into them for the time, that was pretty good. I like that a lot. And I think you picked some fantastic shots of the films.
I did good on that one.
For cinematography.
That was really hard to do, but I was very proud of that.
Coco didn't win, did it?
No, Ad Astra. I think Ad Astra won, and like, of course it did.
I mean, of course, duh.
That movie looks amazing. But like, that's a good movie that's another failing of the format, because we didn't get to talk about certain things like Ad Astra very much, even though it's a movie that's so worth talking about, because it wasn't like the best in these certain things, we just didn't elaborate. Yeah,
because the Oscar format has a lot of limiting things to it. That, like, in my head, one of the I could, if we did the top 10 movies of the year or whatever, if Ad Astra was in that, then I would have been able to talk at length about all the crazy cool stuff in that movie and all the reasons that we enjoyed it. But instead, no, because Oscars. Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to throw out there, I'm so glad we got some shots of Togo in there, because nobody on Earth talks about that movie, and it's so unbelievably well shot.
I really like Togo. I recommend it. That's yet another failing of the Zoscars, the fact that we couldn't put a spotlight on a movie like that.
Yeah. Oh, and The Rise of Skywalker was so recent, you had to take illegal footage from people.
I did. Oh, that was so difficult.
We didn't go into a theater and record with our camera. That'd be illegal. No. So we just took the footage of someone else who did.
Yeah. We talked about the Zoscars for a while, but it was necessary.
Yeah, for a very long while. Well, that's okay.
I'm gonna go slightly out of order, because I want to get water, and you should elaborate on PcPuzzle.
So, how we first experienced the Wonderland franchise, and I think it's further down, or maybe we already talked about it, was Wonderland Secret Worlds, the third game in the original trilogy, which we randomly downloaded from this website. I think it was called Incredigames, that you could buy games on and then download to your computer. Turns out they were all illegal, but we didn't know that. We were kids. We thoroughly enjoyed it. Then we went to Big Fish Games, which is the same thing, but a subscription service. We found Wonderland Adventures, like, oh my gosh, there's a sequel to Wonderland Secret World, and we downloaded that and loved it. And that's one of the favorite things ever. But it had a note of, like, visit midnightsynergy.com for more exciting games, something like that. It's like, I get to play more of these. So I went to midnightsynergy.com, and yeah, it had more of these. It had all 6 games, and then all the other Midnight Synergy games. And plus, like, the Midnight Post, which was a newsletter that was Wonderland themed, and had all sorts of extra information about Wonderland and stuff. And then also on the website was a link to the official Wonderland forum, which is the PcPuzzle forum. And so I clicked on that, and people were, like, sharing their custom levels from games and programs I didn't know existed, and well, how could I resist? So I joined up, and I took the name LittleZbot. I didn't, though. I was my online hook, my username. I had been on other forums. I was 10. I wasn't even 10. I was like 8 I was on the forums for like a year or 2 years before we started the channel. I was what I thought was a very clever name at the time, Game Boy. Get it?
You were the Game Boy.
Yeah, get it? Game Boy, like the Nintendo console. But I like games, and I am boy. Yeah. 10 million other people didn't think of that. And then Dain was LittleZbot. I don't know why. But you were little.
I was the little brother, and I wanted to be ZBot.
For PcPuzzle, I went to make my account, but as I perused the general discussion threads and stuff, I noticed someone who was talking about the place, because he was a regular member of the community with several thousand posts, named GameBoy991. And it would have been real weird if I showed... I'm glad I had this much knowledge as an 8-year-old, that it would have been a problem if I made an account called Game Boy and started posting everywhere, and people had to separate the two of us. I had that much knowledge, but I didn't have much more, so I just stole Dain's name. So I just made an account for LittleZbot, used that and posted on it, and then that became my moniker forever. The origin of it is because I wanted to join PcPuzzle, the Wonderland forum. That is where I found my first real online community, my first group of friends, or people who tolerated me because I was a child, where I learned pretty much everything that I know in general about game design. It's where I started to understand video games as more art and not toys. It's where I started to understand story formatting and writing and what creativity actually was, and all sorts of things like that. Like a huge part of, I want to say, like, my maturity when it comes to media and entertainment and interaction with other people is a result of my time spent on PcPuzzle. And I was on there for a very long time. I saw it through many different eras, even when everyone ran away to the Epicam forums because foreign games were banned on the website, which in hindsight was completely justified. To show you, to give you an idea of how unbelievably chill these people were. I cannot believe they put up with me this way. I was not allowed to know about or interact with the idea of zombies. I asked the people of this forum if they wanted to talk about zombies to spell it in leet speak, where it was Z0M3 or 35 or something, which was a horrible thing to ask, and also would not have protected me, because if my parents were peeking over my shoulder as I used the communal computer, and they saw that, they're like, zombies! Obviously, but I was too stupid to know that. They indulged me for 5 years after that. Every time someone said the word zombie, they did it in leet speak.
It's amazing. Wow, I'm just gonna throw out there, by the way, you know who you are. When I banned swearing and Boogie was here, you guys made a whole other server to get away from me.
Never could have happened in PcPuzzle, except it did, because Epicam. Well, I guess we talked about that enough where I should probably clarify that, because I don't think that's on the iceberg.
Epicam is not.
Okay. Right, when foreign games were banned from the off-topic discussion thread of the PcPuzzle forums, one of the most prominent members of the forum, named My Name is Gookie, who is also the guy who developed Wefight the game, which I think we'll be talking about later, and the Evil Toaster franchise and all sorts of other various video games. He's like Toby Fox, but for highly specific niches.
Yeah.
He made his own forum called Epicam, which was invite only, and he just invited all of his favorite people from the Wonderland forum to join it, and it was just a place where you could go wild, have fun, swearing was allowed, talking about endless forum games were allowed, talking about other franchises was allowed, all the stuff you couldn't do on the Wonderland forums, you could do on there. But all the stuff that was exclusive to the Wonderland forums, like sharing custom levels and making mods and all that kind of stuff, you couldn't do on Epicam. So it was like the duality of man. You had to have an account on both if you wanted the full experience. Everyone had that community when they were growing up. The people that they hung around with that influenced who they were. The ones that the media are terrified are the druggies. Mm-hmm. For me, those people, that community, all that stuff was PcPuzzle. That's why it's on here, because it was super important to me and shaped part of who I am, and Also, the reason I started doing YouTube in the first place, but we talked about that at length.
Yep, LittleZbot was birthed as PcPuzzle.
That being said, I haven't been on there in like 5 years.
Yeah.
I used to go back and periodically like update the LittleZbot thread, just like the first post with like links to different playlists and stuff. But I think if I stopped doing even that after a while, I haven't checked in on anyone actually in a long time. Maybe I should, but I probably won't because I'm a bad person. I do remember though, when I was like 19, going to Epigam and just private messaging all the people I used to be friends with saying, thank you for tolerating me when I was younger. I don't know how you managed it. It was actually cool because a lot of them, despite like not being active for forever, apparently lurked around and they did reply and they were so nice. High props to them and that entire session of my life. And if you ever visit that forum, good for you. But also note that any post you see by me does not reflect the me of today.
Let's start with This Is Why We Are Brainz. This Is Why We Are Brainz is yet another LittleZbot oddity. Sort of, you look back and you're like, why does this video exist? We have a lot of like little toys and action figures when we were kids. Especially like the Planet Heroes collection. We have most of that, I think.
Collecting like action figures and toys and stuff like that is something I was always into. I still am. I just have switched it to higher price points and like professional anime figures.
Yeah.
But yeah, Planet Heroes we were into so hard. They had like 3 shorts that were available online, and then you could buy their characters in like Toys R Us for like $20 a piece. Ugh. And we forced our parents, our very poor parents, we didn't want video games. We didn't want any of the stuff they were into or that other kids were into. We wanted Planet Heroes. And we got Planet Heroes. Pretty much all of Generation 1, most of Generation 2, and sadly only a single Gen 3 figure. After Generation 3, which I think was like 9 months after Generation 1 started existing, because terrible franchising, the whole line went out of business. And so now we have like 50 different toys from a line and a franchise that no one else on Earth has ever heard of.
Pre-LittleZbot days, we would make some Planet Heroes skits with like our camera. And one day, you were kind of like, I kind of missed that. And we just had them out, and you were like, hey, Dain, get the camera. I kind of want to just do something. I was like, okay.
We used like an iPad.
Yeah, we got our mom's iPad and we just started filming. And a story naturally formed as Joseph just started playing with them. Literally over the course of like an hour.
Yeah.
Just this whole thing developed. Suddenly this little narrative with the toys and stuff. And I took the footage, ruined it with too much music, but nonetheless, This Is Why We Are Brainz was created. Just out of an hour of teenage playtime with toys. And we look back on it, it's quite unique. It's definitely something. It's an element, it's something that could only be created in its own, in how spontaneous it was. And you can't really manufacture it. So it's a very odd LittleZbot video that's kind of special to us, that is hard to remake, which we'll elaborate on later. But yes, it was literally just a video that was just made impromptu because we wanted to play with the toys.
And it's now privated because we have finally, at long last, after like, it's been like almost 10 years, at long last, it has finally aged. I mean, back in the day, we watch it and we're like, okay, this is weird. It's a video that's so bad, it can never age. Yeah. No matter when you watch it, it will be exactly as awkward. But like now, it has finally it has reached the breaching point. It has broken the dam, and it's like, okay, I'm embarrassed. I am now embarrassed to be associated with this, even though I'm glad I did it. I can't reference anything, even though we've done it, because it's coming out after this video is. But like a certain playthrough of a certain game, I invent a certain character and take it to too much of an extreme. And This Is Why We Are Brainz was born out of like that mindset, just going straight for 100 characters for like 2 hours, which is why it is terrible, but also great. And the title is meant to reflect not anything about the video, but the vibes of the video, it's just... It's nonsensical, childish, broken-mindedness.
Next is Amrio. Now,
You're gonna have to remind me of when we made up Amrio.
you're gonna have to remind me too.
Oh no.
Listen, if Pizza Head is the Loki of LittleZbot, Amrio is the Thanos. I cannot figure out what Amrio's origins are, but I believe it originates with Mario Party.
I think it was the first game of Mario Party, because
Right,
it was
Mario-
me, you, and Dain who were
And Mario
playing.
was the CPU, right?
Mario was the CPU, and because we were terrible, he kept winning, even though he was on easy mode. And so we decided we hated him. And since we can't hate our boy Mario, we had to hate his secret evil twin brother Amrio.
Amrio. The thing is, we've said Amrio so much and established him as this evil Mario with red eyes and vampire fangs. And we've referenced him so much, referred to him in so many contexts, and like talk about, oh, that was Mario, that was Amrio, that now Amrio just reads as like an evil character name and not a mess up of Mario.
Well, yeah,
like it
in
just
my
reads
head-
Amrio the word.
In my head, Amrio is just like a standard name now. Because we talk about him, and we have been talking about him for 10 years.
It's one of those jokes that just won't die. Amrio is just an evil Mario with red eyes and vampire fangs. That's why we draw them and everything, because they're Amrio possessed.
Yeah,
And
like unironically, when we were filling our thumbnails with this guy's red eyes and the vampire fangs, and they are very intentionally. I have to establish this. It wasn't like it was not a choice to make the eyes and vampire fangs very badly drawn. They are supposed to be that specific art style and that specific really bad childish drawing. Even from the beginning, when we weren't good at drawing stuff, it was supposed to be bad. Okay, I just want to establish that to defend ourselves. Every single time there was an evil anything, we draw it with red eyes and vampire fangs. Because the idea was that Amrio was possessing them in that moment. Because Amrio, the Mario Party character, hated us specifically. And he would try to get back at us at any point. And so that wasn't an indication that they were evil. That was an indication that they were Amrio.
remember the thumbnail video when James just says, "What's your guys' fascination with red eyes and vampire?" We just like sat there like we really do have a problem.
We do.
I can't figure out how to explain Amrio better than what we just did. Yeah.
But
Amrio is Amrio, an evil Mario with red eyes and vampire fangs that hates us.
it's one of those characters like Morcubus thankfully died, okay? I think he's
We'll get to
somewhere.
Morcubus.
Oh, okay, wait. But like, Amrio should have, and he never did. I am in a video that we have not yet released, in another playthrough of another game. We invent an origin story for Amrio. I will say that much. But aside from that, hopefully he will be gone in the future.
We'll see. We'll see. Next up is something a little more exciting, Mario vs. Sonic Death Battle. I don't know why this corner is chopped off.
Wow, that's really cool. You'll have to check that out tomorrow.
Basically, it's on the iceberg this low because it's kind of an infamous LittleZbot thing at this point. In 2019, and to give you a reference for how long ago it was a month after Silk Song was announced. We suddenly dropped in our LittleZbot Direct that LittleZbot Direct's how we do announcements, which you probably know. Remember, we dropped that we were going to make our own fan-made Death Battle. Death Battle is an online web series where two fictional characters fight to the death. They're analyzed with science.
Is Death Battle as a whole on here?
No.
Okay.
This encompasses that.
Oh yeah, because I might want to talk about that a bit because that's also been like a big part of life.
You can talk about it a bit here as context for this. Basically, we're going to make our own fan-made one. This had actually been brewing in the background for a while, since 2018, 2017 or so. And we've been 2017. So this is a project that we announced in 2019 and then announced in 2020 with a release date a few months later out. And we continually reference as something we'll do eventually. And then we've got to the point of showing footage of the battle and like assets and stuff.
And having release dates.
Having release dates, letting you hear bits of the themes, but then just not releasing it. And then like talking about, oh, we'll make it someday. And then people will really ask us, how's the Death Call coming? We're like, oh, it's happening. So it's become one of those infamous LittleZbot things in culture, why it's down there in this iceberg, because this is a thing that will supposedly happen at some point. LittleZbot will publish its own Mario vs. Sonic fan-made death battle. So, and it's the biggest project in LittleZbot history.
Yes.
It definitely is.
Probably even bigger than the 500th video.
Yeah, and, well, first off, it's going to be real. Like, really, in a few days from now. Yeah, it's gonna be real. Please check it out. Please, we are begging you. What really happened was, and we already said,
he is begging you. I'm saying don't check it out because I don't want this video to get popular because I'm terrified of the of the backlash. It doesn't matter who actually wins; everyone else will be mad.
Ross reaction here. What happened is this isn't a video that has genuinely taken us this many years to create. This is just a video that got stuck in development hell.
Yep.
And it just happened because of scheduling issues. It was a video unlike anything we had ever made before on a brand new scale with an actual budget behind it. And we were trying to create it while I was in school and while I was trying to keep up weekly uploads of other videos and other varied videos too, and holiday videos and stuff. I could never keep up with it. I would literally get into the editing process, make dents in it, but the problem is with death battles is that they are ever growing. The characters in them are. Mario and Sonic would receive new entries, and the script would continually become outdated by the time I had managed to make leeway on it.
Yep.
And this was just a never-ending cycle, and then it led to us just stopping working on it for a while while reevaluating and thinking, I guess, what are we even going to do about it?
You'll see in a few days when you watch the episode, but there are definitely moments, feats, and situations that we talk about and we discuss and we analyze that happened way after our announcement of the death battle.
Right. The script has been rewritten entirely an uncountable number of times. It's been re-recorded so many times. And in the meantime, new things have happened to it, and we've realized that we want to do things differently. For instance, one of the things is that the death battle now has an original score by myself, which was just going to be game themes, but no, it has a score now. Got really impacted by that. The biggest culprit really was the schedule, and the fact that I did not have time between the schedule and school to edit the death battle at a reasonable pace, because every other big project can be chipped away at very slowly or crammed last minute. The death battle could be neither. But now, as we're recording it, we're actually in a position to get it done because LittleZbot has been on hiatus for so long, because I'm out of school, so that's why it's finally happening. But yeah, it has been something we've been working on for several years, but it's not going to be several years worth of work. It's just going to be work that was rebuilt from the ground up over and over and over due to the fact that we could not keep up with what the project was.
I think like a good way to think of it is like, I mentioned a bit earlier, the Zoscars could have been 100 times better if we made it now. The Mario vs. Sonic death battle is made now.
Yeah.
So it is that much better than it would have been.
I am still, that animation is so old, but I am still incredibly excited for people to see it because it's such a good animation.
We have waited.
I loved it. I've seen it a lot because I'm scoring it right now. And I'm like, man, it's just so kinetic and fun.
We've gone so long since announcing the death battle that the person who made the animation no longer is an animator. They've still been very kind, and they still made some changes for us, and they still worked with us on this project specifically because they're a wonderful person. But outside of this one project, they are no longer an animator. And that is wild to me. I mean, I'll just briefly mention Death Battle here. As we stated, it's a web show where two fictional characters are fighting a battle to the death. And there are a set of rules, but the prime basic idea of it is you take the characters from their main franchise, what they're mainly known for, and then everything else they've ever done or appeared in is just supporting material for that. And you drop them into a bar, and you drop the other guy into a bar, and then they bump into each other, and they decide to kill each other over it. They are at the peak of their potential, best they can be. There are a bunch of rules and stuff. Well, actually, there aren't. There are 4 very, very malleable rules. And it's a popular web show that has been going on for a very long time, and as we're recording this, has recently re-announced that they're continuing because they're now self-owned, and congratulations, I love that. I contributed as much as I possibly could to the Kickstarter. while leaving tiers open for other people. And it's one of my favorite shows and just favorite things just ever. I think I have watched every single death battle that has ever been released 5 times at minimum. Like, the least watched episode I have seen, it's probably Sasuke versus Hiei. I think I've watched that one like 7 or 8 times.
See, I don't even know who the characters are.
I love it. I watch reactions to it. It's the only reaction channels I watch are the ones that do death battle. And I write my own, like everyone in the community does nowadays. And my old ones are terrible. But they exist, and I always kind of wanted to make one in the same way I always wanted to make a Nintendo Power Awards show. So when I started writing my own for a Death Battle fanfiction, I did an initial season of 10 episodes, all of which are atrocious and terrible, and I kind of want to delete all of them. But the big season finale, the number 10, was Mario vs. Sonic because it was the 2 characters that I liked the most and knew the most about. Around, I want to say a week after I finished and uploaded that episode on my story, on my fanfiction, Nintendo announced their remake.
Nintendo?
No, sorry. Death Battle announced their remake of Mario vs. Sonic from Season 1 for the 2018 version.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I said we've been working on this since 2017, because I'd been researching it since 2017.
Mm-hmm.
All my research was terrible, by the way, and you'll notice that it's completely different when the actual episode comes out nowadays. But it took me by a complete surprise and was wild and had the opposite winner to the one that I selected.
Yeah.
That
was a weird moment.
Yeah, I don't think we can run that. Yeah, so in the original video that Death Battle made in Season 1, they had Sonic as the winner. In my fan-made terrible version, I had Sonic as the winner. And then in their remake, they had Mario as the winner, which came out like a week later.
And to be clear, we have reevaluated the entire thing.
Yes, including the winner several times.
All the research has been redone. So that's not a spoiler. That's just telling you what the winner was before, but everything has been redone. We have reevaluated everything.
So I was sitting there, partly frustrated and partly wowed that something like this could even ever have happened. And then the idea just kind of started forming in my head of, what if we just make one? And then the Death Battle podcast came out with their next episode, which is their 100th Death Battle cast ever, which lined up very well with their 100th Death Battle ever. And in it, they heavily encouraged fan projects to make their own stuff, including specifically, I think it was mentioned specifically from Mario vs. Sonic, oh yeah, well, you don't really like how we did it? Make your own. To the point where we were going to play that clip in the video originally.
Mm-hmm.
We aren't anymore. And that was like, yeah, that sealed it for me. I went hunting for an animator, and I managed to somehow find one who was willing to take on this project. I custom worked on, I can make custom work. What's the word?
Commissioned.
Yeah, I commissioned the animation. We went through it constantly. It took around like 3 months or so to get like the general overlay done, and then like another 6 months or so before it was actually complete. We worked on a script together. Every moment was checked in with me, and then back and forward and backwards kind of stuff. It was a wonderful experience. We got custom assets done from Funky GPU for the fan-made Death Battle take. And like, I want to make an actual fan-made episode of Death Battle, the show. And that became our biggest project that would be routinely destroyed and rebuilt over and over and over again.
We will never do anything that big again.
No, I don't think, even if we get another, like, even if we have another animator who like comes to us, is like, wow, this is so cool. I will pay myself to make an animation for your next Death Battle. We're gonna be like, man, you cool, but we're not doing this. I will continue to write these, probably, in my own little fan fiction world, just for funsies, because I really enjoy it. It's one of my passions. But as for making full-on Death Battle videos, I don't know how you do it, Fan Battle. This has been way too much for us. And I don't know how you do it official Death Battle. I know you have like 50 people working on you, but I don't know how you do it. This will be the one time we ever do anything like this. It's gonna be wild, and it's gonna be personally fun for us.
Before I move on, as usual, I have to apologize for Obi-Wan Canoli, who was supposed to be the co-host, but then couldn't because he's getting married. I'm sorry, man, but we're making sure to give you ample shout-outs.
That feels like almost a cop-out, because like getting married, you can get that done in 2 days. No.
Getting married is a process.
For those of you who have not been heavily involved in the process of marriage, it takes about 2 years of hard work. Not quite that much, I'm exaggerating, but suffice to say, not available for this project currently.
Next up is Scribblenauts object tutorials. That actually ties in with Evilgrapez' series, which is right next on the list. But basically, this happened when Joseph went to like a sort of Bible camp or whatever for like 2 weeks, and then I was like, oh no,
Gosh, I was so young.
Yeah, what happened to LittleZbot? No uploads for 2 weeks because we were like uploading some of his Wii episodes. I was like, I know.
We were doing episodes every like 2 days at that point.
I was like, I know. I'll make my own videos. I'll take over the channel temporarily. I really thought I was like doing you a favor or something. So I was like, I know. Scribblenauts Unlimited. I love this game. I'll record it with like fraps, and then I'll make tutorials on how to make custom objects that I want to make or I've been doing or whatever. And that's exactly what I started. I started making these awful tutorials.
I'll let you talk about this.
Extremely loud music and stuff. I just sped up the footage. I would barely even go over what I was doing. You would just see me build the stuff, so I would like commentate on it. And then I just kept making them. I made several of them. It became this weird mini-series. And it started the diversion between Evilgrapez as a person on this channel instead of just Joseph's companion. Because suddenly I was making my own content on the channel. And I had a lot of my own original content, and the object tutorials were the originator, and that ties into Evilgrapez' series. I had more going on. I made a Terraria tutorial series, which where the glowing mushroom biome came in, because like I wanted to make videos about Terraria. I know Terraria tutorials. And I made like Terraria speed builds and stuff. I had all these tiny little series. All of them were just terrible, and they really took away from the main LittleZbot videos, and it made the channel even more disorganized. I even had my own birthday special, where it really just became a co-owned channel, but I had really just kind of commandeered a side of it. I don't even think I let Joseph see some of the videos before they went up, because I would just upload. Kind of not a good period, but yeah, there was just this whole time when I had all my own original series and videos on this channel, and no, it's not. Now it's very much Joseph's channel. I'm the editor and I'm the co-host, and I get influence and stuff on it, but yeah. No, that was just a brief pocket of time, but yeah, I had if you go back in the channel history, several series and random things I did, random little tutorials, and there's really not a lot more to say about that. I am probably never making another object tutorial or anything like that.
There is something else to note.
Yeah?
About the Evilgrapez series.
Uh-huh.
You were originally supposed to have your own individual Let's Play.
Yeah, I wanted to make Let's Play with an 8-year-old. It was like rejection of you because I was getting fed up with you.
Mm-hmm.
The whole game was that, I was a kid and I was so good at these games.
We were 8 and 10-year-old brothers. Of course we were fed up with each other.
I think I made a couple episodes. Poor James came over one day to hang out with you. I was like, Joseph's not here, but I'm here. Let's film the first episode of Dain Plays New Survivor this Wii by himself, which has never been seen. I still feel bad for him. I still feel bad for that day. The poor guy came to hang with you and he ended up babysitting. I'm sorry, I want to genuinely call him right now and apologize for it, even though it has literally been 12 years. Or 11 years? It's been years.
If it was like 7 p.m., I'd say do it, just for the content. But we're recording, it's like 1 a.m.
12 a.m.
I'm just saying 1 a.m. because that's more dramatic. It's a lie. I lie a lot. Not on the Death Battle, though. Trust me.
No lies here. This is the honest video.
We're right over the honest video.
The more we say it's honest, the more suspicious it really is honest. Like, we worked hard on researching it.
We might be wrong, but we're honestly wrong.
You want to talk about Wefight?
How do we even begin?
Oh boy.
This is one of those segments that could take up like an hour and a half by itself. So it began on PcPuzzle, in the off-topic forum, back when forum games were very popular. And by forum games, I mean like little text RPG games. You know, this is Stanley, and we draw a little stick figure of Stanley and upload that image. You command, you are God, try to kill Stanley, he will survive. You know, stuff like that. And Wefight was just it was a game where anything went. We started the story where we insert ourselves with characters. I think nobody started it. Nobody, not as in the general concept of no one.
Nobody was the name of a user.
Nobody. My name is Kooky. Were like the two big cheeses of the off-topic forum of PcPuzzle. But he started it, and it was just, he started the story. He's like, hi, you know, nobody steps into an open field or whatever it was. And then every post after that would continue the story, a few lines at a time. And anyone could make anyone else do anything, or have any plot twist happen, or invent any character. Anything went. We just made a story together. And it went wild. It started off completely random. It was like, I think the original motorcycle was originally titled like Wefight in parentheses pretty much nonsense, because we were like fighting exploding toilets and all that. But it started to shape up with like actual stories. The instruction manual for the game became the primary villain, but that was only of the first arc, or the first saga. Because after that, we like formed superhero teams and fought transforming robots and aliens, and went into video games ourselves. There were very loosely defined, but still existed, like interpersonal relationships with the characters. And it was a weird situation where everybody could participate in telling one giant, grand Odyssey-like epic, composed of like 50 miniature stories that all still had the same characters. And it was so big and so popular, it kind of eclipsed the rest of the forum. People would log on not to talk about Wonderland, not to share the new custom level, or to see what new mods the Bloopy had uploaded, or anything like that. They would be coming back every day to go into Wefight and add in their next piece of story. It got so big, like 900 pages or something, or 600 pages, every single page being like 100 posts from people adding their story. It got like 20 different arcs that continued on. It reached the point where we literally had separate threads that were story guides that explained the events that had happened previously, all the abilities and powers and relationships that the characters had that we were working with, where they were in the story right now, who they had fought, what they had done, all that kind of stuff. Everything you needed to know so that you could participate in the story yourself. And that was like reading its own instruction guide, its own textbook. Just this massive dump of information as to all the stuff we had done, all the stuff we'd been through, and what we were in the middle of doing right now, and future planned story arcs that we had created. It got so big that Midnight Synergy, who's the administrator of the entire forum,
Creator of the games
that we had all joined the forum for, stepped in and deleted it. Because the website could not handle it. It was too big. And it did continue afterward a bit, I think on Epic Game, with like a new thread that was like Wefight continued, and it went for like an extra 100 or so pages, and then it kind of just died out as more of us got up and moved away and that kind of stuff. But before that point, it did leave with us one incredible remnant, which I don't know if it's on this iceberg as a separate thing, or if it's just packaged in with Wefight.
No, it's packaged in with Wefight.
Okay. And that is Wefight the game. As I mentioned before, my name is Kooky. Also, like, he tinkered with game development. Epic Gam was short for Epic Game. And as a little joke, every single time that you typed out the word game, it would appear as GAM in that form. But one of the very first things that he made was Wefight the Game, which was a 2D platformer action game in which you controlled nobody, my name is Kooky, and me, LittleZbot, as 3 characters that in different platforming challenge levels as you went through the story of the first 5 arcs of Wefight. And you know what? It kind of rocks.
I still kind of enjoy it.
I still like it.
It was never fully finished.
No, never. And like, it has like problems that any game will when you're designing a 2D platformer with little to no video game design experience in Game Maker 7. For what it is, it's pretty darn good. It's well developed, it's fun, and has a really solid, really good main mechanic with the HP system, where you can constantly gain more HP through collecting items and ashes, that kind of stuff. But when you lose it forever, and if you die, you are reset at the baseline level of HP. Now, there are some flaws with that. I feel like there should have been checkpoints where you can have new baseline levels of HP and stuff. But the core system is fantastic, and it works very well for that game. Wefight was crazy. It was really fun, and it helped influence my directional storytelling, I guess, to a degree. Even though my contributions were pretty much nonsense, it helped. It showed me how to guide nonsense into something that was enjoyable for everyone, I guess is a good way to say it.
I was not part of PcPuzzle, but I did play a lot of Wefight the game because I was on that computer. And the thing is, it used a lot of just like MIDIs of video game music for its soundtrack. And to the point where, even to this day, I will occasionally chance upon one of the original versions of the songs, and I'll be like, oh! And then it
It's a Wefight song.
Like, Joseph, the song from Wefight, I finally found it! I'm still trying to track down so many of them. I'm still trying to figure out what the title theme is. Like, what it's from. I've never been able to track it down. But yeah, crazy stuff. You know, playing Mario and Luigi, suddenly realizing, holy crap, it's a Wefight song, you know? Yeah, lots of stuff. But it was all very well selected music, is the thing, to the point where it felt like it fit Wefight, just like a glove. Morcubus. Yeah.
My Sims Agents.
It's not a great game, but like, we were kind of trained to hate it because of PBG.
Yeah.
So we go into it, we decided to play it as like the scariest game of the year. It's this terrible game, My Sims Agents. I got it as like a joke present from Joseph.
Yeah,
and
at GameStop for $7.
Yeah, we looked at the intro, but there's a villain in it named Morcubus. Yeah, he has quite a character design, and we just became fixated on him.
I think it's the combination of the character design and the name. Like, bring up the character design. My Sims Agents Morcubus. It turns out this guy's like a reoccurring villain throughout all of the My Sims games.
No way.
Yeah, but his agent's look specifically is just so evil.
I know.
It's so cartoonishly good. You look at this guy, it's like, wow, he is designed to be the ultimate cartoon CEO bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
What's his name? Morcubus.
Yeah, like, wow.
Well, it's just a perfect melding. And so, in our heads, he is the de facto villain just ever in anything. Any villain, this is him. This is when you draw the word villain, this is who you think of, Morcubus. And as a result, we tried to make him a theme on our channel for a while.
Yeah. We just kept going in Morcubus references completely at random.
Yep.
Morcubus is just one of those existing Star Channel things I would argue we made famous. Dawn challenges. This is a bit of an oddball.
Oh,
our first live action appearances.
I forgot entirely about this.
Now, these were discussed on the Top 10 Worst Videos video, but we decided to make live action debuts by doing song challenges. We did the Disney Song Challenge and the Christmas Song Challenge.
I can tell you exactly where this came from. Where this idea came from. Yep. This was... Oh my gosh, I feel so old. For like 7 years now, you probably have known him as Dope or Nope. Which is... It's catchy. Oh my gosh, is that a terrible title. If you guys have ever heard of Team Edge, which... Oh my gosh, we've lived through the rise and fall of Team Edge.
Wow.
Okay, well, if you guys have ever heard of Team Edge, they were not originally Team Edge. They were just Matthias's friends who occasionally showed up in his video. And you would know Matthias because he was Markiplier's friend who occasionally showed up in Markiplier's videos. But what he did was he was just a casual guy who did casual fun little challenges like the Disney Song Challenge, where you starts to sing a song and then he has to name it instantly. Or one person sits in a chair and they have to be completely non-reactive for 1 minute while everyone else gets to do whatever they want to them. Like very basic, simple internet challenges back then. And we watched them and we really enjoyed them. Now, obviously, they're in completely different situations now. The more extreme challenges eventually became Team Edge, which originally included Matthias, and then he stopped. And then it was just all of his friends doing these weird extreme challenges all the time. And then Matthias decided to just review cheap products from Amazon and Temu forever and ever, and that's it. He used to have
He used to do like song parodies.
Yeah, he used to do song parodies, he used to do skits, he used to have a regular AMA sessions where he talked about bacon a lot for some reason. I'm sure he's doing what he really enjoys, and that's what's important. But yeah, from his original videos, spawned our childish takes on, well, we can do that too. Thus the Disney Song Challenge and the Christmas Song Challenge.
These were terrible videos, oddities in the LittleZbot history as appearances of us directly. They were cringeworthy. Name was behind the camera in both of them.
Was it Name?
Yeah, Name was.
Oh, okay.
Further adding to the allure, I guess, of the videos. They were exactly weird and uncanny enough on our channel to end up on the iceberg. Mm-hmm. And this deep. Kirbstomped. This is... Okay, I say have, we still want to, and we don't anymore.
No, we don't anymore.
But for a very long time, we really want to make the second channel. The second channel, for some reason, was gonna be the best channel in the world. Because it would be focused on this one specific thing. I don't know why we were so fixated on we have to make a second channel to make an amazing series. We had so many ideas for second LittleZbot channels.
Here's the thing. When this was coming out, YouTube had just introduced the possibility of second channels.
Oh, really?
That's the thing. We have been on this platform for so long that we have seen the rise of features that every single YouTuber now takes entirely for granted. And second channels and third channels and so on are one of those. Every YouTuber started immediately getting second channels where they'd upload cut content or just more videos. Nowadays it's hard to find a popular YouTuber who doesn't have one. Mm-hmm. Ludwig has Ludwin and Mogul Mail. Rabbid Luigi has Rabbid Luigi. ProZD has ProZD Plays. Mm-hmm. Even just RT Game, he has his VOD channel. Doug has Doug, and Doug Clips, which is technically unrelated, but no, it's under the same family. Back in the day, if you wanted to make a video, you put it on that channel, and that was it. And so when second channels were introduced, every popular YouTuber instantly started using them. It became extremely trendy for a period of about 4 to 5 months. For every YouTuber worth their salt, they had to have at least 2 channels. And so we were we're a YouTuber, we're worth salt, we have to have 2 channels. What will we do for our second channel? We'll get to do all the stuff we never could for video games.
And one of the first second channels we'll talk about in a minute here. But the more popular one, reason it's higher on here, is Kirbstomped. And that's because we have been teaching second channel for a long time and talking about what it could possibly be, shuffling ideas. This was the biggest promise for one. We dropped it in a big channel update video, and then we had an entire trailer for it. We had original music for it written already by myself. We had a big hype up for it, and we were insistent in the video, we've talked about second channel, making it a bunch of times, but this is really going to happen. We will actually do this.
Kirbstomped is the biggest lie we've ever told.
Yeah. Now, let me be clear. We were as confident as we sounded.
Yep.
We knew we were going to make the channel. We had logos designed, we had the channel created, we had the soundtrack. We had everything in place. After we record the update, and this is a critical mistake. We recorded with Silver Curbstomp after the update. We recorded a video. We recorded the first Curbstomp video. It was going to be a channel, I can't say like variant, but for Kirby anymore. It was going to be a channel discussing specific Kirby things, pieces of Kirby lore, and dissecting it, you know, before it was cool and done inaccurately.
Yeah, that's the thing. We talked a lot of crap back then about how much we knew about Kirby lore, but it was kind of deserved because nobody else talked about Kirby lore. Nowadays, it's trendy. Nowadays, it's popular. Nowadays, if you mention the word Kirby and someone within 100 meter radius doesn't shout out, "He's an eldritch monster born out of primordial darkness," then you're living in the wrong city.
Yeah.
But back in the day, nobody gave a crap.
No, we were the first ones.
We had read the manga. We had watched the whole anime like 3 times. We read through all the guidebooks, we owned the special editions, played every game, we were up on our Kirby lore, we loved the character. And mind you, this was also before Kirby lore became Star Allies.
Became Star Allies and also so misunderstood.
Yeah, another type of video we talked about making a lot that we probably never will because we don't want to call certain people out. We don't want to, like when we're already very small, we don't want to try to punch above our weight at people who are way bigger than us. But there are a lot of like videos and popular takes and like especially certain like essays and lore interpretations and stuff that we have ragged on privately for years at length, and Kirby lore has been a pretty big part of that.
Yeah.
Because so much of it that is generally understood by the public is just flat out incorrect according to the games and every other piece of official media. But whatever, that's fine. What's not fine is when they harass streamers who are playing a Kirby game for the first time in order to make sure that they know that Kirby is secretly the essence of all evil.
They're so annoying.
Which is...
I just want to enjoy Kirby.
Yeah, that's... Okay.
I was the lore enthusiast, and I'm like, just leave me alone.
Yeah, we were lore enthusiasts. We thought it was so cool that there was all this lore in this world, and we wanted to share it. And, like, our first video was going to be, like, a history of Knuckle Joe, the character. Talking about, like, his journey in the anime, and then his appearances in the manga. And how this random little Kirby enemy actually, like, there's a dedicated member of that race with his own storyline. And how cool that is.
Regardless, it flopped initially because we recorded the episode, and I was editing it, and then we were both looking over it, and then we were like, this is not working.
Yeah.
This was not nearly as good of an idea as we thought it was.
We were bad at it.
Yeah, we were bad at it. This video turned out bad. But not only did this video turn out bad, any video we could make with this would turn out bad. It was not working out. It was not good. It wasn't a, well, we'll redo it sometime, or a slow death, or like we'll get to it at some point, or whatever, like Mario vs. Sonic almost was. No. This was immediately after we posted our update video, and then immediately when we had attempted to make the first video and looked at the footage, we knew the project was dead. We had no idea how to approach it because we had promised so hard, except to just leave it. We just left the channel up. We didn't address it ever, hoping it would be forgotten about. We especially didn't want to handle a cancellation like that after canceling so many of our previous second channel projects and promising so hard on this one, and then canceling it again. So we just kind of left it, and then it became this in-joke between us, like, oh, Kirbstomped, yeah, this will happen when Kirbstomped happens, because Kirbstomped was dead on arrival.
Like, again, we were kids. We were older kids. We were like teenagers at that point. But we still hadn't had nearly enough life experience to know how to handle a situation like that. If it happened today, it would be tough, but we could deal with it, and we would deal with it honestly and directly. At the time, we had no frame of reference, and we didn't understand what was, I guess, socially expected of us. And so we handled it in a bad way, which is to ignore the problem and hope it went away.
And it kind of did.
That's true.
But yeah.
I guess I'll say for the first time ever, Kirbstomped officially canceled.
Yep, not happening.
That being said, we did actually make a second channel, which is with a completely and totally different...
We did, actually.
A different method and vibe. I mean, there's no reason not to or whatever.
Yeah, it's Playlist Central 212.
Yeah, it's not a big deal in any regard. Playlist Central was just a name that was taken, so I just added some numbers. I just got tired of watching series by other YouTubers and not being able to find the next part because YouTube's recommendations are broken and they don't have a playlist of it. So every time I encounter that, I just make a playlist for them, and I just put it on Playlist Central 212.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's the entire purpose of that channel. It has like 9 playlists right now. You're free to recommend me to add some, I guess. But yeah, that's our second channel, so to speak.
Yeah. Next up is the 50 sub Q&A. And this is one of those entries that's on here and down here because it's one of those extremely bizarre videos, and I would say one of our more cursed ones.
Oh yeah.
To celebrate 50 subscribers, a monumental amount, we decided we want to do a Q&A. So we asked for a Q&A question on all the platforms we could think of. No one answered.
Yep.
So our solution wasn't just to, let's just not do the Q&A. No, I pulled questions from every source I could find that could possibly even tangentially be directed to us, leading to a printed list of completely random and odd questions. Some of them I just made up for the video, and other ones were just completely out of context or weird, just a question that could be answered in the Q&A. So it's Joseph just going through this list of questions and trying to be funny on camera, thinking of weird answers to them. So it's a combination of odd questions and Joseph knowing he had to behave oddly to them.
With a terrible camera, in the worst lighting to ever exist.
Yeah.
I think this is the video that had a huge, massive setup behind us, like showing off a bunch of like figures and posters and all sorts of cool memorabilia, and you could not see any of it because it was all in shadow. The last time I watched it was when I was making the 400th video special, the top 10 worst LittleZbot videos. See if it belonged on there. I genuinely don't remember if I put it on there.
It's not on there.
Okay. I have no desire whatsoever to go back to it and to ever rewatch it again. I'll be happy when it's gone.
Next up is Aiden.
Yo!
This is a fun one. This is another one of those video game characters that's attached to us, but for good reason. We played Little King's Story.
Yep. Yeah. This is a LittleZbot original character, kind of.
We played Little King's Story. Yeah, it's this kind of micromanagement game where you command this little army, and you're a king. The army will have names, and
they're randomly generated, randomly assigned.
Yeah, and they can die in battle and stuff. And they have a very small chance to, on the next day, wash up on the beach shore. Give you some army members back.
Yeah, if you lose an army member. Wait, I don't know what I'm doing. I literally was just about to repeat what you just said.
And Aiden came back like 5 times. Absurdly lucky. And we talked about this. We were like, we have to make a Little King's Story video to talk about Aiden. So we made a Little King's Story video to talk about Aiden. This was an oddly gracefully aging video. It has a lot of technical issues, but it's very fun. And we just go on and on about Aiden, how amazing he is. We have no proof of this phenomenon because he dies and doesn't come back in the video.
This is the funniest thing.
We hold a funeral for him where we sing. Halfway through the video, it goes into a song parody. It's another bizarre and cursed and odd LittleZbot video. But it's one that we really care about because Aiden is such a unique anomaly. And also because the video has somehow not aged to be problematic. So it's just kind of charming.
I still remember the little edit of us walking down that beach searching for Aiden. It's just like, yeah, okay, we'll go pick up. Silence. Hello? Aiden died!
That was good. I was like on top of my game for some reason.
If we ever do a Miitopia playthrough, Aiden is for sure one of our characters. It's not like he's had any impact in anything outside of that video either.
No.
Like, we very rarely mentioned him. He hasn't been a reoccurring hero to fight Amrio or anything silly like that in the greater LittleZbot story. He was just this weird main character of this random Little King's Story video. But we like him.
We like him. We love him.
Well, we liked him. R.I.P.
Music Ace Doodle Pad. This is another odd LittleZbot history, but it's possibly pre-LittleZbot history.
It is.
Yep. You used to make videos in Music Ace Doodle Pad of like song covers.
Yeah. So Music Ace is this. It's a computer game edutainment program that teaches you basically sheet music. Honestly, very basic, very simple sheet music. But it had a bonus mode in which you could make your own songs through putting notes on sheet music. And that you have different instruments and different what's the word? Like when a note is long and when it's short. I know nothing about music.
I cannot say the proper term. Like,
I can't believe it either.
no, I do know it. I just genuinely cannot think of it because you've asked me to recall it. This is so stupid.
Well, I
cannot believe I'm gonna look up name for note length. Durations.
It's okay. I understand in your advanced elderly age.
This moment.
Dain, it's been 5 years since you made Discovery. Think about that. You're so old.
Time for the anniversary edition.
With the unreleased Zon, Sailing the Metal Seas Volume 2.
Volume 2. Like version 2 of VIP Volume 2.
Sailing the Metal Seas should have been on this this iceberg for how much I talk about it. It's you stole a melody.
I didn't steal it. It was royalty free.
You took
just the sickest melody.
It was just a really sick royalty free melody. You just put it in a DAW, called it your own, and released as Sailing the Metal Seas.
It's a sick melody with a great name.
I talk about it so much. Okay, sorry.
Sailing the Metal Seas detour in the Music Ace section.
Okay, alright. Music Ace. Anyway, when I was a kid, I got to fool around with this thing a lot. I got good at it. I really, really liked it. Anyway, so let's talk about points2shop.com. I don't know if that's somewhere on here.
I actually don't know.
Hopefully not. So points2shop.com was one of those websites that existed everywhere in the mid-2000s where you completed surveys or you watched ads and you would get a paltry amount of online points. And you could trade in those points eventually for like gift cards and other stuff like that. Like right now there's a popular app called like Fetch where you can do that for receipts. You could recruit people to get a massive amount of points, like $5 whole worth of points. And as a poor child, that was amazing to me. And so here was my solution. First, I made a YouTube video. This is way before we started even recording like LittleZbot. That said, hey, go to points.shop.com, use my link. That's it. That was the whole video.
It's available in one of our archive playlists if you want to see it.
It's horrendous. It's a scam. Whatever. Obviously, that didn't work. So my next idea was, hey, what can I do that people will want to see? Because, you know, if you're good at something, never do it for free. Well, I can write things on the Music Ace Doodle Pad. So I made not great song covers, or at least one of them. I forget which one it was, but I made one of them. I think it was Tetris. Was the first one. I would do it by ear until I got stuck. Then it would like pull up sheet music online to copy the portions I got stuck at. And I made, like, it's not good, but it hasn't aged terribly, I don't think. On this extremely, extremely limited custom sheet music playing out, program. And then at the end of every video was, if you want me to continue, use this link and sign up for Points to Shop. I will make the next one when 4 people have used the link. And I thought it was brilliant.
For the record, we cut all that out on LittleZbot re-uploads.
Yeah. It didn't work. Nobody signed up. But you know what? It was kind of fun. So I did it again. And I just pretended it worked. For the next one, we'll do 2 referrals.
I remember going up to you just a couple years ago, I think. We're looking at the videos, and I was like, man, I'm actually really impressed you got those signs. You were like, no, I didn't. And I was like, are you serious?
I lied. I'm a liar. I lied about Kirbstomped too.
This series got a revival when I randomly covered Shelter one day.
Yeah. I went I did 4 of them. I think I did Tetris, Mario 3 Athletic, Diary Docks, and Zelda's thing. I did those 4. There are a couple unreleased ones because they were terrible. I was super into the Hobbit movies as a kid, so I did a cover of the first stanza of I See Fire, and it was really bad, so I didn't upload it. And there are a couple other video game ones that have been lost to time. But I just abandoned the whole thing once LittleZbot got going. Dain encountered those videos some years later and was like, oh, that's kind of fun. I wonder if I can blow you out of the water.
That wasn't my thought. I was just like, I kind of want to try this. I kind of want to do a cover, and I think it'd be fun. I did Shelter, and it's not perfect, but I had a lot of fun doing it. It was a lot of work.
Yeah.
Really hard.
It is. You know what, Dain? I think that's the Ace Doodle Pad is an instrument I play better than you do.
Touché.
Not because I make better music, but because it's easier for me.
Soon after I did that, you actually did Gone Home.
No, yeah, nice. Straight up, you did that, and it got the spark back. I was like, you know what? I kind of want to send this off with something. I want to make one finale song to sort of close out this very, very tiny chapter. And Dust and Legion Tales credits theme, Gone Home, is just the perfect song for that kind of vibe. And luckily, it works really well on piano, which is the only instrument I used ever. And so I threw it together over the course of 2 weeks or something. And it turned out way, way better than any previous one I did, but still not as good as Shelter.
Thanks.
And I think that was the end of the Ace Doodle Pad era, probably forever, because we lost that disc.
Yeah, it was. It was pre-LittleZbot, and then there was suddenly a little bit in the middle of LittleZbot's lifespan, and then that's it. Just this another part of history.
I will say though, spending 2 weeks making Gone Home, it burned that song into my mind because it was tough. But it made when I think of Gone Home, and in my head I do the melody. When I hear Rain, Rain, Go Away, I hear my Ace Doodle Pad cover of Gone Home. When somebody says Gone Home, I hear my Ace Doodle Pad cover of Gone Home. When I listen to Gone Home, the song on Spotify from the ending of Dust and Legion Tale, it sounds wrong. It's not my Ace Doodle Pad cover.
Well, speaking of things that are wrong, let's talk about Science of Gaming. So this was the second channel concept before Kirbstomped, and this was, despite the fact that it wasn't promised as hard as Kirbstomped, it got a full episode that was uploaded as the finale to Mario Month.
It is terrible. So the Science of Gaming was an exceptionally clever name for a bad ripoff of game theory. So the episode we made was how much is the Mario coin worth? And this was at the time what many game theory episodes were like. I mean, not the episode that we made, but the title, the concept. How much is this thing worth? Minecraft Diamonds was one that they'd recently done. How does this thing apply to the real world? And it was something that intrigued me, and I was interested in, and I wanted to do the research for, and I hadn't gotten into Death Battle yet, so I didn't realize that was where my true passion lay. And so I invented a method called, was it the coin formula? It might have been something else, like the Pickle formula, or whatever the name of some fictional video game currency. And the idea was real simple. And I can't believe I thought this was revolutionary to any degree, much less make an entire video on it. We determine the value of an object in the fictional world, like a diamond. And then we determine the value of the same object in our world, and then we just divide the two numbers. And therefore, one of that currency is equal to this much of our currency. It's so astoundingly, stupidly simple common sense that I 100% thought I had invented. The episode was also terrible, it was boring, and it was a Khan Academy ripoff before Khan Academy became what it is now. We did have other episodes in the works that never came to fruition. My personal favorite, though, was a full-on conspiracy theory episode about Donkey Kong Country Returns, that story. I don't think we talked about this before.
Oh man.
Yeah.
But we're still right.
Yeah. This is a conspiracy theory, but it's right. The animals in Donkey Kong Country Returns are evil. They were working with the Tikis against Donkey Kong. Because how else do you explain that Donkey Kong wasn't hypnotized, but everyone else was, including a bunch of animals supposedly hypnotized that we never saw get hypnotized, that lived on different sections of the islands that the Tikis didn't visit. And then there are certain animals that you fight in like boss fights that clearly aren't hypnotized, but you're against them anyway. Or there are animals that in like other boss fights where they're working for the Tikis and they're working against you very directly. And then before you fight them, the Tikis come in and they hypnotize them. And it's like, well, why would you need to do that if they were already working for you? Unless they were evil the whole time. The idea is, their hypnotism dance doesn't actually work. It was all a ploy because Donkey Kong owns every banana on the island, which is true, by the way. Established in multiple games and the TV show, he is hoarding them all to themselves. All the other animals wanted the bananas, so they worked with the Tikis to come up with a scheme. The Tikis would come in, do a stupid dance, and the animals would pretend to be hypnotized by it. And they would go to Donkey Kong and do the stupid dance, and then he wouldn't get hypnotized by it, because of course he wouldn't, it doesn't work. And then he'd be like, wow, I can't believe I'm so smart I didn't get hypnotized, because he's stupid, because he is. And you look at all the animals and be like, wow, it sure sucks they got hypnotized. I can't blame them anymore for this, and so I won't beat them up for stealing my bananas. Except that part of the plan didn't work, because Donkey Kong is evil too. They get the bananas, except they don't, because Donkey Kong kills everyone. And they never dare speak out against their overlord again. So that was going to be episode 2 of the Science of Gaming.
Quite a contrast. I'm going to see if the comment is on this.
I mean, the science part would have been, oh, here's how hypnotism actually works in real life, and that's why it couldn't work like that in the game. Which is monumentally stupid of a mindset to have, but it was the mindset of game theory at the time.
So, there's another part of this entry on the iceberg. Someone commented on the video, wow, using this calculation, I can calculate that the portal gun is worth this much in Terraria. Well, okay, neat. Years later, someone replies to it and says, no, it's not. And then we show up like, okay, what are you talking about? It's just not. What do you mean? Okay, so why isn't it? And the other person like lays out the reasons, like, no, it's just not, trust me. Okay, well, you need to get some reasoning. You people are always source hungry. It's exactly what he said.
It's literally exactly what he said.
I don't even... And then suddenly, it became this, he just started going off on us for always named sources and facts about this stuff. It became this weird debate. This guy was such a moron. I'm sorry. It's like
he was right because he said it. Therefore, it must be true. Was his defense.
He was just going on about this completely randomly under our Science of Gaming video, trying to debate us on this, trying to call us idiots. It devolved to the point where he blocked Joseph after he successfully dismantled his argument with like a 3-paragraph thing. I knew he blocked him because his comment showed up on my account, but not on his. It was crazy. And the thing is, we have never, I was, I think, like a child, barely a teenager, when I saw that comment. And I'm 21 now, and Joseph and I will still occasionally be like, man, this guy's almost as stupid as the guy in our Science of Gaming video. We still look at that as like the example of the definitive internet idiot.
Yep.
And like, guy, listen, and like, here's the thing. I don't like to like call out like people like directly very much, but I'm telling you, man, like if the guy comes back to this video and is like, oh, what are you talking about? I wasn't stupid. Yes, you were. And if you still agree with yourself, you are. Like, this was just something that was so definitively wrong, even back then, that he was so insistent on. And it's the biggest fight that ever broke out in our comments, the only fight. It was just over him insisting that we didn't need sources. He just said it was right.
This guy, if he had that same maturity level today, 100% he would be one of those people who would respond to reasonable discussion or debate with the word yap.
Yeah.
Or like, I ain't reading all that. Like, he is a I ain't reading all that guy. But that being said, I will say, obviously in retrospect, we didn't handle it well.
We didn't, no.
Like, like, this guy was not doing any harm by just saying no or disagreeing with a thing. But we blew it up into a much bigger deal and replied to it with like paragraphs of, arguments back. We made a mountain out of a molehill and we aggravated him because we were hyper defensive kids. Well, not kids, we were teenagers. We were hyper defensive teenagers who had owned a very small plot of land and wanted to control everything in that land. It was stupid, it was extremely immature, it was something that we absolutely should have just walked away from. But we didn't, because we were children, and because I hadn't watched One Piece yet.
But like, we still think of him.
Yeah. For as wrong as we were, he was more wrong. Also, we're not saying, like, cancel that guy.
No, we're not. On a less serious note, did you know the channel ended nearly 10 years ago?
Oh my gosh. It is nearly 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's actually when we announced Kirbstomped, but we said it was going to be the last year of Team Newbie. We made a big deal of it, because we knew at that point we wanted to end the channel at some point.
Yep.
And we just didn't. But it became a meme that we would end the channel.
2016, in our heads, the channel was this perfect little baby that could do nothing wrong. But it was something that we'd been doing a lot of, and we're kind of getting tired of it. It's like, well, we've been doing this, for 5 years now, or however long it was. I was like, maybe we want to do some other stuff instead. Well, guys, I guess the channel's gonna end. We're gonna finish off our current projects, and then it'll be over. Then we never finished off our current projects because we kept finding more stuff to do.
Yeah. We kept not wrapping up loose ends and then making more loose ends for ourselves.
Yep.
In fact, that's probably why it's still a thing now. Probably thanks to the death pal. But yeah. And to be clear, we are planning on ending the channel at some point. Mm-hmm. We just don't really know when. But like, we know it's not infinite. It's not going to go into our old age.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But there are a lot of channels out there now that are potentially infinite. Like, they will go on till the end of YouTube, even if it's not the original people who are hosting it anymore. Mm-hmm. This channel has never been that. It's been on break for a good long while, and it's returning in a completely different way, and this is like the ending, quote unquote, but who knows how many years this ending will last. Fun fact, okay, this channel was supposed to re-end again in like 2023 or 4. Yeah. After our 500th year video, we were planning on coming back a few months down the line and releasing the death battle, which obviously didn't happen, and with a couple of final videos, and like basically just wrap everything up over the course of a few months and just be like, well, that was it. We had a great time. That's the end of the channel. Then we started recording supercuts, and that worked out really, really well, and we're having fun with that now.
And also getting rid of the schedule is such a big deal for me, honestly. Like, in the Me Deepful, when I was working the 10-year review, I remember remarking to Joseph that if I'm 21 and we are still doing this channel, I will just cry. I'm 21 now, we're still doing it, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm excited to get the death battle out.
Because because it's so much better now. We aren't beholden to like random fake deadlines that we've imprisoned on ourselves.
Yeah, this is the first video of like new LittleZbot, and I'm just gonna pretty much tell you that it's gonna be more infrequent, but it's gonna be a lot more fun for I think both us and you. Well, my video games. Oh my goodness.
Oh man. This is
ooh. I wanted to make games really badly. That's actually how I got into music, because I wanted to have music for my games, and stock music just wasn't good enough. Royalty-free music kind of sucks. And I still tried to advertise them. I tried to advertise them on LittleZbot when I started to actually publish them. One was, let's see, I had Hexagoner first, which was inspired, quote-unquote, aesthetically by Super Hexagon. That was sort of Hexagon. And it's just your cursor dodges incoming projectiles. For some reason, I still haven't seen a proper counterpart to that game. Like, I haven't seen the modern version.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like such a simple, good concept that everyone would have done by now.
I still haven't found it. But, yeah. And then I, like, made, like, 3 big content updates literally within the span of 3 days. But that was my game, and I advertised it on LittleZbot and stuff. I was very proud.
Put on Game Jolt.
I actually worked quite hard on a Hexagoner sequel. Hexagoner X, I think is what I called it.
That was just Hexagoner 2.
No.
Okay.
The Hexagoner X was cooler, and it was. I just
have called it Hexagoner.
And it was generally turning out, like, yeah, it was generally turning out a lot better. But then I lost interest in game development, so I stopped making it. Maybe I could pick it up at some point again, but probably not.
That's wild to me. You and I are the only people who have ever played Hexagoner X.
Yeah.
It's so much better than Hexagoner, guys. It has like 6 modes, and some of them are even fun.
I don't know how to access it anymore.
Yeah. I mean, if we could access it, I don't think we still would release it because it's not good.
No.
But it's so much better than Hexagoner.
Yeah. I even had like, yeah, whatever. I also had this other game called Walls, and that was just really bad.
What was it?
It was literally just like you were a tiny arrow, and then there would be this giant path of walls coming down on you, and you would have to dodge them, and there would be like a drawn path. It was kind of half, and it would be like crushing you. It was kind of like Book Squirm, but always happening and on a flat plane. It was bad because the level design was really bad. The music was terrible. I had written it. But although it has an extremely bizarre story. It has one genuine licensed song. And yes, genuine licensed song. DJ Stryden. I contacted him and asked him if I could use one of his songs, and he gave me a license to use the song in the game, a commercial one.
Stryden?
Yeah. It was for, I think...
The DJ Stryden?
Yeah, I think it was like the second game or something.
Oh my god!
I have looked desperately for that license. I cannot find it.
No!
But I have it. I got the song licensed for the game. That was insane.
I can't believe you got a reply!
I know! That was so cool. I love you, DJ Stryden. Can you remix my music? Sorry. I'm kidding. I listened to like 2 of his albums today. Anyway, yeah, that was crazy. So that was wild. But yeah, Walls was just a failure, and I'm so sorry, man. Listen, I might... Okay, he probably knows more of what he's doing now to not give out a license for free to me. But otherwise, I would be like, if I ever made Hexagoner again, I would probably hit him up. You know? But yeah, and there was that. And then my big project was GameBot, which was just entirely... I bought pixelated Game Boy character assets off of the Game Maker Studio Marketplace. I was like, I want to make a platform game with this. I worked really hard on it, and I actually chronicled my adventures on the Epigam forums, because I made my own account. And that was my big project. Eventually, I just lost interest in it. And on the eve of me turning 13, I released the demo, the beta, and all there was going to be of it online, and that was that. And those were the Evilgrapez video games that were on that kind of infested the channel for a bit there. Another random thing I did that was just a phase on the channel.
Well, I think we can talk a little bit more about pre-channel.
What are we thinking? Oh,
Dustin.
Okay. Yeah, so I really wanted... Right. So this wasn't on the channel, but I really wanted to. I got inspired by the fact that new support with this Wii allowed you to play as multiple characters, so I wanted to make one. Make a game where you could play as multiple characters, but the characters had their own abilities. I know, crazy concept. To be fair, I had never experienced that by that point. It was novel for me. The main character was going to be named Dustin. I don't remember where I got that name. And I had like all these names and character designs for these other guys. They were like little stick figures.
We can't forget Finn.
Yeah.
He was blue, and he could swim.
Okay. I remember there was a red guy that like could like have a speed boost like Sonic. And Dustin I think was just the all-rounder. And like it was this platformer game, and it was gonna be this whole narrative between their adventures, the four of them, and you transfer between levels. Worked really hard on it, even though barely got anything really got done. Like I was like working on random like music for it too. Lots of music. That's one of the other progenitors of me making music. Was so that I could make music for Dustin, the game. And it just never happened. I kept toying around with story concepts. There's an infamous phrase for Joseph.
Yeah.
When I thought very hard about this. I realized that I wanted characters to die in Dustin. Big deal for me because because as a kid I didn't even think of death as like a thing that could happen in stories very much. So I came up to Joseph and I was like, Joseph, I think there should be death in Dustin. That's exactly what I said. And he reacted violently badly to it, and I instantly regretted it.
You know what, Dain?
What?
You know what's funny?
What?
I remember this exact same story with the opposite roles.
Oh?
Where I was the one who came up to you.
What?
And said, Dain, I think there should be death in Dustin. But my memory has a twist.
Okay.
In which you reacted violently to me, but I didn't mean it like, oh, a character should permanently die. I meant it like, we should have a situation where the villain like kicks Dustin off a cliff, he falls into lava, screams, burns, and dies. And then everyone else starts crying, no, Dustin! They mourn him for about 4 seconds before he pops back, says, hey guys, what's going on? It's like, how did you survive? And then he points to the life counter up in the corner, which has gone down by 1.
That's a pretty funny concept. Unfortunately, if I made Dustin nowadays, it wouldn't have lives.
Yeah.
Yours probably is the accurate story. That's just how I remembered it. I remember you were the one who admitted there was to be death in Dustin, but no, it was you. I think I did consider like actually killing someone in Dustin. I think Finn was gonna die.
Guys, I think Finn was gonna die.
It's gotta be real. I think there should be death in TPB Adventure.
There was! As very young children, like pre-channel children, we had a lot of fun brainstorming Dustin together. Random story ideas. I remember we came up with an idea for everyone infiltrating the evil villain's lair by pretending to be pizza delivery guys. But I don't remember anything more than that, other than we came up with like an entire scripted segment where they had to convince like 4 different guards that they were delivering 4 different kinds of pizza while shifting out who was in front of the cardboard box they were all hiding behind, eventually opening up their actual real pizza shop inside the lair in order to keep up their cover, then forgetting about their mission and just becoming pizza guys for like months. I remember that concept, and that's the only one I remember.
That's a pretty good one. Maybe we should make Dustin like for real. These are good ideas.
Oh yes, our 3 ideas. Burn, death, and then hey, he had a bonus life. They give up becoming heroes to become pizza delivery men. And Finn dies. That mystery meat pizza. Someone had to go.
Access new BattleBlock Theater levels. There's actually not very much to say about this at all. I made a bunch of BattleBlock Theater custom levels, and I made them LittleZbot custom levels, and I advertised them on LittleZbot. So it's this odd LittleZbot product. There are custom LittleZbot BattleBlock theater levels out there. I don't think they're that bad. And there's a trailer on them. Well, there was a trailer. Now it's unlisted. It's just a little channel oddity that's a little known, and it's all the way down here on the iceberg.
And you... This is actually where your original icon came from.
Yep, it is. My little present guy.
Yeah.
Not a bad one. Next is the Mario Overworld theme cover.
Oh, this was for Mario Month.
Yeah. To celebrate Mario Month, I wanted to show some of my musical talent, so I made a cover of the Mario Overworld theme. Partway through, after I promised that to you, I realized that I wasn't good enough to write a cover. Didn't know how. I stole a MIDI. I downloaded a MIDI and I made tempo automations and I assigned something instruments to stock instruments in Mixcraft, and then I just published it and I was like, I'll forget about it. And then I doubled down. I made a piano version of the cover a few days later,
which is just the Mario Overworld theme and piano.
Right. It's someone else's MIDI. It's not my work. I've always been ashamed that I existed because that's literally just blatant plagiarism. I don't remember where I got the original MIDI from, and I feel really bad about it still. I'm glad it's gone, but yeah, it's down because it's a dark thing. It's just stolen content. Good news, Alvan Lee is here. What a guy.
R.I.P. the Alvan Lee.
R.I.P.
We killed him.
Victim to sharks in space.
So we talked about Sketchuary before.
Yeah.
Alvan Lee was the unfortunate victim of Sketchuary. A man with only twice our subscriber count at the time. Who made far, far better content than us.
Yeah, really good stuff.
Like, genuinely, like, today, his stuff is still good. Then we made Sketchuary. We shared it with him, because we talked a bit, because we were little channels who did fun stuff together. It's like, wow, you do sketches? Well, we can do sketches, too. We did Sketchuary. He watched it. He stopped making sketches. He stopped making videos. He stopped commenting on our videos. He stopped living.
We killed him.
Watching Sketchuary killed him.
His ghost is in our videos. You can see the lights in the background. He's haunting us.
So this haunted us for years. Now, of course, he wasn't actually dead.
No, he did make more videos.
He did come back eventually. But my gosh.
I really thought we actually somehow, made him stop making videos.
Yeah, we really thought we were so bad that he stopped doing YouTube.
Which is a really funny concept. Imagine talking on your small channel, and you watch the content, you're like, this is really bad.
What if the stuff I'm making is that bad? And then you stop making it.
And then LittleZbot ends. Like, what if we went to Alvan Lee's channel and then he was making a Minecraft hardcore, except that he was recorded backwards, so it's just his face and not the screen. And we were like, that's horrible. And then we stopped making videos.
Lots of channels out there have inspired people to make their own channels. You could say that every single YouTube channel out there has has a benefactors list, a hit list, a list of all the people's lives that they have changed, and all the amount of people who have started doing YouTube because of them. That number for LittleZbot is at -1.
Don't let us get inspired by you. You'll be next. RT Games, stay far away. Well, after Alvan Lee was gone, we felt so alone.
No. I think this just exists because we liked the song long before there was a music video.
Not quite.
And long before it was popular at all. And then it became like the face of EDM for no reason whatsoever.
It was wild. Because Marshmello debuted on Monster Cat. It was kind of a big deal. You know, it was neat. Like, wow, cool. Yeah, it debuted with Alone. I listened to it and I was like, this is a weird song. It's kind of funny. So I thought it'd be fun to clown on it in videos. Like, I had it include in some videos, and we would joke about, make bits about it. We have outro music, like, I'm so alone, you know? Nothing feels like home. Then he drops the music video. And like we even make memes about the music video. Like it was an active, like a small gag on our channel. The music video drops. It blows up. It gets immensely popular beyond what anyone expected. It gets to the point where someone I knew in real life came to me and was like, have you seen this video? And showed me the music video. I was like, I was there when the song released, like before the video existed. We were like,
do not cite the deep magic to me, which
exactly. We were like memeing on the song, like making jokes about it before it was an international hit. I think it's like been certified whatever platinum. I think it's Muskat's biggest hit by far. It propelled Marshmello into ultra stardom. It was insane, and we beat everyone to the punch in knowing about it. So that's why it's on here. It's just a wild. It's a very wild point of our history that we happen to know about something that we happen to know and talk about something that made someone very famous.
Yep. Well, you know, Dain, when you first listened to the song, you thought it was weird, kind of fun, kind of funny. We memed on it a bit. And then when it exploded into the music video, you transitioned into not liking it because everyone else did.
Yeah, that most Muscat fans did.
Yeah, because like it's now with much more musical experience under your belt, do you have any actual opinions on the song?
Fine. It's a little too long, I think.
You know what? That phrase, "it's a little too long," is like the most the most definitive. You know what you're talking about thing you can say as a music producer.
Really funny. But yeah, it's just like, it's fine. I think it needs more variety overall, because like both the choruses and the drops are the same, and it's just like there really needs to be a bit more switch up, because it gets uninteresting after your first couple listens. At least that's what I feel. Apparently most people don't agree. But like the production is good, the mixing is like good, but there's really not much to comment on. It's a very indistinct, bland song. Like, it's not something I really got super attached to. The Slushy remix on the remix package, Slushy's vocals are so good. He sings the song so beautifully, makes me care about the lyrics. Even though it's literally just, I'm so alone, nothing feels like home, I'm so alone, trying to find my way back to you. I literally just saying the entire song to you. And yeah.
Garrett Williamson Pokemon Go moment.
Oh yeah. Song, I think. Like really the song, but better is the okay, I forgot their name. Raziel or Razel is in the band. But Streaks, the Streaks cover of Alone. That's pretty good. And it basically just covers the same ground as the original, but like it has a more rock vibe. The Marvels remix is also good. The Luca Lush remix, though, I really slept on. I rediscovered that recently. It has a whole, like, saxophone solo. It's great. I really recommend it. But yeah, the song itself, you know, it's fine. It's nice. I think the reason it got popular is just it was kind of right place at the right time. Enough people kind of resonated with it and enjoyed it enough where it's tough. And it had a charming video. So it just really got big because it just happened to be the thing people wanted to hear at the right time, and it wasn't really offensive in any capacity. That's Marshmello Alone. We were the first ones. You cannot listen to the song without our permission. And I personally think, you know what? Thursdays, it's cool. All right. Next up, by the way, I made a remix to this. It's completely unreleased, and it's also lost. Anyway, next.
Something to drop.
The second channel Triller.
The second channel Triller
Yeah.
trilogy. Oh no.
The best trilogy on the channel.
So this was born because we want to do April Fool's Day videos.
We forgot to make one.
We forgot? Okay. Here's the thing. This is back when we were taking ourselves so overly seriously. We had to release like every 2 days, that kind of thing. And every single year, we had to have an April Fool's Day video. Every single year. I've forgotten any of them from before Top 10 Stupidest Aliens. But for one of the years, we genuinely forgot to make one. April Fool's Day rolled around. We're like, oh, it's April Fool's Day. Ah! So at 9 a.m. I grab a camera. I go walking down to the local park, and I record myself in selfie mode, saying, "Hey, with the prank was we're gonna make our second channel finally.
Like we said,
like we promised
it's been
we would.
A big ongoing theme on the channel that we'll make a second one.
And I make all these promises, but because I'm coming up with all of it, including the concept, on the spot, I just end up saying the most random bullcrap stuff. I record until the camera runs out of battery, because we hadn't charged it, so it ran for like 2 minutes, and then I run back home. We upload that video like madmen, and then I decide that's not enough. So I wait for the camera to charge for a whole 5 minutes. Then I run back to where I was and start recording again. I think like I tripped at one point, or I dropped the camera or something. For some reason, we made 3 of these, all released like an hour after each other, that are just continuations. It is a trilogy of trailers for the second channel, which is just a camera pointed at 14-year-old me's face as I spout off anything that comes to mind.
It's so stupid, but the concept is just so funny.
The videos aren't even funny, but the knowledge of what we were doing, the concept, and just calling it second channel Triller is so stupid.
The second channel will be real in 5 days. It will be the death battle.
I'm not even sure if I should torture you with this next entry. Maybe we should just skip it for now.
Oh my gosh, was it the Christmas album?
No.
Oh, the plague!
The plague.
Oh my gosh. I like to write. I like to write stories. And I'm not very good at it. I like to think I've gotten better. And I've read some actual published books recently that make me think, maybe I'm not that bad.
I was with him the last time.
What was that one? It's like...
It was my birthday.
Yeah.
The happiest one of my birthday, it was when I was at the library. And I was just like saying, we went to a library, and then I sat down, read the 4th book in the Maze Runner series. At least I started it. And then you grabbed a book because you liked the cover.
Yeah, because the cover looks amazing.
And then, are you gonna name drop the book?
Am I gonna name drop this really terrible book?
That's gonna be a little mean.
It is very mean. But they deserve it for writing it.
You read a page, and you were like, "Dan, you have to read this." And I read it, and I was like, "What?"
Okay, so the book is called Draw Down the Moon. And if you read this book and you liked it, you haven't read enough books.
Oh my god.
It is that simple. It is... I got through paragraph 1.
Oh my gosh. That's so mean.
It's so mean, but it's so bad. I can't believe this got released.
What if the author offers you a book deal?
Screw him! I'm sorry, I want to be a Scott Kramer. I want to be a, hey guys, everyone was doing their best. If you watch this video, it's like, oh, I don't want you to be worried when you see a review of your product, because I want everyone to know that, art is subjective and all that. I want to be that guy. But I can't, not for this book.
Alright, everyone, go read The Plague.
No, don't. The Plague is almost as bad. Okay, that's a lie. It's not.
It was a Terraria fanfiction.
It's bad, but it's not that bad.
Oh my gosh. It was a Terraria fanfiction.
It was a really, really bad Terraria fanfiction. I released it both on the Terrarium forums and on fanfiction.net simultaneously, one chapter at a time, with multiple arcs. It had characters. The main character was Leo. And then he met a guide whose name was Kayla. There was gonna be a plot twist. Oh yeah, I'm never continuing the story, by the way.
It's canceled.
It's canceled. I stopped it halfway into like arc 3, which is like chapter 14 or something.
14.
Because it wasn't going anywhere good.
Arc 3.
And I got a negative review. And there was going to be a plot twist where Caleb wasn't actually a guide. She was a nurse who had taken over her friend's name and job.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That actually shocked me. Yeah, I remember the story and I'm like, whoa.
And it was a big deal because she'd watched her friend die and she couldn't save her with her nurse powers, and so after that point she mentally just could not use them anymore. And so because everyone who was born in Terraria has to have a role, she pretended to be her friend who was a guide. It was yeah. And exclusive lore drop that would have been revealed in like chapter 60 something. Yeah, I planned this out hard. All right. Also, Leo wasn't real.
What?
He was a fiction. He was a fictional construct that was created by a different character that would have been introduced in like the 20 chapters or something.
What?
Right, because in my world, something that I had like been slightly building up, the entire mansion arc I was in the middle of was supposed to reveal this, and it was going to be like a major twist that would affect the future of the Plague story, but would also set up this reveal eventually, is that party girls, that job in the Plague, can actually cast illusions, full-on believable illusions, and they are by far the rarest job type. And there's like a secret society that ensures that they only like use this power in accordance to, I forget what it was, but like some sort of council, so that's not revealed. And Leo was created by a party girl. He is a literal illusionary figure who is going on this entire quest and this entire adventure for the sake of this other character who was introduced and then slowly built up over the course of several dozen chapters, and then would eventually take over as the main character role. And it would be an interesting thing because how much of Leo was her and how much of her was fake. Now, you might be hearing that and thinking, wow, that sounds like a terrible idea. And like you would get, and like this character that we spent so much time with and so much development on is entirely just non-existent and circumvented, and you wasted everyone's time. And you're right, it was a terrible idea. But it was also a bad story that I was writing.
Man, Plague fan finds out the truth right now. That's crazy. I never knew any of this, by the way.
Oh yeah, I had like a notepad that I would write down all of my ideas and all my future plot lines. I had like 15 arcs. We were on arc number 3, and there was going to be a total of 15. As the was it the corruption or the crimson I had? I think it was corruption. Right, as corruption was slowly overcoming the entire world, and it was going to reach.
Crimson.
Oh, it probably was crimson. It was going to reach the point where they had to enter the crimson in order to survive. There were a ton of stuff was made for that. I even made a 2-chapter long spin-off series that took place 20 years earlier, called Project Emissary, in which characters, and this was going to be a very short series, like 10 chapters or something, that would set up for the next arc after the Manor arc. The entire point of the Manor arc was to introduce as much confusion and to make basically a fake murder mystery that would lead to the reveal of party girls and what they can do. This story was not good. It was not heading anywhere good. And I lost inspiration to write for it over time. And so, like all of my other projects, Kirbstomped, I just chose to abandon it and hope it would go away. That did not go well. Like 3 or 4 years later, I was still getting people asking me to continue, which I'm shocked by, because it's not like it was well written. It just was. Holly wasn't a nurse either.
Oh my gosh.
Everyone was fake. Everyone.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, Kayla wasn't a guide. She was a nurse who had lost her powers. Holly wasn't a nurse, but to be fair, she didn't know that. Okay, she was actually, she herself wasn't fake. She was created by the Project Adversary thing, and this is going to be heavily hinted at and implied in that spin-off story, and there was going to be an entire arc that was like arc number 5 or something that was focused on that. And the idea was that she was bringing people into a mental mindscape where they could experiment with all the powers of all the different jobs. But because all she wanted to do was help people, because she grew up under, Tim, the Overlord, who was killing everyone all the time, the only one she could experience was that of a nurse, who was, the person who heals people. Mm-hmm. That's why she brought people into that weird mindscape with the multiple legs, but only allowed them to go into one. Yeah, so, if you wanted all the weird plague lore, because you read that way back when, there you go. And if you didn't, and you have no idea what I'm talking about, good for you, never read it.
Oh, so much to go. This is gonna be a long video. Let's move straight on to the Team Newbie Christmas album. Specifically named It's a Newbie Christmas.
Oh.
Sorry, PcPuzzle. Okay, first off, Christmas was a misspelling of Christmas on PcPuzzle that stuck, and for some reason we thought it would be funny to keep doing it.
Well, no, that's not quite what it is.
Oh no? I thought that was the story, I'm sorry.
It came from, I believe, Christmas in Wondertown, which was, it was a custom level by Emerald 141, and it was part of his, what was it called? The Crystal Life Saga, I think.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I remember playing it.
Yeah, he did like 100 adventures that all followed each other in story format. And in the middle of them, it was a Christmas special where you went through 100 small little rooms and just explored an entire area and did fun little puzzles for people. It was a wonderful, beautiful little break level. That was like the ultimate little bonus world. But in Wonderland, why would they celebrate Christmas? They celebrate a holiday that's exactly the same, but it's called Christmas. Which is just brilliant, Emerald 141. Anyway, so we called our Christmas album Christmas as a reference to that.
A reference that no one would get.
Well, yeah, but that's us in general, isn't it?
What a tagline for LittleZbot, or which no one will get.
LittleZbot, a reference no one will get.
Phineas and Ferb had a pretty fantastic Christmas album. We're like Phineas and Ferb, let's do a Christmas album. Horrible idea. Okay. Like, we thought we had fun writing the parodies. We actually came to singing them, and what I did was I downloaded Christmas midis and then put our voices over them. It was me, Ming, and Joseph working on these. And
Seth was in 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah, he was in 1 or 2 of them. I know he was in We Wish You a Merry Christmas, which I think was the last one. We wrote these Teen Newbie parodies of classic Christmas songs.
Like every cartoon does.
Yeah. And we sang them, and they were just really not good parodies. They were over terrible intervals. They were like bridge-worthy and stuff. And partway through writing them, we got sick. We all got sick. We still kept trying to write them.
Like with the flu.
And this is probably the worst we ever treated Nain, because she was the main powerhouse in writing them, and then we really pressured her into writing a couple of them and then singing on a couple of them while she was super sick. I feel really bad about that to this day.
How many did we make? Like 12?
12.
Yeah, because it was 12 days.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the thing. We were releasing them as like upcoming the 12 days of Christmas, the 12 days of Christmas.
We were making them on the fly.
Yeah, we were making them while we were uploading previous ones.
Yeah, so, don't do that.
Yeah, no, terrible idea. If we had made them ahead of time, nothing would have been lost. No, we wouldn't have any problems. But because we got sick in those 12 days, it was terrible. I mean, it was bad anyway. They were intentionally bad songs. But
and then also extra bad.
Yeah, but not only did a bunch of like people who could not sing intentionally badly sing these songs and write them, they did it while they had the flu.
To the point where we couldn't finish on Christmas. We had to delay the last 2 tracks of the album. But luckily, it managed to mean we got Seth. Or Seth. His legacy was tainted too. Although they were our 2 best songs. One of them was on the first day, whatever that one is called. 12 Days of Christmas. I think that's the old song name. And the last one was We Wish You a Merry Christmas. And I stole the arrangement from the Phineas and Ferb version, but we had our own lyrics.
Yeah.
And like I still had the instrumental. I stole the pattern and arrangement and stuff.
You know what?
And that was the best one, but like the last two were the best ones. And if they were the only ones that existed, they would be like a little bit cringy, but kind of fun newbie memories, you know? But as a whole album exists, no, it's just horrible. I'm so glad it's purged.
Yep, that one was perma-purged. That was purged early, actually, because it was embarrassing for all of us and didn't add anything to our legacy. It's not like anything in it was offensive to any degree. We just didn't want
it was
heard.
just pure embarrassment.
Yeah.
And like, a LittleZbot video is probably really bad when it has a dislike. Multiple of those songs had dislikes. That is saying something considering the view count we get. Like, that's crazy.
I will say a couple of things. First, the Phineas and Ferb arrangement of We Wish You a Merry Christmas. That's still the superior arrangement.
It is.
Like, I can hardly listen to the original song because it's Ron. It has the Ron melody. So I'm glad we went for that version of the ripoff. And second, you know what? That final song, it does have a lot of problems, but I think that my verse aged so well.
I don't even remember
It's hilarious. Everyone else gets full-on verses that go through the main melody. That whole thing. And some of them, like, I think Name gets 2 full ones. For me, I intentionally reduced it down while we were writing, so I got, like, the tiny little bridge section.
Oh yeah, that one.
I just said, my name is LittleZbot, this is the only verse I get, so I better not waste it. Oh man, gosh darn it!
That was pretty good.
You know what? That's still funny.
It is.
I like that.
We should save it for something actually funny, like a good piece of content. Yeah.
The 12 days one was difficult for everyone to do. It was artificially put together, obviously, if you listen to it. We just say a thing, and then it gets repeated over and over, but placing everyone at correct positions and far enough away where it wasn't...
Did we get James for that one?
Yeah, we did.
Oh my gosh!
And far enough away where it wasn't immediately obvious that, oh, this person's doing a very slightly different voice. That one was harder. I think Pizza Head was in that one too.
I believe he was. I don't want to re-listen to these to check is the thing.
Yeah, I remember mine was a big bottle of glue, which, you know what? 2 for 2 on the jokes, man. All right, that's pretty good. There's a 0 reason whatsoever for me to want glue. But you know what? I'm okay with it. That's good. I don't even remember most of the songs on that album, and I don't really want to. It's like there was Time to Roll instead of Let It Snow.
It was about Mario Party.
Yeah, of course.
The first one was Evilgrapez Sucks. Instead of Jingle Bell Rock.
Evilgrapez. So, you know what? It has a catchy too. I like that one.
I don't remember the lyrics in that one. I don't care to.
Yeah.
I have one last story about this album. I'm gonna admit to you, I don't even know if I told you this. This album...
Unresty Married Gentleman was like a Rodeo Warrior parody.
Oh yes, he sang a verse in that one.
I think he just
Goodbye,
had a line
Rodeo Warrior.
Yeah. Because he left to have his own life.
That's nice that we got him back for it. Man, this album was almost good. I feel like it could have been good.
If we had come up with the idea years beforehand and then worked on it over time instead of randomly throwing out like 10 things,
vomiting it.
We also would have had to hire people on Fiverr to sing it instead of us.
That would have been fun.
And then we could have made a video about the making of. Oh well. Guess what we're doing this Christmas, guys? No, never.
So, gosh, I can't believe I'm gonna admit this. This album was nearly on streaming services.
What?
I was gonna surprise you with it. Just in case this screwed over my account, I made and I checked to see if all the stuff like would be licensable, like classical and stuff. And I was like, I'm not too sure, whatever, I'll just go through it anyway. I submitted it all to Root Note. I made a terrible album cover. And I submitted us all as like individual artists and aliases, and I submitted it. And then the next day I woke up and I was like, what have I done? I was realizing I made a horrible mistake, but I couldn't take back the submission. I didn't know how. So I decided, okay, I don't remember what email I signed up for that with, but I'm just never going to check it ever again. If this shows up on my Spotify profile, because Evilgrapez was listed on there, I was like, well, then I guess I'm changing aliases. But if it doesn't, then I guess it doesn't. It never showed up. That means that they manually reviewed it and rejected it.
Good
That
for
told us
them.
that we had to. It probably told us that there were issues. Honestly, I bet it was having one of the artists being named name. That was probably an issue.
Yeah. Well, my gosh, name saved our butts again.
Thanks, name.
Wait a second.
What?
We used different words for Christmas in the We Wish You a Merry Christmas. We took them all from random fictional versions, including like, Happy Feast of Wintervale.
Yeah.
Oh, and Wassalia.
Like Festivus or Wassalia, Feast of Wintervale. I remember that verse. That was a good verse.
Yeah. The Wassalia is from the Disney Junior show, Sophia the First. I only feel like mentioning this because I've seen that entire show.
That's Wassalia. Why did we do a Wassalia parody?
We were too embarrassed.
We were too embarrassed. What were we making, Joseph? Why was embarrassment a factor? Anyway.
Yes, we do both have that Wassalia song memorized.
No, I don't. Anyway,
Just said it!
Lost Video Week. We had a whole pile of videos that we didn't upload either because they were too bad or they were mistimed or if they were just lost. We're like, hey, why don't we just get these all out and call it Lost Video Week so we can have them off our hard drive. I mean, I can't really fault the idea. They just were awful videos.
Yeah.
Like really awful videos. And one of them nearly was on the worst of list. The reason it didn't make it is because we could not, in all honesty, qualify it as a video.
Is this Celestial Mechanica?
Yes.
Yeah.
You made a mini play of Celestial Mechanica, but only the audio came through. For some reason, we just uploaded it as an audio-only mini play. I have never listened to that audio. I made the video, like just put an image over it. I have never listened to that audio. It went up on YouTube. For all I know, you could have like just read the entire Declaration of Independence. That was all you did. I've never listened to it. And nowadays, when we have a video and it's audio only, we delete it. We're like, well, too bad. No, we had to make lots of video weeks so we could post Celestial Mechanic. Imagine if Mark Clark just posted a video one day like, hey guys, so listen, I played this game called, I played Super Hexagon, but I lost the video footage, so I'm just gonna, have my audio for 30 minutes. Actually, I would watch that.
You know what? Markiplier could probably get away with that.
Yeah. I have seen his You Won't Like This video probably 10 times. It's genuinely one of my favorite videos of his. Unreleased Evilgrapez Songs.
Yeah, you can talk about this.
Yeah, this is kind of a weird one. I was making a lot of music. I mean, I still make music. I promise. I was in the middle of trying to write for an album. I don't know if it was from Dark Side or Discovery, whatever. Regardless, I was at the point, though, where I was into playing EDM songs as our outro music. And I was like, hey, I know, I'll put some unreleased Evilgrapez songs, like teasers, works in progresses and stuff. They can be like some outro songs. That means that there's occasionally... I don't remember any of the videos. And also, I know that most of those songs didn't actually get released. That means that there are a random number of LittleZbot videos just floating out there with unreleased Evilgrapez songs in them that are lost to time except for in those videos. It was an odd, obscure thing.
It's been so long, we can't even tell you what videos they are.
No, we can't. I genuinely don't remember. Next up is Supper Mayo Broth. This was one of our other attempts at an April Fool's Day thing.
Oh, I forgot about this.
Yeah, we made a mini play of a game called Supper Mayo Broth. And it was just a fake game I made where I took a Game Maker engine and I had the music be the Mario theme but played with air horns and Snoop Dogg saying weed. And And Mario, the Mario sprite, I think, was replaced with a sprite of Mayo, and I just like drew everything over everything badly, and you played it, and you're like, oh, what is this? Oh no! And then the game crashes 2 minutes in, and then the entire rest of the 15 minutes is just a rickroll. We did get banned though. I recall them commenting and being like, "Oh, you got me, man!" But
wow, Ben, you a real one?
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I appreciate it. But yeah. Super Mayo Broth, the name has other origins.
Yeah, okay, so that originated back from Wefight. One of the arcs that we went on was getting sucked into a video game. The video game was Super Mario Brothers, but it was, I think this was nobody's idea. It was Super Mayo Broth. And the idea was, yeah, it was regular Mario Brothers, but everything is now sentient food. Think Grocery Store Wars, if you've seen that ancient piece of YouTube content. Obviously there was mayo and linguine. Peach's name was the same. I played Toast.
That's fun.
Toast, yeah. It was a wild little fun excursion. But the name kind of stuck around, became a very slight meme on the community for a little while. And then many years later, a very popular Twitter account was created that was Super Mayo Broth. Right?
No, it's Super Mario Broth.
Super Mario
Broth. Which is like, go all the way, man.
Yeah, that's okay.
Super Mayo Broth.
It's like someone was just very slightly less creative than us, and then everyone freaked out about it.
I mean, it's a genuinely great account, but like, I've never been able to get over that you guys beat them to the punch. Anyway, I just thought the concept of Super Mario Broth was the funniest thing for a long time for some reason. To the point where I made the game Super Mayo Broth, just for the LittleZbot full stick. And I thought that was super funny. No, it wasn't. It was stupid.
Beaten to the punch thing happened twice, by the way. Super Mayo Broth was one thing. Taking my name is another. I see you, Little Z, and I don't forget.
The day we figured out about Little Z, and we're just like, what do we do about this? This is like,
I had that named like
I know, it's like
5 years
way
before
after
he
us
did.
And he's exponentially more popular than us. There's nothing we can do. At some point we will somehow climb the ladder enough to be able to talk with Lil Z and go, by the way, you ever look up your name?
By the way, now that we're talking about Mayo, you should go play the Steam game Everything is Mayo. It's pretty decent.
Okay.
I funded it on Kickstarter.
Next up is Squishy Squishy 2. Now, Squishy Squishy is not really an iceberg item. I mean, people know about Squishy Squishy. Maybe it should be like near the surface, but it's not.
It's one of the only videos that survived the purge.
Right, yeah. It was a stroke of genius when we had to make a filler video for Mario Month. Because, we were making videos every 3 days. And I was like, oh, geez, we don't have a video. So I cooked up the capture card all by myself. I didn't know how to do that. I had to figure it out. Load up the Brawl Masterpieces, played Super Mario Brothers, jumped on the Goomba, and then I was like, I should voice the Goomba dying in visceral detail. So I loaded up Audacity, went, and then...
I can't believe that sound, not the one you just made, but the one that's in the video, came out of your mouth.
Me neither.
It seems like a sound effect you grabbed off of YouTube somewhere, or a video game.
Mm-hmm. And boom, I made Squishy Squishy. And then, as Ben says, I like Squishy Squishy. And so, Squishy Squishy, good video. Squishy Squishy 2 is the weird sequel no one talks about.
From the next Mario one?
Yeah, the direct-to-DVD Disney sequel, That's what Squishy Squishy 2 is. Next Mario Month, we want to make Squishy Squishy follow. So I made this, dramatic masterpiece of, where I loaded up News About This Wii, because that was the most advanced Mario game we owned, and jumped on a Goomba. But, I had these voice lines, I don't even know, because I don't know what was in it, because I never watched it after I made it. I was already embarrassed of what I had made. But I was in the exact same position of, we are making videos every 3 days and we need a new one.
Squishy Squishy 2, the Squishy Squish back.
Yeah, so I didn't watch it. And I've never watched it since. but it's been like the obscure sequel that like people talk about. They're like, oh yeah, Squishy, I remember that one, but they won't know about Squishy 2. So that's why it's deep on the iceberg like this. And oh no, Joseph is looking it up. A minute long.
A minute?
The first one's 5 seconds long.
Let's go.
Oh, this was my creation. Okay, the memory. 1 year later.
And then you slap them.
That's it?
That's it. It's the Kronk's new groove. It's not that bad.
It's not that bad, no. Next up, Kirby Return to Dreamland Part 5. You know things get real when a Let's Play part is on here.
Yes, I don't really understand why this one is on here.
This one is a bizarre one, because Part 5 of Return to Dreamland is anger issues. This part is different from the others, and from a lot of our other videos, because it's basically the only one where me and Joseph are genuinely vile towards each other. We really, really were upset with each other that day. I can't remember why. But to the point where that infected video, and the entire video was just insults thrown at each other, but like we were genuinely like spiteful and mean in that video, and it's kind of weird and uncomfortable. Because in the other videos, you can tell that we're kind of getting along at least. In that video, we just don't like each other. So it's really, it gives off an uncomfortable vibe when you watch it. It feels very cursed.
I'm like, everyone's had one of those days with their siblings, though, right?
Yeah, but not one of those videos.
Yeah, that's true. But it's awkward. What could we do? We had Seth and Name over. We were all set to record.
Yeah, we had to do it. The unfortunate circumstance.
This actually did occur a second time, but because of Return Dreamland Part 5...
Oh yeah, we just nuked the video.
Yeah, we nuked that video and re-recorded it.
That was the finale for Mario Party 2.
Yep.
I don't remember what happened.
We even made a couple jokes in the actual uploaded finale about the previous part, where... because I was just having a bad day, and every single time something happened that was bad to me in that Mario Party game, it just made it worse. I stormed out of the room at one point.
We did, and I think that's when we just stopped recording. We were like, this whole thing is a bust.
Yeah, I think I learned to manage my temperament much, much, much better over the years. The original Mario Party 2 finale video and the actual finale were recorded like 4 months apart.
Yeah.
Because the day we originally set to record it on, I just got real mad and I could not be bothered.
I think that's also why Seth isn't in the video.
I mean, he wasn't in either of them.
Oh,
we made jokes like he was in the original and we kicked him out. But no, he was never in any of them because the entire we brought Seth in for Mysteryland to replace the CPU just to make playing Mysteryland bearable.
And it worked.
Yeah, it worked. It was the most fun I've ever had playing that board before or since. But that was the entire point. It was supposed to be a Let's Play with you, me, and Name otherwise.
There is also a Lost Mysteryland version, which we've talked about a tiny bit. It was lost because of the fact that, for some reason, specifically you and Name got really set on making inappropriate jokes the entire time. Like, you know, border, not safe for work ones, except it's really, really tame because that's all you knew. But, like, you just kept going on and on about them, and it was to the point where the video was completely unusable, and we had to redo it.
Okay, you know... No, you don't know. Why am I saying this? Kirby's Return Dreamland Part something or other That's 7 minutes long. We spend half the video making terrible puns about Young Justice Season 1 and 2. And it's just all rapid fire in a row. Coming out the mouth constantly. How did I do, sir? You did super, boy.
That one was so funny. I still think about that one.
Oh man, I'm sure I'm robbing all these good joke opportunities.
That was mine.
Like all the. What Batman? What's your favorite color? Gray, son. Like genuinely horrible.
That is Young
puns.
Justice's legacy.
Yeah. Imagine that exact vibe and that exact pacing and that exact same coming up on the fly and instantly saying, except it's sex jokes. And we were a channel that had not even like uttered a swear word.
Yeah, that was why it was just not usable. You just could not go for it. While I'm talking about Return to Dreamland, I will say that this entire Let's Play is misspelled.
Yep.
Yeah, because Dreamland is 2 words.
Yep.
And we just spelled it as 1.
To be fair, it's stupid that it's 2 words.
I know it is. But yeah, next up is Names Viral Reddit Post. This one is really funny.
Yeah.
We talked about it in the thumbnail video.
Was it thumbnail video?
Yeah.
Okay.
But Joseph, this is kind of your story to tell.
I mean, it's pretty simple. I don't remember it that well because it's been a good few years now. Spider-Verse is a good movie, the original, and the sequel's also a good movie, but it's only half a movie. The sequel hasn't come out yet. When I watched it with Nain for the first time, watched it together, and he did the "What's Up, Danger" scene.
Yeah.
Where hanging around the city in his brand new. Yeah. Okay.
You just said he did, and like he was there doing it.
In his brand new suit, they just all painted up, the epic shots flying around, and he hits the ground. And he pulls off the hood. He's like, "Wow, what a rush! I can't believe I managed to actually do that and pull it off." All that kind of stuff. And then Name just stares and is like, "You just did that?" Immediately after spray painting his suit, he was just breathing in the fumes the whole time. I was just, well, yeah. Why do you think he's breathing heavy? We cackled about that for the next half an hour. We had to rewatch the movie. Because that one joke was just
one of those you had to be there.
Yeah, exactly. It was you had to be there moment. But I thought the idea was really funny, so I stole Name's joke, and posted it on Reddit under r/crappy movie details, and with a picture of him having the thing, and it's like fun fact: the reason that Miles Morales is breathing heavy after finishing the What's Up Danger sequence isn't because he was short on breath, but because he had been breathing in the fumes of his spray painted suit the entire time. That post blew up.
It did.
20K likes at least. I forget how much it was actually, but it became so much more popular than any post I had ever made before. Except for that time when I made the most popular custom Hearthstone card ever. That's my other claim to fame, besides being the world's second best Wonderland speedrunner.
Next up, we have Survival Kit. This is a submission 9 months ago from LittleZbot. The thematics of a card really gets people's attention. They seem cool. In terms of viability, an 8 mana cost hunter card draw, oh boy, that is not gonna happen.
It was really funny and really good, and Name never uses Reddit, so she didn't know until I told her. But what was even funnier
this was crazy.
Was the next day, because it's Reddit, so everyone does this, some guy stole my meme. He got a worse picture, he made the script in detail worse, and it got even more popular. It outshone the original. Of course it did. It's Reddit. Like that's how it works.
So Name's joke went viral twice. The first time, both times they were stolen.
Yeah.
Like the second time it was stolen.
Both mine and the original and the stolen post did make the rounds on the Twitters and Instagrams as well. Unfortunately, this is well before YouTube started stealing Reddit content and pretending it was original, so we didn't get millions of views and clips.
Right.
But, oh well.
It's the most viral thing Teen Newbie has ever been responsible for.
Well, at that point, name has surpassed it in certain areas.
Yeah.
That we still won't mention. But yeah, hey, if you guys ever want to get a ton of karma on Reddit, it's really easy. Find a random dog on the street, like just walk until you find someone who's holding a dog or a cat or a stray cat, take a picture of it, and then put it on Reddit while saying, this is Celebi. She's a 5-year-old stray cat that I make a hat of this specific brand that my grandmother loved before she died. She's been horrifically tortured by her previous owners, and it took me a week to coax her out of her cage. Guaranteed, at least 50,000 likes right there.
Well, there was some bitterness in that.
Well, when you see the exact same thing posted 100 times in 1 month. But that's Reddit for you. That's Reddit.
That's Reddit. Next, let's talk about the Newbie Rules. This was... we had the first time we made an outro for our videos, we were like, really use for this outro, so we make an outro. We just made it multi-minute long credits. Like, I think they were like 3-minute long credits.
Yep.
And they were just on our videos. And in the credits were a series of rules for our comment section. There were 20 rules. They were the most insane thing. But please remember to argue with the person, not the person. We're arguing with the subject, not the person. It's like, okay, why would that ever come up in a LittleZbot video? And it's like, please refrain from swearing. If you swear, you must do it in this exact amount of times. And one of the rules was you cannot ask us to play a horror game. That was one of the rules. If someone asked us to play 5 minutes of phrase, they would get banned.
To be fair, there were a couple of those rules that were in there that were just jokes. And I think that was like towing the line there.
I don't know. It's a little bit confusing.
Yeah.
It was crazy. There were 20 rules, I don't remember them, but they're the Newbie Rules, and they're still in effect, by the way. You have to abide by them. We will not tell you what they are, even though they were blown up at the end of the 500th video special. You still must abide by them.
Now, to be fair, what were we thinking?
I don't know!
There's bigger fish not on this iceberg.
That is genuinely an oversight. It should be on here. So
Pretty near the top.
Let's take a moment now to address it.
Okay, so a common thing that we say, one of our many repeating sayings along the lines of, oh, I can't believe I survived, is...
Actually, that hasn't debuted on the channel yet.
It hasn't?
It hasn't. This video predates all the ones we record, remember?
All right. Well, here's a spoiler. In the future, I'll be saying, I can't believe I survived a lot. The simple phrase. As Qui-Gon Jinn once said, when he was always right, before he was wrong about a lot of things, and then died, there's always a bigger fish. Right, so that is a misquote from PBG, because everything's from PBG.
Yeah, everything. He's so influential in this channel.
From his Spore video, way back when. 2015, I think. I think it was that because people were complaining that he used the word genocide and wasn't talking about Undertale. So it had to have been 2015. Ooh. Well, ain't that just the Undertale fandom? Well, yeah, so he, in the first stage of Spore, you play as a little fish worm guy, and you have to eat small fish to grow big and avoid the big fish. It's a real feeding frenzy situation. And as PBG often does, he made a joke. And the joke was real simple.
The boobs may not be fast, skilled, or intelligent in the slightest, but what they do know how to do is kill. All they know is death and destruction. But it's not all fun and games for our adorable little creatures, because as the wise Qui-Gon Jinn said before he was wrong about a lot of things and then died,
there's always a bigger fish.
This is a banger video. The is kill echo. That's great.
Well, anyway, when we were playing Curvature in Dreamland, it's because Seth is super into Star Wars, and we were doing the water level where the giant fish come out and eat you, and we were like, and because we were talking just kind of around the subject of Star Wars, I think at the time, that quote in my head occurred, and so I noted it. I was like, because we all know there's always a bigger fish. Mm-hmm. I got a light chuckle at the time. Yeah. But then the next time we saw one of those creatures, I just went full PBG spiel, and I said how I remembered it, which was along the lines of, well, as the great Qui-Gon Jinn once said, when he was always right, before he was wrong about a lot of things and then died, there's always a bigger fish. In which, you know what? It's a good quote.
It's a good quote. It's really funny.
Yeah. If you're completely culturally unaware, Qui-Gon Jinn is a Jedi and main character of Episode 1 of Star Wars. And he was indeed always right before he was wrong about a lot of things and then died. It's really... and that is what it is. That there's always a bigger fish is a very memed on line because he delivers it in such a flat way.
There's always a bigger fish.
Yeah. But I started just saying it every single time we encountered a fish enemy that can eat you. Which you think wouldn't occur too often, but no!
You would be shocked.
It's everywhere! As a result, it got to the point...
Even in the Mario movie!
It was!
I had to actively resist saying it in the theater.
Anyway... so Name now hates that quote.
She does! She violently hates that.
Because I just say it so much all the time. Not just in videos, mind you. Imagine trying to live with me. You can't. So yeah, that's where that
quote now.
Yeah, that's where that quote came from. And okay, every joke has its own unique lifespan, okay? It starts out kind of funny. Then if you drag it on long enough, it dips down to where it's not funny at all. But if you keep dragging it through the mud, it swings back up and suddenly it's way funnier than before.
Don't you mean swims back up?
And then when you keep dragging after that, it plummets off the face of the earth and it's just kind of not funny for the rest of the time now. There's always a bigger fish. Completely bypasses that convention because it's always been incredible and remains incredible.
Ironically, it's always the bigger fish of jokes.
Yeah.
Speed talking takedown instant.
Yeah, one of Name's friends.
Yeah,
it's been so long I can barely remember. We did a skit with one of Name's friends, one or two of them, and upload to LittleZbot. We got full permission, to use it, and she knew exactly what we were going to do, and it was a fun little skit. But then, as soon as it reached YouTube, a week after, she contacted us saying, "Why'd you do that?"
I know! I was put off, what?
And for the record, this person in real life is extremely nice. They are very friendly. We like them a lot. We don't see them actually ever since this happened. We hate them now.
We replaced the video on LittleZbot with Insane Pete Battles, which is just one of my videos. The series that will never get finished.
To be fair, if we had just straight up made Insane Pete Battles for LittleZbot, it would have been a better video than Speed Talking.
It would have been in place.
It would, yeah, the sequel to Drive Safe.
Name is Peach. So, in the finale of Mario Party 2, some things went down. Some things that altered the course of the future of Name and the character Peach. Name is Peach. They're both in the same brain.
Switching over each other.
Also, Peach has a British accent, I think?
Yes. Genuine... I don't know why she decided to go with this.
This is an ongoing bit.
It's not like we inspired anything. It's not like we made a couple jokes and it built up to anything. Name just decided this was the case. And she went with it hard. Peach was the CPU for our finale of Mario Party 2. And she was the finale CPU because we were kids. We thought she was harder than all the others. Because she happened to win more, which was probably just variance. Name determined that every time Peach rolled, she was still going. They would compliment each other and insult each other, but they were also each other. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like fictional characters with this dynamic. Venom?
So, Name's skin just wraps around Peach.
Next up, the Snurp Cult. The Snurp Cult.
The Snurp Cult.
The Snurp Cult.
The Snurp Cult.
The Snurp Cult.
Snurp.
The hardcores were staged.
Yeah, they were.
This is the LittleZbot scandal. The Minecraft and Terraria hardcores were both staged.
Ish.
They were staged near the end when they both went awry. So in Minecraft, here's the thing.
There were 2 events, really.
Oh, I don't remember the first event. I remember the second event.
Okay. Well,
You tell the first event.
right, so that you never have to watch the Minecraft hardcore. We talked about it before. Yeah, Dain dies episode 2 of like hunger because we hadn't figured out how to feed ourselves yet. I died the next episode from like a skeleton or a creeper or something. And then the next 4 episodes.
It's just Rodian solo, you went insane.
He went insane. Me and Dain sitting in the same room, staring, silent, watching him play the game as he was not allowed to interact with us.
I had no idea what to do.
But the first scandal, the first part of that being staged, was the 2 seconds where the audio glitched, in the video.
No, that was me.
Yeah, the audio didn't glitch. That was Dain saying, "Joseph, look out for that enemy!" And of course, Windows Live Movie Maker, you can't separate game audio and real audio.
Yeah, in Vegas, that would have just been an easy thing to hide. Not that we ever do that.
The Snurp Cult.
The Snurp Cult.
The Snurp Cult.
The Snurp Cult.
Snurp.
Snurp.
And then the second scandal was at the end, where we pretended in the finale, oh my gosh, here's where Rody Warder made a mistake.
He got so sick of hardcore, he killed himself.
In the video, we say like he meant to pull out this item, but instead he pulled out his gravel and put it above his head and then suffocated and died.
It kind of makes sense.
You know what? For being like 8 years old,
Yeah, we worked hard on that.
That was pretty clever of you to pretend that, because we didn't want to break the integrity of the theme. You know, like saying, "Oh, he gave up and killed himself in the game."
He gave up.
But that's what happened.
What was he dug a pit? And we made up like he was going to the Nether soon, but like he just dug a pit. He took gravel and he just killed himself. We just stared. We couldn't talk, so our mouths were shut, but our eyes were going, well, dude.
That was as he would admit in an interview much later, that was indeed a perfectly reasonable course of action at the time.
That's also why he reacts so nonchalantly, like, "Oh, goodbye, world."
Yep.
Anyway, this one we haven't revealed, the Terraria hardcore stage 2.
Yeah.
So first off, James lost all of his life.
He died a 3rd time. It was when we were recording the finale, like we were gonna be Saltron, and we sat down off camera. We were like, okay, this can't happen.
Wait,
He was
he was
carrying
just
everything.
walking through like it was either to a block of TNT or he was walking through the overworld and just fell in a pit.
Yeah.
It was something really
Sitting
stupid.
there like,
We can't have that happen. You straight bring the Explorer every day, you gotta keep playing.
Yeah.
so we just edited it out. We pretended he never died.
Yep. He re-got his stuff and we clipped it out. We just had a cut there.
Yeah. And the never stop digging part, that was obviously a bit, so that's not really part of the stage thing. But no, the thing is the Terraria hardcore was invalid the whole time. Because James died 3 times.
And came back. He had 4 lives,
Yeah,
not
4
3.
lives.
To be fair, when I died a 3rd time, I didn't keep going. It wasn't staged in any other way. You and I had 3 lives, and he had 4. We just pretended he had 3.
If he died for real, we would not have won. We would not have beaten Skeletron.
No. Which might have been the better ending.
Both
where
hardcores
the
fail.
Continue just where the hardcore just doesn't continue.
Both of them were failures.
Prepare for our next hardcore, where everything is staged. There aren't any people. It's just us doing different voices.
MAV Island. It's time, Joseph, to admit to your crimes.
I've talked about the PcPuzzle forums before. How it's a place meant to create and share custom levels of the Wonderland series. I downloaded and played a ton of them, and I was like, I should make one.
Natural.
Yeah. Now, there were a lot of unique things going on at the time. In the world of custom Wonderland, lots of custom models and objects were being implemented and used, and people were using hex editors to make custom music and stuff. It was real cool. Revolution and stuff. Yeah, revolution.
Revolution.
It was a revolution of that
revolution.
very specific niche.
Yeah.
But a problem people kept running into all the time was a very simple error. A memory access violation that would crash the game, bring it back to desktop. Every time it tried to do something that was impossible by the current parameters of the game file. It became so common, especially in the modding scene, because we're constantly trying new things and having to skirt around these, that it got shortened to just MAV, M-A-V, and it talked about all the time on the forums. And so for my first level, I was like, I want my level to be hard. Which is always a great starting point when designing a video game. Hey, do you want it to be fun? Do you want it to have a good experience for the player? Do you want it to be, well balanced, have a continual curve that goes up and down at different points? Do you want it to be rewarding in any way? Do you want people to feel fulfilled when they've completed it? No, I want it to be hard. I don't think the concept of a rage level is inherently bad, especially if it's very, very trolly. And designed specifically for heavy Wonderland players who know typical things like the Infinity Bridges and stuff like that. But the way I did it was real simple. I made Mysteries of MAV Island. A level in which I used a command prompt that was invisible. You could not see it in-game. And I laid it on various tiles across the map. And if you stepped on one of those tiles, it would give you a memory access violation and crash the game. And I just strew them about everywhere. You could not navigate any area of the game without having just a chance to run into one of these. You had to know a very specific pattern, and the only way to get through and to actually beat the level was literally through trial and error after crashing your game hundreds of times. I played it up as kind of a meme, kind of a joke, but it became clear how drastically unfun it was very quickly. To the point where I updated the level the next day by replacing all the error commands with player kill commands. So you would just restart the level instead of restarting the entire game.
So it ruined the point of the level.
Yes, but it wasn't fun in the slightest. No, it was slightly more tolerable. This level's important to me because it started my path towards understanding game design. Because before, I had it in my head, like I mentioned before, that the Wonderland forum is that what really kind of turned and shifted my perspective on games aren't toys, they're art. And MAV Island was like the ice bath that got me into that. Because I made this little silly, very terrible Rubik's Cube that was actually painful to use. And people didn't enjoy it. why didn't they enjoy it? Why don't people like it when their game crashes?
Why don't they?
I know it's like sounds like a silly question, but hey, what's the philosophy there? What do people actually like in rewarding a video game? And that path and that like line of thinking completely changed my tone towards video games in general and towards game design as a whole, and is what still makes me upset when people pretend that things like Invisible Path in FromSoft games are good.
Whoa, okay. Starting to pick fights.
Oh, you know, I'll pick some big fights with FromSoft. They have some of the most ancient, terrible, fundamentally bad game design out there that everyone gives them free passes on because they do other parts of their game so darn well.
Okay. And MAV Island is just kind of raw because it's kind of infamous between us. It's like MAV Island is like the ultimate mistake.
Yes. Like it's the worst thing I've ever made because it is so fundamentally against one of my like core pillars now. It's not offensive in any way except to me personally, but it's just a fundamentally unfun, terrible idea that only exists to hurt people. That's why it's on here, that's why it's important, and that's why I will never talk about it again.
And that is the mystery of MAV Island.
Yeah.
Speaking of mysteries, Name's father is Steve Jobs. So, after we stopped recording last time, we took a quick look at the iceberg, and Joseph was like, Name's father is Steve Jobs, what's that about? And I was like, well, you see, and I realized that I had no idea what that was about at all. So, I texted Name specifically after that recording, asked, hey, do you remember this bit where your father was Steve Jobs? Here's the response. Hey, do you remember a gig in those out where your father was Steve Jobs? LOL, now that you mentioned it, yes. Can't remember any context, just my found on the LittleZbot iceberg, log story. If you can't remember this at all, no response. In conclusion, Snurp Cult.
Snurp Cult.
Snurp Cult.
Snurp Cult.
Snurp.
Snurp.
Next, Mario Party 2 Parallel Universe.
I can't believe this is 2 entire tiers down from Name is Peach, despite only being a single video later.
It's a lot, here's the thing, it's because it's a lot more anomalous in nature, and also it's halfway through that video that no one watched.
Yeah.
Basically, the finale of Mario Party 2 has a split timeline. Either the CPU one or Name one. Both endings are in the video, featured in the video, because the video ends halfway through, and it suddenly goes to static and buzzes into a seamless transition into the other alternative path.
I think we had an idea where we would play off of this in a later video. We planned like a fake skit week or something that would end with the literal end of the world, and then we would have the stack again, and then we pop into the other timeline and continue from that point. Because aside from that moment, both timelines are identical.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, if you want, well, let's pull back the curtains here. Yeah, so the first ending is real, the CPU one, or was it you, or something?
No, the CPU one, but what happened was...
We had a save file, a save state.
Before that happened, I don't know, remember why we made it, but we had a save file.
We were worried. Okay, you want to know why we made it, Dain?
Why?
Because our electricity was on the fritz, and if you used our microwave for literally more than 1 minute, we would blow a fuse. Genuinely, not kidding in the slightest. This was constant, and this was a source of real worry. And so, we, especially after losing all of our first game of Mario Party 2, which is on the channel for some reason, to the Wii shutting down, we were a lot more careful to make saves after that point. And I think we made a specific save state on the Wii U on like that one turn, just as like a course of measure of safety.
Right.
But then after realizing just how extremely disappointing and disheartening, I guess.
Yeah, it was a super empty ending because the CPU won and Name had never won, and we were all disappointed, and it was also the conclusion of a literal multi-year long Let's Play.
So we were like, maybe we can pull a Terraria hardcore.
Like stage it.
Yeah, we could stage it, make it more interesting for the people at home, the 2 people at home.
Yeah. But Name didn't want to go for that because it was inauthentic.
Yeah, and to be I think today
that's
we wouldn't want to go for it
Yeah.
either. So we came up with the alternate universe idea and played it off as a big joke. We went back in time to that moment. We just load the save state.
And then
we played like a
forfeit the star.
Yeah, we play like half a turn or something, and then you use your thing. Then you accidentally say no to that star, and then from that point on, we intentionally frame it like you say no to the star was like the butterfly that changed the effect of the future, which is very fun. But we were very careful to like manipulate the game into Name's favor.
Yeah.
We tried to do it subtly so that it would not so that it would be obvious we'd pull the wool over other people's eyes, but so that the story would be better. Because the primary idea behind it was the butterfly effect. If this one thing had gone differently, here's everything else that would have happened. And it worked. We got our happy ending. Name did win. It was an artificial win, but it was celebrated all the same. We technically reacted to those credits like twice in the same video.
We did react to them twice. I want to clarify that the parallel universe, it was a lot of work. And we went to a lot of lengths to do it. And editing wise, I would generally swap lines between both universes to make it seem more genuine. Like I would take some lines that actually occurred later and trim them in to have happened earlier, but then take the lines that happened earlier, have them trim in to happen later in the other universe. I would repeat some lines verbatim, like copy and paste them, so that would seem like, things we actually would have said in both universes and stuff. I would like do really smooth crossfades and stuff. We repeated certain things. A specific thing we made sure to repeat was the part where we had to re-get my cable. And in one universe, my computer was like charged, in the other one it wasn't. And that affected how a certain bit went with you feeding a cookie to Sammy. In one universe, I slap you to give it to her. In the other universe, you go through it all, and the name is like, how dare you? And they play it different because of the computer battery.
Yeah.
It was this whole thing.
If you rewatch that video a couple of times, you will notice all of the little things that we did just to make the bit go harder.
And it is genuinely one of the best LittleZbot bits/edits of all time because how much we dedicated to it, and it aged really well. We actually managed to do it really gracefully.
Yep.
So I'm still proud of that in a weird way.
And then nobody saw it.
Yeah, of course nobody saw it. It's LittleZbot.
Yeah.
Disney Time Pre-War LTAT. This was crazy. Okay, so we were doing, back in the day, this series was called Let's Talk About That. We saw Infinity War, we wanted to blab about it. So we recorded
For the record, because it's not on the iceberg, Let's Talk About That was our very short-lived podcast series where we just talked about random things for a bit. And we changed the name after Good Mythical Morning made their own podcast literally called Let's Talk About That. And just for a bit, we decided to just reverse the letters. So instead of LTAT, it's Tattle. It's talking about things literally. And hey, that's what this is right now.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so back when it was Let's Talk About That, we did one because Infinity War had just happened and we wanted to talk about it.
Yeah, that was the podcast. And we just blabbed about Infinity War and our thoughts. And for the video, I just uploaded trailer footage and any clips I could get my hands on. I found a clip of a full clip of a scene from Infinity War that played on The Tonight Show. I managed to dig it up. I was like, okay, sweet, this is a full quality clip. Let's just put it in the video, as background footage. The day after we uploaded it, we got an email from Disney telling us they took down the video because we had full quality Infinity War footage and they didn't know how.
Footage that they provided to an actual network.
But
we're a little channel with 100 subscribers.
And they took down the video because we had managed to procure a full quality rip of Infinity War, I guess. And we had to remove it. We had to remove the clip, re-edit, and re-upload it, which is a whole pain, by the way. But it's this crazy thing. For a tiny pocket, LittleZbot got noticed by one of the biggest companies in the world because we managed to scare them.
I will never forgive Michael Mouse.
But yeah, it's a very little known yet extremely bizarre LittleZbot event, which is exactly why it's all the way down here. Pain, famine, terrorism. This is a bit referenced a few times to LittleZbot, but never properly explained.
Yeah, it's a similar bit to the Bigger Fish.
Yeah. But now I'll explain it. Boy, okay, so basically, I was keeping a dream diary for a few months. I had this really weird dream one night. It involved multiple of my friends, including Hesuckieth and Ben, who I've never met, by the way. Wait, they did. Like, they talked very briefly, but they've never, like, formally met. In my dream, we were talking to Hesuckieth, and then he said he was absolutely terrified of Ben. We were like, why? And my dream flashes back. See the moment Hesuckieth got terrified of Ben.
Like a movie!
Yeah, like a movie. Now, Hesuckieth was working on the Lego Movie 2. He was literally on the film set. Well, not really. Ben was working on it, and Hesuckieth was touring the set. He was checking it out, and there was a whole stop motion setup. Like, they had a camera pointed down, and they were just moving pieces individually. And Ben was the cameraman. He was, like, filming the set, you know? Like, taking the pictures and stuff. Hesuckieth was just walking around. He's like, oh, wow, look at this cool place. And he had a thing to drink. And then he spilled Kool-Aid all over the set. In the dream. Like, he spills it. It's this horrified, petrified moment. He ruins the set of the Lego Movie 2. He stares at Ben, and Ben looks out from behind the camera. He just says, with a blank expression and a flat tone of voice, staring directly into Hesuckieth's soul, pain, famine, terrorism. And then goes back to filming like none of it happened. And this petrified Hesuckieth in the dream. But also, it's just like, wow! Like, imagine that, like, the way you express unbridled rage is just by saying words that mean bad things. And it was just unrelentingly funny. Like, everyone I told it to has had a similar reaction of, dude, what on earth? And it's just, which one of those things that stuck because it's so absurd. He just stares, says pain, famine, terrorism, and then moves on like nothing happened.
And so, as a result, we've had this ongoing bit when something really bad happens. We'll also say in a very flat tone of voice, pain, famine, terrorism.
like, it's not even like you're wishing those things on the other person. It's just you can't express your rage in any way but describing these things.
Yeah,
you know?
but just saying
like,
the words of the things that are bad.
So powerful that it struck fear into his heart because you ruined the set of the Lego Movie 2. He spilled Kool-Aid on it.
Probably would have made that movie better.
Oh, I didn't realize they had a thing against the Lego Movie 2.
No, I think it's fine. I mean, actually, I think it's very good. I just also think it completely ruins Emmett's character arc from the first film.
Oh, I guess I'll have to revisit it. I didn't even know that.
I mean, it's a good movie still, but yeah.
Well, regardless, it's like that would fit in the movie because like Kool-Aid would just spill on everyone, and then it would just pan out to like a film scene where they're being filmed, and Ben would come from the camera and say pain, famine, terrorism, and the poor guy who spilled the Kool-Aid would look in the camera with fear in his eyes, and then would go back to the movie like nothing happened. It would fit in the movie as a bet.
Yep.
Next up is DTI 56 intro.
That lasted for like 2 whole videos.
No, just one.
Oh.
This is exactly what happened. DTI 56. Listen, so in the Geometry Dash days, in the early Geometry Dash days, there was this trend of having intros where it was just floating text in 3D space that just danced to music and was unreadable. Everyone wanted one because no one knew how to use After Effects.
Yep.
DTI 56 knew how to use After Effects. He made those intros. He would just rank them randomly. And then one day he made a LittleZbot one that just said Zbot. And then he was like, hey, I made a LittleZbot intro. I was like, okay. Thanks. I mean, I appreciate it. Like, it's a cool fan work, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's kind of, it's good quality for what it is, you know? And then the next day he's like, hey, can you use the intro? Oh, no. Why not? Well, we have our own intro, you know, we put it in for the videos. Oh, yeah, okay. Like, you can use my intro. You know, maybe we can start using it instead. Okay, that's rude. No. I don't think we're gonna do it. Okay. He would continually bring this up over and over. Like a week later, he would tell me after to use the intro. Months later, he was like, what do I have to do to get you to use this intro in your video? So finally, when he wouldn't shut up about it, and I'm sorry, DTI, okay? Listen, I'm really sorry, but this is actually what happened. When he wouldn't shut up about it, I was like, fine. So I threw it in front of a Mario Party 2 video with text over it, ruining it, explaining what the TTI 56 intro was. And that's the only existence of the intro.
It shut him up, though.
He did. He stopped bringing it up.
Because he knew that we were ruining it.
Listen, I don't want to, like, slander DTI. I don't even know where he's at these days. I hope he's well. But, like, that was a thing that happened.
Our next plan, if he didn't shut up about it, was to use the intro again, but crop it so that only about a corner of it was shown.
That would be so funny!
After that, we were going to play it on 0.25 speed.
Next up, and this one's a little easier to talk about, but it's a very little LittleZbot thing. 4 blue, 6 pink. So this was the channel, the YouTube channel, the first YouTube channel that LittleZbot videos went up on. The debut of News Remember This Wii.
It was episodes 1 through 20, I think, of News Remember This Wii.
Yeah.
On this.
Uh-huh.
And then
after
after
Mom's channel.
Yeah, because, again, we were literal children.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. 8 and 10 years old. And so when we want to upload to YouTube, we just use the YouTube account that our mother had. Mm-hmm. That's literally what it was. And then eventually we got computer savvy enough to learn how to make our own account. And then we started uploading on that one instead. And that one is LittleZbot. And that's literally all there is to it. We used our mom's account for the first 20 episodes of News Remember This Wii. And they're all in playlists. If you check them, they're no longer there because we've actually deleted them all.
We've replaced them.
Yeah, we've re-uploaded them privately to LittleZbot so that we're forever disassociated with that account. Mm-hmm. Which, to be fair, our mom has been disassociated with it forever too. I don't think anything has been done with that channel.
But yeah, that's all there is really to it. 4 Blue 6 Pink was the original YouTube channel.
I will say, when we tried to get back into the account to unlist our old videos, we had a real tough time. Because
we did. It was an ordeal.
Mm-hmm. We knew the password and we knew the email, but it wouldn't let us in.
It wouldn't.
And every time I tried to send a confirmation thing, it just wouldn't send one. We eventually found out that this was because of the whole Google Plus integration thing.
Which is still ruining things to this day.
Yeah, which happened after we stopped uploading on there or doing anything with that channel. But because we hadn't interacted in that channel, because it existed before that point, but we hadn't interacted with it since that point, we hadn't adjusted any of its information to follow up on Google Plus. And now Google Plus didn't exist, so we physically couldn't. It took us the better part of a day to find a backdoor in.
We worked super hard. But yeah, and that's the legacy of 4 Blue 6 Pink.
Yep.
Next up is the Team Newbie Wiki.
I forgot this existed.
Yeah. Basically, I was like, every YouTuber has a wiki, we should have one. So I spent a whole day making a Team Newbie Wiki on fandom. I made articles and stuff, and I wrote it like it was third person, as if a fan had wrote it.
Yep.
Like, interesting that Dain and Joseph did this. Here's a list of gags on LittleZbot. It's been known to disappear in this and this. I worked hard on it, and I was proud of this, dude, we have our own wiki. And I sent it to James. I was like, James, look, a Team Newbie Wiki exists. And he's texted back with, dude, who would make a wiki of us? And that devastated me, and I never touched it again. The problem is, because of fandom's SEO stuff, this was at the top of searches for LittleZbot and Team Newbie for years and years.
This was back.
Would just
oh my
show
gosh,
up.
this was from fandom.
Yeah, back when they were wiki.
Yeah, of course it does.
Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh.
And it was becoming a real problem. So I tried to look into how to take down fandom wikis. They don't let you take them down because they want our knowledge to be archived.
Yeah.
So, and they were like, if you really need one taken down, you can message us and plead your case, and then we'll ask you some questions, and maybe we'll take it down. I was like, okay, so I messaged them. I sent them an email okay, so listen, we have this channel, LittleZbot, and stuff, and a long time ago we were kids, we made a Team Newbie Wiki, because we wanted to come up with adventures, and there's just a lot of old memories and cringy stuff on here. It really doesn't need to exist anymore. It's impacting our channel. Can we please get it taken down? I'm expecting to have a whole debacle over this. The person emails me back 5 minutes later saying, I completely understand. The wiki's been wiped.
Wow.
Which was really funny. Shout out to them for being so quick and cooperative.
Fandom is a genuinely terrible service that has exploited a lot of people. But just like with every terrible company, that doesn't mean they have bad people working for them.
Yeah, I appreciate that. This is Why Your Brain's Obi-Wan Canoli Sequel. The This Is Why Your Brain sequel has been a cursed element. We just simply can't seem to make it because of the spontaneity of the original.
But we tried so many times.
Yeah, because the first one, it turned out at the time what we thought was quite well. And it was just so much fun to make in general that we just wanted to make another one. But we never could.
We never could. It escalated to us bringing Seth over, having him bring over all his action figures, and we film them together. But halfway through, we were like, this is not working. We did try that multiple times. And then one day, on his own channel, he just uploaded a sequel. Like, he just made one himself. Very little noticeable information. And it's been taken down because he purged the channel. But yeah, there was a This Is Why We Are Brainz Obi-Wan Canoli sequel, both in an official one and an unofficial one that he made. And yeah.
For the record, in the theoretical This Is Why We Are Brainz sequel, it would have been called This Is Why We Are Awesome, with awesome being spelled AWESUM. And it featured a wedding plot line between the two black holes because we had first gen and second gen black hole. And the planet heroes had to crash and stop the wedding because the merging of two black holes would make like an ultra black hole that would destroy the galaxy.
This sounds pretty good so far, not gonna lie.
Yeah, but then you remember it was us thinking of random things on the fly with just these action figures and having to make up conversations and stuff as we approach them. And of course it burns and crashes at every opportunity. It's terrible. We tried to make it like 50 times and never managed it. Eventually we just gave up.
Yeah.
This is why We Are Brainz stands alone.
Does. We're almost to the end.
Wow.
Next is Top 10 Evilgrapez Songs. This is, I think, a lost LittleZbot Top 10 at this point.
Yeah.
There's an audio-only LittleZbot Top 10 out there that was only posted to a LittleZbot SoundCloud page. It was a Top 10 Evilgrapez Songs. Joseph ranked 10 of my songs.
Back when you only had like 15 songs, by the way.
And then he listed his favorite ones, and then he narrated over them near the beginnings, and then I mixed in my full songs with them, so it was like a mixtape, but he would just speak in front of every song.
I would like, if I remember correctly, Sailing the Metal Seas was heavily underrated in that list. I think I only had it at like number 7. It should have been number 1, alright?
I remember Deadlight being on that list, which is fair, because that song kind of slaps. It's completely due to him, but yeah.
Okay, look, Deadlight kind of slaps, but Sailing the Metal Sea shreds. Also,
the natural question is what the number 1 song is, by the way. It's my old remix of Way to You, and here's the thing. If you know what that remix is, you know that we don't really talk about it. If you don't know what that remix is, you just shouldn't know. It's buried history.
Yeah, it's buried history. There's a bit of bad blood just in general around that song.
That and the people who were involved-ish. The thing is, I don't have anything against the artists that were involved in the original song or the remixers at all nowadays. I'm sure they're all wonderful people, but at the time there was quite a bit of drama around it because I mishandled some things, and I was admittedly sort of a sore loser over the remix. And yeah, it kind of led to us all, unfortunately, still not having spoken with each other. I hope that's a bridge I can repair one day, and if one of them is for some reason listening to this, consider this my reaching out.
The reason you were so defensive of that song, well, not the reason, but what I imagine to be one of the reasons, is because I was all about that remix.
You really liked it.
I raved and ranted and was like,
yeah,
this is amazing.
Loved it.
I haven't heard it in so long, I imagine it's actually terrible.
It's not that good. I haven't re-listened to it in I think 6 years or so, because entirely of the drama and because I know I don't want to think about it. I would rather just pretend it didn't happen.
It was like my first time hearing vocal chops in EDM, and I think that was what made me rave.
It was my first time making vocal chops, yeah. Yeah.
And again, I was like 14, so...
Yeah. I was 12. Team Newbie Fans is next. So what do you know about Team Newbie Fans?
That's Ben, right?
The channel?
Yeah, he made that, didn't he?
Ben did not make that channel.
What?
Team Newbie Fans is me.
That was you?
Surprise!
I thought that Ben made it as, like, simultaneously a method of support, but also just so he could have a private laugh.
You should have seen Joseph's face. No. This is the first time I have ever admitted this ever. I was Team Newbie Fans. Let me explain what happened. Believe it or not, it was not because I wanted us to have a fan channel. Fan channels were a thing, and I wanted us to have all the things big users had. It was not because of that. It was entirely because you had been feeling bad about LittleZbot, and I wanted to lift your spirits by making a fan channel.
Aww.
And that was the reason I could never tell you. I just genuinely thought I would take it to my grave. Up till last year, I seriously considered, should I just tell them about Team Newbie Fans? I was like, no, I can't. But now we've talked about the channel casually enough, where I realized it was appropriate, so I decided this would be the time where I confessed it. I was the first man Team Newbie Fans. And the reason Team Newbie Fans never had any more activity is because I forgot the email. I tried to log in one day, and I got through a super long verification process, and I couldn't get in. And I found out it was because I had accidentally entered someone else's email, and YouTube thought I was hacking it. I forgot the Team Newbie Fans email. That's why the channel never continued.
I thought Ben just got bored of the bit.
I know. No, but it sounds like a Ben thing, though I understand.
The master of the game, Sir Ben64.
But yeah, Team Newbie Fans just appeared in our comments one day, and that's the origin.
Like, the thing is, you have to understand with Ben, back in the day...
yeah. A little bit crazy.
He was a bit crazy. He left comments on all our videos. All of our everything, actually. Even our SoundCloud. The fake little SoundCloud accounts that we made, where we made intentionally terrible songs.
Oh, yeah.
He commented on those. He made fan games. I really genuinely thought it was not out of the picture for him to pretend to be another channel as well.
Completely understand. No, it was me. It was just me. I'm sorry. You shocked my world. Also, to be fair, another reason I decided to confess this is because you shocked my world with the plague. I just shocked yours.
That's
you
right.
blew my mind.
Leo was never real.
No.
Kayla was never a guide. Holly wasn't a nurse.
And Team Newbie Fans was me. We never had a fan channel ever. Next.
Okay.
My goodness. Next is Air Dolphins version 3. Neither of us are really sure exactly what this is referring to, and I don't know what I was thinking when I wrote it. I think there was an actual version 3 of Air Dolphins. That was a video recorded twice.
Yeah, so here's the thing. This is from way back, New Super Mario Bros. Wii days. I was 10, he was 8. We recorded New Super Mario Bros. Wii with our 240p camera. Stacked on a bunch of books.
Yeah.
While we just played the game around it. Episode 20 was called Air Dolphins, and it's that one level where you jump on those manta ray floaty guys that I'm kind of ashamed I don't remember what they're called.
I don't remember them either.
Wait, yeah, I've spent thousands of hours just studying Mario lore and playing Mario games and stuff. Very recently as well, because of the death battle. I just don't remember what they're called.
Don't watch that death battle. He doesn't know anything about Mario.
Oh no. There's your debunk video uploaded before the episode.
He doesn't know the manta ray guy. Jumbo rays.
Okay, jumbo rays.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is level of just the jumbo rays.
Yeah.
And we called it Air Dolphins because they dove kind of like dolphins and they were in the air.
They're also in only one level.
Is this the only piece of Mario media they exist in?
No, they're also in Mario Kart Arcade and Mario Party 10.
Mario
apparently.
Party 10.
And Island Tour.
Oh.
Oh, Mario Golf. Okay. But yeah, this is an extremely well-known Mario character. Wow. Interesting. It's very, very well known to us because of Air Dolphins.
Yeah. So we played through that area. And then we put it up. Everything was grand. Then the next day we continued our playthrough and we replayed that level.
We just did.
Every level that we covered in that part, in Air Dolphins Part 1, we just recovered in our next play session. genuinely having forgotten that we played them before. And then when we realized this, we're like, okay, well, which one do we put up? Which one is the definitive version? Well, we were children. We're like, I like both of them. So we uploaded them as Air Dolphins version 1 and Air Dolphins version 2. But when we transitioned to the LittleZbot channel, because Air Dolphins was the last thing to put on before Blue 6 Pink, we were like, we should probably just do an actual version of that. Our first video on that channel will be the actual Air Dolphins. And so we recorded Air Dolphins version 3. And this is how I remember it. But then we just didn't put it up. I don't remember why. Maybe we're mad at each other that day too.
What really should be on here, what really should be on here is the missing episode where you smack into a Koopa at the end of a level, and it was super funny.
Yes.
We remember that bit years later because that was so extremely funny. And then we recorded it. We were like, oh man, I can't wait for this to go up. And then it never did. And we searched for a long time, like, what happened? What happened was we managed to track down the exact moment in the Let's Play when it should have happened. Mm-hmm. We forgot to upload the part.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, we tracked down that exact level. There's an episode missing where we play a level. Mm-hmm. We end one episode off, this level's beaten. The next episode, another level has been beaten in between.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was actually really freaky because we talked about this so much. We mentioned it on the channel too, and we offered like a low reward for like if someone could find the video because we had so much trouble for it. And we found out it was like it never existed. It was just skipped over. It's really weird.
It's the SCP of our channel.
Yeah. Okay. The final two, the most cursed ones. Let's Play Super Mario 64. The only Let's Play in LittleZbot history, maybe the only, I think it's basically the only Let's Play in LittleZbot history to be purged.
That's yesn't.
Okay.
Let's Play Super Mario 64 was back in the camera days. This was going to be our one after Luigi's Mansion. Mm-hmm. And if you might have noticed, if you've been hanging out with us for 13 years, that there was a lengthy gap between us doing Luigi's Mansion and us doing our next Let's Play. The idea was there that we would do a Let's Play of Super Mario 64, of me playing through it, and getting the stars and beating the game, blah blah blah. And we recorded it with the camera and the stack of books and the whole shebang at our sister's house.
Yep. There's actually this funny bit where you change TV channels.
Yeah, because she owned a Nintendo 64 in Super Mario 64, and we didn't. And so we would visit the house, I would set up the stuff, and I would record it. And we recorded like 12 to 15 episodes. We never made it to Bowser level 2. No. We did batch recording sessions. We would record an episode at a time, but all in a row, right? Get them all ready to go, and then we would upload them, one a week or one every 3 days or whatever we did. I was recording that while we were still making Luigi's Mansion. So the idea was that after the Luigi's Mansion ended, we would start uploading the Mario 64 ones, and I did like 3 full recording sessions of that as a kid. Instead, we deleted them all. We never uploaded them, except for one episode for Lost Video Week. That episode is me doing the first slide level and failing over and over and over and over and over.
Is it? I thought it was Mip Size from Spider.
No, that was just a bonus thing.
Well, where's Mario 64?
What? It's here.
I thought we had a Mario 64 video on the channel.
Me too.
Didn't we have a video too where we showed the chain chomp glitch? Oh yeah, that's this one. Okay. I've never seen that replicated, by the way. We had a glitch in the Let's Play or whatever. Where the chain chomp after the star thing just vanished. We have never seen this happen ever again. I would still like to know if this has ever happened to anyone. But anyway, regardless, yeah, we had a whole video.
Yes, CP. It strikes again.
Gosh, where did it go? We had one. I remember uploading it. It's gone.
It's gone.
I don't know what to think. It's gone. should move on.
Snurp. No, okay, no. Oh, okay, well, we deleted all the videos because the Let's Play wasn't turning out that good and because we wanted to play Epic Yarn instead. But mostly it's because our sister moved, and so we lost access to Super Mario 64. The surviving remnant was one of those Chuck Conroy style videos where we speed up the footage and play good music over it as you just watch me fail at a level over and over. In this case, it was the ice sliding level, which is very funny for reasons that you will find out eventually.
And now for the final entry. And this actually, objectively, it doesn't belong at the bottom because it's actually very recent information we talk about in the 10-year anniversary. But it's at the bottom because the idea of it, because it is an extremely obscure event, and the idea of it being at the bottom is really funny. Doug watched LittleZbot.
Doug.
Now,
that massive
Doug.
channel.
Now, let's be clear. Probably did. But he probably did, right?
Yeah, I think he did.
I think he did. What happened is, a long time ago, he started setting the applications for another video editor besides himself. And I was thinking about it seriously, and I decided to apply. It's the only job like application I've ever filled out to this date. So I applied to be his video editor, and for my content, my example gameplay content, I linked some of the better LittleZbot videos at the time, and they were good ones. And I linked them, and I waited for any kind of follow up, and I never got one. And I got down to thinking, so I guess he wasn't interested. But wait a second, that does mean he reviewed the content, right? Because I saw the engagement postcard. He could not have gotten that many applicants. So we were talking about it. We realized there was an incredibly realistic chance that Doug actually watched LittleZbot videos.
I would genuinely put it at between 85 and 90%.
Yeah, and then decided to reject me as a candidate. Which is so funny. It's extremely funny. We both love Doug. No hate at all. But the fact that he watched LittleZbot, and also correlating to Alvan, he did have a hiatus. I think he went for a bit there too.
It almost seems like a Doug bit to talk about this.
Even though
this YouTuber is so much bigger than us, we forced him to watch our content. Well, he probably watched a couple of our videos, and for that reason, chose not to continue his path.
The thing is that Doug probably does not even remember it. He probably just, went on with his day, right? Has no memory of it. But we're just gonna keep bringing it up because he would do that. He would, just like how he brings with the whole film festival thing,
Well, I think there's a one more entry that's probably missing from the iceberg that should be on there, which is, I was reminded of it because of Let's Play Super Mario 64. Let's play The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker.
Oh, yeah, that's not on here because we never acknowledged it on the channel.
Well,
but let's talk about it, I guess.
Sure. So Super Mario 64 wasn't the only purged Let's Play.
No.
There was another one, which was The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, which is a game that we owned and desperately wanted to love.
Yeah.
There was a problem, which is that we were children, and we could not get past the Forsaken Fortress.
It's a bad dungeon.
It's a bad dungeon. I have now beaten the entire game twice. Forsaken Fortress is still the toughest part of the game. It's bad. We tried to record a Let's Play for Wind Waker 3 times. 3 times. The first 2, we got stuck on Forsaken Fortress. Stuck to the point where we had to quit for the day. We weren't having fun, and we knew that when we picked back up the next day, all of our progress would have been reset because that's how the GameCube worked. And so we just stopped. Our 3rd time, though, it took a literal agonizing 2 full hours, but we made it through the Forsaken Fortress.
I know.
And then we quit anyway. That one actually featured Obi-Wan Canoli.
It did.
The 3 of us were there, taking turns playing the game.
It was a great recording session for the time.
Yeah, we did 2 recording sessions, and we made it all the way up into the first dungeon. And then we stopped, and Canoli didn't come back for a while because of other stuff that was going on with his family. We were all still kids. And then, when he came back, we'd moved on. We'd been like, hey, here's an idea. Let's all play Kirbstomped in Dreamland. And so Wind Waker was just left completely unfinished. So there you go. The Phantom Let's Play, that Wind Waker, the Let's Play that never was. But we tried very hard for.
I can't think of anything else really to talk about. We managed to do it. This took longer than I thought it would, but it's a very dense iceberg.
It is surprisingly dense, and I think every single entry, we just had a bunch of just generalized stories. In some way relating to that. Because this literally spans the entirety of our childhood, the past 13 years of our lives. 12 years, 13 years, something like that. And it occupied so much of that for so long that naturally we would just have a lot to talk about for any sort of topic. And here we covered like 100 topics.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I hope this gives you some more context for LittleZbot bits that make no sense.
Yep. Timestamps are gonna be everywhere on this video. For people who want to use that as a reference point. For you few brave souls out there who have decided to just put this on as they're going to sleep, thanks for the watch time. It'll really help us.
Yeah, I'm actually thank you. I'm honored, It's better that you sleep to this in a supercut.
Is it?
I don't know, you could sleep to the supercut. That might be fine for some of them.
Yeah, as long as you watch the supercut first.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we'd be so offended. We would make...
We would know, by the way.
We would make Team Newbie enemies the channel and hunt you down.
That's like My Villain Academia of Team Newbie Adventure. But yeah, we know because every time you play a LittleZbot video, the camera on your device turns on and we get a notification and we can look. We look at your reactions.
So be aware. If you happen to be reading Draw Down the Moon, I will find you. This has been Book Reviews with LittleZbot.
I don't know what to say. Okay, Death Vow comes out really soon. Please watch. Wonderland Supercut after that. Yeah, hope you enjoyed.
We're happy to be back.
Yeah.